Bonjour et bienvenue à la 4e journée de TRCMA 2026 ici en Boise, Idaho. Cette semaine, c'est fantastique et je pense que on a cette information très bien avec les voitures, les autos. Glenn dubbed me in French for some reason, Joey.
That was wild, Alex.
But I think we're okay. So she's been working her tail off this week. Everyone behind the scenes that you see here has been working their absolute tails
Glenn's
off.
been killing it, so I just want to give her a big clap now, just for before.
It's our last day. It's day
day
4. This has been a fantastic week, Joey.
Yesterday we kicked the show off with Flex. I'm going to kind of combine Flex and Ego because they, I think, brought every product that they make under the sun into this one building.
Yeah.
Had it all spread out all over the studio.
I didn't think it all fit.
I think Sydney went shopping a little bit because she was like, I have that, but I don't have that. I have that, but I don't have that. So
Is it? I don't think it's considered borrowing without the intent of return. I think that's kind of how we're looking at this. Testing
it, right? And then
new studio. She probably got some 3D printed for it already.
And then Anthony gave a rundown of the Ultra Air Blaster, mini Air Blaster.
Some people may have thought it blows, but
hopefully they sold out of all of those. But then we went over to KCX.
Yeah.
KCX was rolling deep yesterday.
Man.
KCX had, I don't know, every employee under the sun in this building.
Everyone but Andrew.
They were able to clean that black BMW, show off new wet gloss, show off the new perfect finish sealant.
Yep.
There was a pickle on set. I don't know what that was about.
Not sure why that was there.
That was really odd. But then they also had color lock here. We got to check out
they're cooking, baby.
All the color lock options, all the leather repair options, the new scents in the little bottles.
The Fruit
Fusion's pretty good.
So
pretty
good.
good.
So good.
I don't remember what the other one was, but there was Cozy Cotton as well.
Yep.
All great scents.
Fantastic. I was not expecting that.
I think he said they come out later in the summer. So
we're used to the 1 liter of FU.
That's a lot of FU.
Tons of FU.
Huge FU.
Wow. I didn't. Oh, thank you. I know you've had a week with me, but I didn't know you're sick of me already.
Yeah.
Who else do we have?
We had the Grand Ambassador of the Year. We had the Grand Ambassador dating segment. Our goal was to make it as awkward as possible for him. He had no idea what was going on, but we needed to make sure that Nick was going to be a good match for Carson and the new ambassador.
Are you swiping left or right?
Which one is yes? Right?
Sure.
I've been married for 10 years. I don't know swiping.
I think Carson and him are a match made in heaven.
I think so. I think he's going to be great. But we also got to go over the new affiliate program.
Amazing.
The new ambassador program.
3-tier.
There's a 3-tier system. You start off as an affiliate, right?
Yep.
That gets you that promo code. That gets you that affiliate link.
The gateway.
The gateway drug, right, to TRC. You work your way up. You'll still make your earnings, but you'll work your way up to influencer. What's influencer get you?
I think the influencer is kind of where we sit. We like to be right in the middle of things. We like to intervene, do all that kind of stuff.
I think most of the former Grand Ambassadors probably fall under that umbrella, but you get access to.
We get some commissions. There's higher drops.
What do we get access to? I think the coolest part. Unreleased products to test.
Yeah.
New products to check out.
I thought you were going to say Carson's number. He's like, hey, you up? I got a new XYZ thing.
Oh, being in the group chat with Carson, with Anthony, with just send me a message. I'll give you their personal numbers if you want to text them anyway. But and then we've got the partner. The partner's the big dog. That's where everyone wants to be.
Are we partners?
I don't know. I mean, we're here hosting the halftime show and the pre-show.
I mean, if you're one of the biggest detailers on YouTube. Does FD10 mix that? Does he do that?
Put it in the chat, guys. Like maybe we can get a poll going or something. Are we partners or are we influencers? I'm not quite sure.
Above that comment section's that big old thumbs up, which we've been kind of holding out this week, Joey. I don't even know if I've told you. If we hit a certain number of likes.
What's that certain number?
Then Anthony Fisher himself, I think, gets foamed. I think it's about 10,000. Maybe.
10,000 likes
10,
he wants to get foamed.
If he doesn't,
he's such a prima donna.
If he doesn't, maybe we will.
So many people have gotten foamed for so less.
Yep, so much less.
Anyway, we figured out the perfect match for Carson was Nick. We got gifted Detail Grind podcast little toolboxes. That we were caught off guard by that. That was pretty cool.
I'm still touched.
That was a really cool thing.
Yeah, that was exciting.
But then we kicked off the afternoon with Yvonne and Ruth from IK. We love them.
Some of my favorite people.
Some of my favorite people. Nice. They give the best hugs. So if you ever get a chance to hug Yvonne or Ruth, but they got to show off some new sprayers. We got the low VOC sprayers.
Yep.
Some metal tips on there.
The metal tip's always the best.
Everyone loves a metal tip, right? Like press all bottles, all that stuff. But back to the IK bottles, they showed off a little
something new.
They showed off something new. It was a big teaser. It was a foam cannon.
Yep.
Had some secret compartments in it.
Our friends Sal and Joel were here, and they got like a first peek. That video was gonna blow up.
That video is gonna blow up. That video also looked like a shady back alley deal. I thought the cops were gonna show up because it was happening in the trunk of Yvonne's rental.
My favorite thing was actually the little compartment on top that you can store stuff, which maybe
your filters, your extra orifices.
I'm gonna spill the beans here on top of that foam cannon. Over at Dr. Colorchip, who we got later this afternoon, you can use code TRC15 on Dr. Colorchip's website, not the TRC site. If you want to fill those chips from this nasty winter,
because
they got you covered.
we have another giveaway today.
Oh, we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, well, you jumped to that, which was a little random, so they might want to know why we're talking about Dr. Colorchip.
Okay.
So another giveaway. Closes at 3 p.m.
I wrote nicely for you this time.
Thank you. It was a little tough to read yesterday, but if you go to trcma.com, you can scroll down to the bottom. You can enter in your information. For the giveaway, there is some Dr. Colorchip kits in the giveaway, but if you don't win, that's what Alex was alluding to. You can go to Dr. Colorchip's website, use the code TRC15 to save 15% until Saturday.
Until Saturday. I don't know if I want to give the rest of the information yet until we cover what's happening this morning, so they get an idea.
What do we got going on today?
See, Dane Hennon, Prince of the Rag Company, absolutely loves chain restaurants, including Red Robin, but I prefer a Robin and Rose this morning with Rupes. Okay?
That was a nice one there.
They have the Succomatic 3000 vacuum. I saw it over there. I don't know if that's actually what it's called, but that's what I'm calling it today. Man, they're taking this thing seriously.
Yeah.
Okay, they got some new pads, new polisher, maybe. Kind of, sort of. If you're at SEMA, you may have seen it.
I love Rupes stuff. Can't go wrong with Rupes stuff.
Love it. When you watch Jason Rose, it's like Justin Pay with the rap.
Yeah.
You know, you sit down, get some snacks, you're just mesmerized.
Yep.
Just gotta hang out, chill.
Yep. Then we've got our friends over at Optimum.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love Optimum? We love Optimum no rinse. You know what? Why don't we take a little stroll over here because I see Optimum.
Gentlemen, how are we?
Jason, how's it going?
Doing well. Getting set up for our.
I know a few of these products here, so I think I know what you guys are doing today.
Yep, we're going to show a little paint correction with the new paste non-sprayable.
Ooh, I may have checked those out yesterday. Those are pretty
It works
cool.
real well like on a 1-inch polisher when you're doing detail work too.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a little hard to spray onto the little ones.
It uses a little bit more than spraying, but it does give that option to use that. So,
Yeah.
and then we're going to do a little Ferrix clay bar and finish it off with 2 different products. So.
Dang.
You know, Hyperseal is Gabe's favorite product.
It is indeed.
He showed it to me the other day as a spray and rinse, and I could not believe the hydrophobics that
It does, and we'll do some of that today. When we're done, we'll spray with
You're
water.
going to make my day
show
with
you
that.
guys,
That's amazing. You know, I think we can use those if possible, maybe with our friends at Rupes.
Oh yeah, let's
Maybe
take a little stroll over here and see what Rupes has set up. They've got an unattended table, so we can get into some trouble here.
We're left unattended, so sometimes that doesn't really help things.
But anyway, I think they're going to be doing a little bit of polishing as well, based on what's here on the table.
A little bit of rubbing, a little bit of wiping.
Yeah. And then what else do we have to finish out the afternoon?
We have some shellacking with Dr. Colorchip.
Dr. Colorchip.
Can't wait. And then, if you're hungry for some electric trim,
The man himself.
Chris,
Chris West is in the house.
man, what a treat.
That guy has an aura about him when he walks in.
Lots
It's a
of good,
black aura.
lots of good auras this week. We've had a bit of rain, we've had a bit of sun, but some of the brightest people this week are actually, I think, Jeff and Carolyn. They've been treating us so well this week.
They take time out of every evening at dinner, come say hi to us, just make sure that we're doing well. I think we should send it on over to Jeff and Carolyn to welcome everyone to the final day of TRCMA 2026.
I think so, and thank you so much for enjoying the pre-show with us, and you got one more halftime you're not going to want to miss.
Welcome to the final day of TRCMA. We're Carolyn and Jeff Hennon, owners of the Rag Company. We've had a fantastic week. We appreciate you tuning in each and every day to watch all the presentations. We're especially grateful for all our vendor partners sharing their products and their information. It's been a great week.
And especially thanks to you for joining us throughout the week. And don't forget the TRCMA sale going on a little while longer. Take advantage of it. Special deals, everything just for you. We appreciate so much you joining us. We will see you again soon.
All right, guys, and welcome to the last day of TRCMA. All good things eventually have to come to an end. My name's Anthony. I'm one of your hosts here. Anthony from the Rag Company, as some might say. And this week has been amazing. It's been so much fun. On camera, off camera, everything that we've been able to just do as a team and with all of our brand partners, it's just amazing. We love being able to host the show for you guys and be able to do this every year to provide a lot of value and education to the detailing community. Now, like Jeff was just saying a minute ago, right now at theragcompany.com, we do have a sale running where you can save on almost everything. This is going to include Rag Company Premium Microfiber Detail Factory accessories and brushes, along with plenty of other chemicals and other accessories from our other brand partners. And so make sure you go to theragcompany.com, peruse all of the different items, as many of the things that you're going to see here in the content, in the videos, are included in that sale. So make sure you double check and see what you're looking for, what you need. We don't want to just sell you things, but we want to guide you in the right direction for things that you'll actually use in your detailing regimen. Now, throughout the week, we've had a lot of fun stuff, a lot of unhinged content. Joey and Alex have been just absolutely killing it with all of the pre-show, mid-show. That's been amazing, but you guys haven't seen anything yet because the most unhinged stuff is actually coming today during our mid-show. I have really put myself out there, and I mean really put myself out there. So if I'm not a company man by the end of all of this, then I don't know who is. So keep that in mind. Make sure you're tuning in for that. Outside of that, though, we have some great stuff today, right? We're going to have Rupes here in the house showcasing some polishing as well as Optimum. We have Dr. Colorchip later on along with Solution Finish. And again, there's lots of extra stuff that we have filmed for this show specifically. So one thing I want to say is that everything that you see, all the production behind the scenes, is stuff that we filmed for this. It's not reused content. It's not stuff that we've had in the past that we just want to just trickle in. This is everything that we shot for TRCMA, and it's just been a huge undertaking, and that's just how much goes into this. So a huge shout out to Glenn for organizing this behind the scenes. So anyways, I've done enough talking. I'm going to do more talking here in just a little bit, but we are going to kick off the morning with our friends over at Rupes. So let's see what they got.
Goodness, we made it to Thursday morning, and look, we are going to kick this off with Rupes, and we are going to bring the heat, and I'm so excited. I know for me this has been like a dream host situation. With me I have my very good friend.
Oh, you actually want me to introduce myself? My name.
Say your name.
It's my go. Okay. Robin Winter.
All right, thank you, Robin. Sure. I'm so excited that you're here. I could not be more excited. So tell the viewers real fast what your position is at Rupes.
Okay, so field application specialist / coordinating specialist.
Wow.
With Rupes.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been there a couple of years now, a little over 2 years. So.
Love it, love it. All right, well, and you and I go way back.
We do.
Love it.
Yes.
So I'm so excited to be here with you on camera. But I know you have a little bit of history here at the Rag Company.
Yeah, so the Rag Company and I go way back too, I guess. So 5 years ago, I was a Grand Ambassador. And it's kind of surreal to be here on the other side of so YouTube because I was glued to YouTube during that, like 5 years ago, 2021. So it was a lot of fun, and it's just a treat to be here with everybody. And you know, I've really made some really cool connections and relationships with everyone here, and I just love it. And getting to do this with you was so fun.
Yeah, and this is your first TRCMA.
It is.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
love it, love it. Well, so we, like I said, we are bringing the heat. Maybe in a small package this morning. So what do you have?
Fun things in small packages.
Yes. Yes. So what do you have for us this morning?
We have the new Nano 2 that we released at SEMA last year. If you're familiar with the Nano, you know, it sounds similar, but there's a lot of big differences with it. So first and foremost, a little bit more powerful. So 25% more power coming from the motor on it. Looks a little different. Is only available now in long neck. We had the short neck, but we sold so much of the long neck. I think it was like 15 to 1.
Okay.
So only available in the long neck now, but that's everybody's preference, I think.
Yeah.
So the big change with this is the smart connect, the Smart Fix Quick Connect. So you used to have to use this little scrunch, right, and then get in there and change out the heads. So now it's just magnets and ball bearing. It slides in and out like that. So this is the 1 inch on a 3 millimeter. And then this is my favorite, the rotary extension. Just slides in, snaps in, that's it.
That's awesome.
And now you can use this as a 2-inch rotary. So you have this little guard on here, a little plastic guard, it's just a magnet.
Oh.
Snaps right in place, right? So with the 2-inch rotary, it's a gear reducer on there. So you just line up the arrows on top here. You want to make sure that's really important. It's got some lines on the side. Hopefully the camera can see that, the lines on the side. I'll stay still for a sec. It just snaps in. You want to give it a little quick turn. Maybe if I can do it live TV, right? There it is.
There we go.
2-inch rotary. So that's the newest on that. So no more changing things out. And again, still comes with the 12 millimeter orbit on there too. So 3 millimeter and a 1 inch. This is a 2-inch. So we'll use a 2-inch on this.
Very cool. Very cool. I love that because I know for me, I would always lose these. Yeah. And then it would just live as whatever it last was, right? And that's just what it lived as. So that's really cool.
I think we'll do is 2-inch rotary. We'll put this back on and we'll have a little fun with this. So this is set up with the 2-inch DA on there, right? So the 12 millimeter orbit. And again, you know, you do this a few times, you'll get used to it. No pressure. Jason Rose asked me if I knew how to do this and I told him I did. Uh-oh.
He's not watching, so it's fine.
It's fine.
Very cool. All right, so we are going to be we are going to be demonstrating the Nano on this truck. As you guys know, probably this is Carson's new truck. I'm here from the Rad Company, so he has trusted you to polish on his new truck. So no pressure.
No pressure at all.
Live TV with the Nano, Carson's truck.
Yeah,
it's going to be good.
It's fine. Carson loves us.
So obviously one of the biggest points of this tool is to get into all those nooks and crannies that you can't reach with your full-size tool. It's for when you want to take your paint correction to the next level and really like get into the details, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So when you asked what kind of vehicle we wanted, what you said, an intricate front end, right? Something like this is a perfect example of that because it is tough to get a 5-inch pad up into these areas. And it's just more efficient and effective, right, to do it with a 2-inch. So with this guy, you know, perfect area to do this. I'm going to stay off of this. This is what Carson said, to stay away from the black mat. So I'm going to stay off of the black plastics here, but the 2-inch rotary. So I got that on low speed now just to kind of prime my pad a little bit. I try not to splatter, I promise.
And it's nice and quiet.
It is.
And what makes you choose the rotary over the other attachments?
Because I can control it, right? I can control exactly where I'm putting it. I'm not worried about the pad kind of slapping into the side or maybe this backing plate. And then I'm going to have someone throw me that towel because isn't that what they do? Oh, thank you.
I'm your assistant for this segment.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to have you try it out. Have you tried this yet?
No, because I was waiting.
What?
So fun fact, I have one of these at home and I really wanted to like do this fun unboxing and stuff, but I've been really crazy busy here. So I have one of these at home. I have not even peeked at it yet.
Okay.
Have not even peeked at it. So I have not used one. Okay.
So where do you think?
Let me see.
Or even up here. This is a good spot for it too.
All right. So just push this down, right?
Yeah.
That's nice. It feels really nice.
It is.
Very well balanced. Yeah. Very cool.
And a lot of people ask, like, what's the power in it? And will it stall? Does it slow down at all? And I can kind of demonstrate, like, you can, sure, it slows down a little bit, but if you turn the speed up a little, it still continues to rotate.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not
like
worried
that.
about losing rotation on it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels really
so
well
I would
balanced.
totally do like all this edge work, right, on this front end here. I might go down, if I really wanted to get really down into it, a 1-inch here, but the 2-inch would even be perfect like up in this cowl area. So and there are actually a couple defects, a couple small scratches in here. So if I just wanted to squeak up in here, right? But there's just so many areas on the vehicle that you could use this. Take it inside, do interior stuff with it. Plastics on the inside always need some cleanup, some polishing. Or there's defects that will remove, like in the rotary, your defect removal is very fast. So,
Cool.
What do you
Can we
think?
show them the 1-inch?
Yeah, absolutely. So
I'll wipe off my polish here. That's really nice. I like that.
nope, it's this guy here.
Very nice. Yeah, let's see the 1-inch.
Yeah, so with the 1-inch here, we'll come back over and I'll have you grab a pad. You want to use the blue wool?
Yeah.
Okay.
These are the cutest little pads, by the way.
Aren't they?
So cute.
So with the 1 inch, I'm going to use this in the rotary extension, okay? So I'm going to put this little plastic guard back on there. Again, it just lines up. It's got little arrows on the top there. And then it just snaps in. Again, ball bearings and magnets keep it in place. So you hear that click, that means you're snapped in all the way. The cute little blue wool pad. And just a little dab. Perfect.
There we go.
All right. So maybe like in this spot and then this area here. Turn it down a little bit.
So you like to use the extension because it keeps it a little bit further away. Obviously, you're doing a much smaller area.
More
right?
control, right? And more leverage to it. So I can angle it, I can tilt it, I can get right up on this edge. So smooth, super efficient.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Here, you want to try it?
Yeah.
I love that attachment. That's my favorite one. Behind door handles and the door cups. That's a great way. I know it's tough to do it. You probably want to move over, but we could, if you pull the handle out a little bit, you just got so much extra leverage with the long neck and then the extension on there. It's a perfect way to get into the small nooks and crannies, if you will.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very nice. That is super awesome.
Isn't it? So again, comes with the whole lineup, right? So in the 2 inch and the 1 inch, different pad pad accessories that you can get with it. So yeah, if you're familiar with the Formo Nano, you'd be happy with this one.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, before I let you go, I
Yes.
do want you to give a little plug, a little bit more on what you do for Rupes. So I know you travel around to different distributors and do trainings.
Yep.
And so tell the audience kind of primarily what Rupes trainings focus on.
Oh, you know, it could be anything really. So my focus is primarily on like 1 day trainings or even open houses and demo days, things like that.
Yeah.
Mostly on DA. We do some on the road with rotary and sanding, little spot sanding, but longer classes, bigger classes with more content, we like to host those at the Bigfoot Academy in Denver. But on the road, we just love to go out and meet people and really spend time getting hands-on with the new tools and having a lot of fun. Yeah.
And if you guys haven't seen the Bigfoot Academy, very cool facility.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
You got to get out there.
Yeah. And obviously you get to do everything from sanding to polishing. It's
and you get to use
amazing.
all the tools, like everything. We have it all there and you get to be hands-on with it. So, yeah.
So I've been asking everybody that I've been hosting this, what is your favorite Rupes product?
Oh gosh. I'm probably going to say the intermediate pad, which we did not bring with us, but that's probably my favorite pad because end product, because I can get so much done with it and I don't technically need a Rupes tool to use that pad, right? So that pad is just so versatile.
And that's the teal one, right?
That's the teal one.
So, like TRC is the official teal gang,
Teal,
right? The Watchers are the official teal gang. So if you haven't checked that out, you're going to want to check that out.
The intermediate pad,
awesome.
it's a super fabulous one-step approach. It gets things done really fast. Yeah.
Very, very cool. All right. Well, Robin, thank you so much for being here.
Go see Jason.
Now I'm going to go join Jason over at the table, but we will bring you back for the Q&A at the end.
Yes.
And this was awesome. I can't wait to open mine. I'm so excited. All right. I'm going to sneak over here and find Jason.
Here I am.
Welcome. Come up to my table.
Glad we could get the girls together to do this.
Yeah, right? Okay, so for those who don't know, this is Rupes' newest employee. What's your name?
Jason Rose, yes.
All right, some of you may or may not know him, but this is Jason Rose. I'm super excited for you to be here.
I'm glad to be here too. It's a pleasure.
And how many times have you been here? 4? 5?
Oh, at least 4.
Okay.
But
nice.
yeah.
So he knows exactly what he's doing. So what do you have for us today? I'm super excited about this.
Here to feature our new product. It's our new DA Ultrafine Polish.
Okay.
And it's an addition to our Bigfoot polishing system, which most of you know about already, but our DA coarse, DA fine, and now there's this
and
not
does
a third
this,
step, but
does
an
this
additional
replace
product.
the other one? Or
Talking about Uno Pure.
yes,
Yeah.
Uno, yeah.
So Uno Pure, a lot of people know about that. That was our finishing product, and it still is. This is integrated into our DA system. The Uno Pure was positioned for any tool, any pad.
Okay.
So it's much more versatile product.
Yeah.
This one's very specific to the dual action system.
Okay. Very cool. And you have kind of a newer, I mean, for those who may not know, we have a little bit newer of a tool, right?
Yeah, the Mark V.
Mark V, yeah.
Yep, quieter, smoother, more powerful.
Yeah.
It's an upgrade from our Mark III.
Yeah. Even though the Mark III was great, right?
Yeah.
I do love the Mark III, but the Mark V is, just, how everything just gets a little more refined.
Yeah, we're always working on improvements. So the DA Ultrafine is meant to be paired with a very specific foam pad. So these two work together as a system. It's important for everybody to understand that. It's not just a polish we're throwing out into the universe, but these two work together to get that result.
Okay.
So we have a new formula foam pad.
Okay.
You'll see it as our DA Ultrafine white foam, and then a new formulation for ultrafine finishing.
Okay.
Now this product is not only to be a final finishing polish. Like some people do sanding and polishing, and then they polish, and then they do an ultrafine polish. So this product fits into that kind of procedure.
Okay.
But it's also meant to be the go-to for softer, delicate paint.
Okay.
So in that situation where you've done a test spot and you find out, oh my gosh, this is hazing a lot, or I'm getting a towel scratch on the paint, then you know, okay, I'm on really soft paint.
Like Black Mustang.
So this is the go-to. So when you understand that you're on soft paint, put everything else down, go straight to this combo, and it doesn't matter the severity of the defects, because a lot of detailers make this mistake of they see lots of layers of scratches, and they instantly go to their mind and say, oh, I better bring out the big guns, my heavy compound, my strongest pad. But that visual on lots of defects, if you think about it, one potential reason for a lot of defects is soft paint. It scratches easy.
And sometimes you make a bigger headache for yourself trying to clean it up.
Trying to chase it around, and then you got a haze you're chasing.
Right.
So here's the key to this. This is a good second or third step in a process, but it is your go-to for soft paint.
And can you use this with a more aggressive pad, or do you like it?
You can, but when you're on soft paint, you really should do this pair. Because they're made to finish off on soft paint.
And I like to request stuff, right? So I know you guys, like to do like the matching pad with the bottle. I think that's great. It keeps it really simple. But so if we grab this, which we just talked about this a minute ago, the intermediate pad. So when will there be a teal polish? I know I'm asking this for the audience. Asking for a friend. When will there be?
I don't know about that. We can add some
you know.
food coloring to this if you want it.
Well, maybe make a note.
Well, we actually,
for
for those of you that know our system going back for years, we did have a green combo at one time. So there's our blue combo, blue cap liquid with blue pads, yellow combo with yellow everything. Oh, blooper time. And then this pad is meant to like be in between. So yeah, there's a potential.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So blue and yellow, when you add those colors, you get.
Yeah.
Green.
Well, you can tell whoever listens that I wouldn't mind a teal polish.
Oh, okay.
Maybe like in the one-step area. I really am a big fan of one-steps.
For the note takers out there.
Yeah.
New product idea.
Yeah. There we go. I knew they were going to ask, so I was just being ahead of the game.
Yeah.
All right, so what are you going to show us today on the side of Carson's truck? He's given us the permission to polish on his truck.
Yeah, so in this case, we don't have a target defect on this car, and we actually haven't done a test spot, so I don't even know if it's soft paint or not. But we're going to just do a demonstration so you can see
it's like real life
combo work.
Test combo. Yeah, perfect.
If you can grab
I'll grab your towel.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to find a flat spot just to do this demo. And the first thing I'm going to demonstrate is our priming method. So we're going to put some polish.
This is one of those triggering things. So I really want you to dive in deep on this and explain why you like to prime this way, because this is something I see pop up a lot online.
There's
how to prime
actually a lot of controversy about priming or not priming. Now
Dotting,
with our system, I would say definitely prime, and especially with this combo, because you got to remember the scenario. You're doing a final finish polish. So you've already compounded, you've already removed defects, and now you're just doing a final haze removal or kicking up gloss. Or you're on soft paint, and in that case, you got to make sure this pad is very well primed. Reason is any dry parts of this pad, and it doesn't matter this pad or anybody's pad, any brand, any dry parts that you begin on your first application is going to be a little bit aggressive from this dry pad material on the paint.
Oh, sure.
Especially with a large orbit tool doing its thing. So if you want the best performance, what we call peak performance, if you want that on the very first application, we're going to force prime this. So those of you that are athletes, it's kind of like the stretching and the movement that you do before a triathlon.
Sure. Yeah.
We're getting the pad ready to do the work. That's what this is for.
Very cool.
So we're going to take one spot here. This is not actually going after defects or doing the application. We're going to put the tool on speed 2, and we're going to leave the tool in one stationary area.
Right.
Count in your head to 20 seconds. And what this does is it warms up the materials, the foam and the liquid.
Okay.
And it takes this pattern that we put on here and spread it thin and even across the foam. That's
Very
our
good.
goal.
Okay, love that. So count to 20. Okay.
Which you just interrupted me, so
I'm sorry. We're at 11.
11. So the important thing though is put a little bit of pressure down, because remember you're trying to warm things up.
Trying to get it warmed
Now
up.
this 20 seconds of polishing here is also an early read on the paint response.
Yeah.
Like how hard is this paint? How soft is it?
Yeah.
So this can kind of give us an early read, but the important thing is that the X pattern we put on here, you can begin to see it spreading across the pad. I don't know if this picks up on the camera, but this thin and even product spreading, you can see it's beginning to go into these dry areas. And I don't think we're fully primed yet, because there's dry pad, dry pad, dry pad. So I'm going to reload a little bit, but I'm going to focus on those areas.
Now, while you're doing that, tell the folks at home why you don't do the dot, dot, dot all over the paint. We see that a lot.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about they do this kind of thing.
Yeah, they
all
love to do that,
and then they start spreading.
Yeah.
Okay. I've seen that, and it's actually, it's a technique born out of decades ago from a rotary application.
Yes.
And back then, the whole conversation about diminishing abrasives and all that stuff. So contemporary products, including this one, don't need that application method, and in fact, it's probably working against you.
Yeah.
So, and here's what I like to explain. So this fluid, you can already see that it's drying up
out,
around the edges. So in the bottle, not just Rupes, but anybody's bottle. In this bottle, there's a pantry of ingredients. There's abrasives, there's oil, there's solvent, there's water, there's binding agents, there's fragrance and color. I just gave away the formula to everybody's polish. Oops. You can delete that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So all those ingredients in this bottle, in that bottle, in everybody's bottle. So when you do this, if you pat this down like this, and by the way, the ambient temperature and humidity has a big role.
Sure.
But this stuff, the solvents immediately outgas. Water begins to evaporate. Oils begin to dive into the porosity of the paint. So instantly, this is already doing something.
Right.
And what happens when you blot this around and then you start polishing here, by the time you get over there, it's a different product.
Right. Yeah.
It's now not the same product you started with.
Right.
So our recommendation is keep the juice, keep the good stuff between the pad and the paint.
Sure.
And don't let it air out like this.
Yes. Very
So,
good.
yeah.
I love that.
You're
Got
my
it?
You're my Vanna.
Yep. I love being Vanna.
So we're going to switch to speed 4 and ignore that. So we're going to short cycle this, or I don't know if you can hear me over the tool, but
Probably.
so our normal recommended application is about 45 to 60 seconds of an application.
Okay.
But with this product, we're recommending 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
And the reason for that is on final finishing or on soft paint, you don't want to overwork the paint.
Okay.
So 30 seconds or less, and the softer the paint is, the less application time. So there have been times where the paint's so soft, you do one pass this way and another back and then stop.
Okay.
Because if you did another pass, you end up hazing it because
Oh.
the paint's so soft.
Okay.
So short cycling is the key to this product.
That's good to know.
And by the way, it helps you finish the car faster.
Yes.
So one of the biggest mistakes I see a lot of detailers do on final polishes is they overwork the paint. and they end up creating a new defect. So.
And I think that's important. I think that, here at the Rag Company, we have lots of different brands, lots of different products. And I do think it's important that it's one thing I try to stress in trainings is that always follow the recommended, use of the manufacturer, because they're not all the same. They're not all going to work the same. And so I see a lot of people say, well, that doesn't work, or this dried out, it became really, dusty. And so you do need to make sure that you always follow the manufacturer's recommendations for work time.
This is so important, Sydney, because you're right. All these bottles have different, strategies on how they're designed to be applied. So pay attention to what the manufacturer says. And if they say apply in 1 minute or 30 seconds, then please do that, because the reality of this kind of stuff with compounds and polishes is that the chemist can tune. They can tune cycle time, they can tune abrasive behavior, all that stuff is dialed in. So the more information you have from the company telling you how to apply it, that's the best way to go.
The more successful you're going to be, definitely. Very cool.
This is your go-to for soft paint. Absolute combo for soft paint, but also
do you want me to get a light
finishing.
to check your work, or?
You can. We have there we go. Beautimus.
Look at that. Not that there was a ton of defects. Like Carson still needs to do this whole car, but you can kind of see definitely, I can see brighter, right? You can see where it brightened up the paint.
One thing you could look at if you can tune in on,
and I can definitely see,
so that scratch. So one thing I want to tell the viewers is that this product is not designed to remove scratches. It will not. Okay, it's not designed to do that. But it will finish up on the haze, on the micro marring and things like that. That's the only defect it was designed to remove, is a really, really fine haze mark.
So it did a pretty darn good job, though.
Any deeper scratches in there, they're not going to go after that.
But it definitely, I can definitely tell a difference from right here to right here. I mean, if I get really close, I can see the scratches way down deep, but it actually did a pretty darn good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Itself.
I've done this a couple times.
Well, you're getting there. You're getting there, Jason.
So that's our new DA Ultrafine polish. It's currently available, currently being sold. So it's a great combo for people for final finishing. Those delicate, haze-prone, any problem paints, especially on non-metallic black, it's a rock star.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Well, do we want to talk about this tool real quick since we're here? Just because it's out here, this is a big favorite among this crew. So
so this is also
I call it the high heel, but you can call it whatever is official.
Italian engineering. Can you tell? So this is our Hybrid Mini. It's in our Hybrid family, and for those of you that may not be familiar, Hybrid to us is our sub-brand. That means the tool that can be used with a battery or a cord. So it's one tool that's corded and battery. That's what Hybrid means to us. But this is a 3-inch platform, obviously, and it has a on and off switch. This is actually.
You look surprised when you did that. Surprise! It turned on. Surprise!
This is for shipping, so that this trigger can actually work.
Remember, he's new here.
This is a safety feature built into my first day.
It's all right. We're here for you.
So this is actually a safety feature to avoid accidental actuating the tool. But it goes from 0 to 6. Now this tool is also edge work like the Nano that you just showed, but into areas where 3-inch is actually very appropriate. And it can also do headlight restoration.
Love
it can
for
do spot sanding. It's just a very versatile tool. And because it's battery, you don't have that cord to drag around.
Love it.
Power horse. You missed a spot, Jason.
What? Oh yeah, I've never heard that before.
While you guys were busy on that door, I found some dirty laundry, dirty pads.
Those are dirty pads.
Dirty pads, right? They're gross, right?
Wow.
That looks like what, a brown single stage car you did?
It's a red oxidized dirty single stage. Yeah, and they've been sitting around drying up from New York to here. So I want to try to clean them out, right?
Say, what do we do about that?
Okay. So we're going to talk about the new air gun, right? New air jet.
I actually have not seen this yet, so I'm very excited.
Really?
Have not seen it.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's going to get noisy.
Okay, so what's its official name? Because I just name everything what I want to, but what's the official name?
Air jet cleaning gun.
Okay.
Put this down
Air jet cleaning gun.
Yeah. or we could just call it the Rupes gun, because
Yeah.
it does say Rupes on it, right? So,
Very cool.
so this blows, creates that vortex, like we've seen on a lot of blowers, right? But the cool part about this is it's got the vac attached to it, and we've got our vacuum from Rupes set up here. So we're not blowing dust and debris. So all of this dirty stuff, compound, spent, if it's clear coat, or in this case, single stage, we're not blowing that all over our shop and the vehicle, because there's nothing worse than when you get done, you know, polishing the car, and now you got to go clean the car again.
Right.
So this
Well,
is a great
plus,
one.
sorry to interrupt, but
Yep.
a lot of larger scaled up shops, they're doing multiple services, including PPF and window tint, things like that. So when you're blowing pads, which is actually important that you do this, and it's good to use compressed air. That's the best method. But this is a way of doing that in the shop so that the dust doesn't fly around into
Right.
other areas
Oh,
where
yeah,
you don't
sure.
want it.
It's controlling
yeah.
it. So
Yeah.
you can hook this up to our vacuum. This is again the Rupes vacuum, or it does hook up to any shop vac. So it comes with three different
so it doesn't
attachments
work
here.
with any other vacuum but the Rupes.
Just
No,
Rupes.
Just
right?
kidding.
You have to
Just
get a
kidding.
Rupes.
That was so yesterday. The jokes, Jason. That was so yesterday.
We're not doing that on the last day? I thought we were bringing the hot
I
jokes.
promise you the jokes are going to get worse.
Yeah,
Okay.
dad jokes.
All right.
Dad jokes. So,
So
I'll just,
any vacuum, any
Yeah.
vacuum.
I'm going to blow it out real quick. Again, it's getting noisy, but.
The vacuum just turned on.
So it's actually like. Oh! You can feel the suction, right? So let's try it again.
Okay. Wow, that's pretty cool.
Now you can adjust the air with this collar here. So you can actually make the vacuum
Oh, if
stronger
it's like
or weaker.
sucking too hard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but see how all that debris gets trapped
Yeah.
in this
Yeah.
cone here,
Yeah.
right? It's gross.
Yeah.
And so you can take this apart and clean each piece too, and you can, you know, adjust the angle. So this is like a little set screw here. So you would turn this, and you can use this on an interior of a vehicle or carpets, upholstery,
Yeah.
things like that, mats and things.
Okay.
So
You
instead
just
of
went to
blowing
the
the
beach
dirt,
and now
Right.
you got sand
So you
everywhere.
could use that to vacuum. your
absolutely. So
car.
take this in the car with
Okay.
you, and instead of just blowing the dirt and debris throughout
Yeah.
the vehicle,
Yeah.
you're sucking it up. Ooh, if
Very
it stays attached, yeah. Yeah. So that's that.
Cool. Awesome.
I won't use it again because it's noisy, but I mean, it did. I mean, those are caked on there.
Yeah.
So they've been sitting around.
Can
a
we
while.
do the foam? I
You-
want to see what happens on the foam.
on the foam one? Yeah. Yep.
So this is something that definitely, like when I first started detailing, you know, I would wash the pads in between using them. And what I really found is like, and I know this is like one of those to each your own thing, but I don't like adding water to my pads.
Same.
I just don't. I would rather
It's
have
added
more
weight.
pads. Yeah.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
the tool, like we talk about this in our trainings even, but the tool is perfectly balanced for the weight of the pad and the compound.
Yeah.
And you go adding tons more moisture
Yeah.
and weight, even if
Yeah.
you let it sit and dry overnight, if it's not completely dry, it's just
Yeah.
creating a different, you know, balance.
It's just,
Yeah.
yeah.
So-
Inconsistency.
yeah. So obviously, like
Right.
stained it,
Yeah.
but it's a lot cleaner, right?
But you could continue to use this pad. So yeah, even though it does still look crazy, like I can feel with my hands, there is not any debris or
Right.
compound anything on
And so
the
with
top.
that
Like,
one,
you could
bec-
totally keep using this
Because
pad.
it was so dried and caked on there. I mean, we
Yeah.
did it for demonstration
Right.
purposes,
Yeah.
obviously. But even if you just mist that with some water, just
Yeah.
on the face of
Yeah,
it, you're not
sure.
soaking it and
It'll
then
take
blow
a
it
lot
out.
more of
It'll
this.
take a lot more of that staining out of there.
Right.
So
So,
the key message there is the earlier you do your pad cleaning, the easier it's going
Yeah.
to be.
Yeah.
So do this device right
Sure.
as you're on the car. When
Yeah.
you just finish the car,
Yeah.
then clean. But you can see even microfiber, which grabs and holds things, it did a really good job cleaning microfiber.
Yeah.
And this would clean up more with a little mist of water.
You
and
know
then
what's better
this
than a
is
mist
really
of
good.
water?
rags to
Rags
riches.
to
It is. That's actually what I.
I
So
know.
a spritz
Yeah.
bottle of that. When I'm
Yeah.
done at the end of the day,
Yeah.
I would spray the
Yep.
face of these, let it sit for a few minutes, then
Yeah.
come back, blow them out,
That's exactly what I did.
and they're ready to go the next day.
Yeah.
If I wanted to put them in the washing machine, then go ahead and do that, and then
Yeah.
tumble dry even, if, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I'm just lazy and I don't want to
Yeah.
wait, and I want perfectly dry pads. So tumble dry for a while, and then let them air dry, finish up. I know you guys talked about this the other day, but face down, if you are letting them air dry, you don't want the water or moisture
Right.
sitting in that back
Yeah.
there. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I like to use the rags to riches. That does definitely make a big difference.
Yes.
Now we know there's lots of options on pad cleaning, but the main message here besides, you know, that we have this device to do it. Clean your pads, clean them frequently is super important. And it's not just a good idea, it's because it impacts the polishing performance. So when you're removing defects, you're removing paint that gets loaded on a pad, and now your cut and finish just goes out the window. So clean pads, clean them frequently.
Yeah.
A minimum of once per panel as you're polishing around a car. Minimum once per panel. Use this kind of approach.
Yeah. So I have a question. With the vacuum, like obviously it was a joke that you don't have to use a Rupes vacuum, but so if I'm just using my regular vacuum that I use for my normal detailing, would I expect like the compounds and stuff to build up? Like, should they have a dedicated vacuum even if it's just like a cheap shop vac, or?
I don't think it's any different than the dirt and dust that you're sucking up every day with your vacuum.
So it doesn't start to clog up or?
Well, not any more than any other dirt and debris, but if it's a concern, there's one thing you could do. Even the shop vacs from Home Depot or whatever, you can get that like one liner, the bag thing that goes over the filter.
Oh yeah.
That you use for moist. So you can put that on if you're concerned about it, because then that will trap any of this paint residue and compound residue.
Yeah. Okay. But otherwise, it's pretty easy to hook up to a standard. What size nozzle, vacuum nozzle does that? Is that like 1.5?
This is 1 1/4.
Yeah, 1 1/4.
But we give you in the box.
Oh, right. Okay.
So you get all these
adapters.
You get
for
4 different
vacuums.
attachments. With it.
So tell me, because I saw this when it came. Tell me how, when people order this, what things do they need to make sure they're looking at for their setup?
Just a vacuum.
Yes,
and air.
Oh, because these come automatically?
So let's talk about air. So these come with.
These are in the box.
Yep, these come with the gun. So all 4 of these rubber pieces come with this gun.
Obviously, it won't work for the big 2-inch vacuum.
Right.
Anything that's 1 inch, 1 1/4, 1 1.5. I think it's 1 3/8 is the other size.
Okay.
So yeah, all of those.
Okay.
But as far as air, you want, I think it's 6 CFM at about 65 to 90. You
Under
probably
90.
you don't want to go any more than
90.
90. So I think at my shop I'm at like 75 on mine.
Yeah.
And it creates enough pressure here, air pressure, air flow. And then you can, with our vacuum, you can turn the suction down, right? Which I think Jason talked about. But so you don't want anything over 90 PSI.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'll destroy your pad. I mean, you can if you blow your pads apart, and then you can buy more pads.
Now the suction.
Yep.
Like mine's like 150 inches lift. Is that too much?
Can you turn it down? Like this one, you can adjust.
This actually has a dial you can adjust it down, but on
because
your
I have it duct taped closed.
Okay, I do have a. I do have a cheat for that though. If the suction is too much, don't put it up against the face of the pad. Just hold it back up a little bit. Okay. It's still going to vacuum, right?
Because you're really just trying to capture
the reason
dust that you're blowing.
Exactly. The reason that I put it up against the face of it is so that I'm trapping all of it into the vacuum. If I pull it away, I don't have to worry about too much suction, but you'll use it a few times, you'll get used to it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
One last thing I want to say about this, because I'm happy to see that more detailers are adopting the blowgun method of pad clean, because it really is the fastest, most efficient way to get this debris off the pad. However, what that means with more users doing that is the shop cleanup and the dust flying around is one issue, but there's also a health concern.
Sure.
So when you're blowing this pad and that dust goes flying everywhere, you know, there's paint residue, compound residue, all kinds of things happening. And this helps you mitigate that so that you're not breathing that into your lungs.
Very good. Very good. I love it. I love the blowing out the pads. And I know several years ago that was a little bit difficult. Now the guns, the air tools have come
options.
So much further. So and I noticed personally just that my pads last so much longer. Than, you know, whether overusing them or getting them too hot. So I love that. So before we move on to Q&A, I want to talk about a couple more things. So do we want to say anything about these? And then I want to talk about this.
So this is our, you mentioned this first.
Okay, yeah.
So this is our entire system now. So our DA coarse, DA fine, and now DA ultra fine. This is a complete system. Now some people look at 3 products and they instantly mind goes to, oh, that's a 3-step system. And it could be, but the way this is designed with our DA polisher and our pads is it's really truly designed to be 1-step correction. It means finding the right combo after you do a test spot on your defects and your paint hardness, and then you take that combo and do that whole car in 1 step. That's the true intention of these. But a lot of people do multiple steps, and that's cool. We like selling products.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Now that.
Yeah.
So this is one of two sisters. There's Reveal Light and Reveal Strong. The Reveal Light is colored yellow. We have another identical bottle that's colored blue, Reveal Strong.
Yeah.
What these are paint cleaners, but different levels. So this is an alcohol-based product that goes after what we call non-durable residues.
Okay.
So things like dust and fingerprints and things that float on the car but don't stick, right? So if it's compound residue, polish residue, things like that. So, and it's also fantastic glass cleaner in a pinch.
Yeah.
So it's a kind of all-purpose surface cleaner,
Yeah.
but alcohol-based.
Yeah.
Amazingly awesome fragrance that people just absolutely love. You'll get hooked on this if you try it. Don't drink it.
Yeah.
So the other one is called Reveal Strong, which we don't have pictured here, but it's a blue colored
And it lives
bottle.
up to its name.
And it's
Very
strong.
strong, very strong. Yeah.
We're not kidding when we say
Yeah.
strong.
The examples of
Yeah.
where I use strong, tar removal,
Yeah.
sap removal, but
Yeah.
not like big areas, just small spots.
Yeah.
Adhesive removal, again, small areas, and I'm not spraying the surface, right?
Right.
I'm spraying
On the
the
towel,
towel
right.
first. I'm kind of like holding in place and wiping.
Yeah.
Strong is very strong. It will stain and etch into soft plastics.
Yeah.
Ask me how I know.
Yeah. You know what the
yeah.
worst thing about Strong though is that it smells so
It smells
good
great.
that you
Yeah.
want to keep using it. But
so does this one. This one
Yeah.
smells good. In fact,
Yeah,
we used
I-
it this morning and
yeah.
needed to clean off the tool. And
I know. I really
you know,
like the way
yeah.
the blue one
Yeah,
smells.
you can use it to clean off your countertops and
Yeah.
you know, anything in the shop.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say I do love it to
Yeah.
clean stainless steel.
Yeah.
Like I do take this in my house and clean
Absolutely.
stainless steel. It works very, very good. Okay, so before we get to Q&A, we're going to kill your mics.
Okay.
No one's going to hear you. It's just us talking.
Okay.
So I would like to know what's coming up. What's like in the
Oh,
pipeline.
this-
yes.
I
No
feel
one's
a
going to hear
trick.
you.
This is a tricky thing.
It's just amongst friends here.
Yeah.
So I just
We're
was
always
wondering-
innovating, Sydney. We are always innovating.
Yeah, you know I like secrets.
Yes.
I like to get the tea.
Yes.
That's what they sent me out here for. So spill it.
Wow, she's working us harder than they did
We'll
last
see you at
year.
SEMA.
Yeah, great, great. That's like 6 months from now.
Oh.
Nothing?
What can I say?
We're always
There is, I can say this much. There is definitely some new tools on the horizon.
Okay.
There is some new polishing pads on the horizon
Oh, okay.
that I'm super excited about.
Okay.
There is new liquids.
He is dropping things I didn't think we were going to drop today. So
She was trying to
okay.
lead in that we're always innovating. And you're like, well, let's see.
Well, we trained her to have that answer.
right, right.
We're continuously innovating, and that's what we're
answer.
doing.
Yeah.
But I can tell you
We like
there's some
Jason's
stuff.
answer.
There's stuff coming.
Okay, cool. So another big SEMA, right?
Yeah.
Gonna be
always,
fun.
Always.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
awesome.
I'm not
Very
thinking
good.
forward to that far advanced, but you know,
Okay.
it's fun.
It does come up fast though.
It's very fast.
All right. Well, thank you guys. This was absolutely amazing. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Rupes. Love it. I can't wait to get into my Nano. I've purposely been holding myself back from it.
Don't do that.
Well, I know, but I really wanted like my authentic, like, you know, so I have not even peeked inside the box. I wanted my authentic, like,
I ruined it. I'm sorry. I put
that's
it in your
okay.
hand today.
I bet mine looks
You're
different.
still
It's
gonna
fine.
be
I'm sure
very
you painted it
excited.
pink. It's all good. It's all good.
Teal.
Pink
Teal,
Nano
yes.
too.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if I've been sitting on it there for weeks
And
and I
you
open it
almost
up and
teal.
it's been like powder coated teal? Gosh, I would feel so bad. All right. Well, thank you, Jason and Robin, for being here with me. Dane, do we have any questions for these?
Yeah,
two
I've
fabulous
I've got about a page and a half to
Okay.
go through here, so there are a
Goodness.
few.
right,
Let me go ahead and
good.
pull up. I've had Native here. He's been asking for, kind of like some of these other guys, they've been asking every single day, just looking for somebody to help him. So I'm going to
Okay.
throw him up here first because he's been asking this a bit about his gloss vinyl wrap. He just wonders, what does Rupes recommend for polishing it, product, pad, and speed? And then he wonders, how many passes in all caps? So he's really concerned.
Okay.
Okay,
Perfect.
this and less passes is more.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
literally one up and
pass.
back and be done, because vinyl, a lot of people don't know this, but vinyl for automotive actually has a clear coat over it, has a clear
Yeah.
thing over the vinyl. So you polish it like paint. It's a polyurethane clear that's over this vinyl. So our least aggressive approach, so that you're not hazing that
Yeah.
vinyl, and then short cycle it, you'll be good to go.
Yeah, I actually
Excellent.
love that. I love that. And same
Okay.
with, can this be used on matte PPF? Would that be the same way? No?
No.
Okay, good. We
But
had that
PPF.
question yesterday, like me personally.
PPF,
so-
yes.
Okay.
Matte,
No.
Okay, very good.
All right, next up, I've got GT Details wondering, Rupes, is there an hybrid rotary 5 to 6 inch coming soon?
Wow.
That's mighty
We're always
specific.
innovating.
Look at Robin with the perfect canned answer. All right, moving along here.
I can,
We're gonna do like that whole facial recognition reading screen here.
No,
we
nothing
can
to see
neither
here.
confirm nor deny.
Poker face over here.
Perfect.
Right, yeah.
Look, a bird.
Smile and nod.
Oh, wow, crazy. You're indoors. All right, Michael Angelo, wondering what's a beginner Rupes he can get into. He did correct beginner Rupes afterwards.
Full size,
but,
definitely the Mark V.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yep.
Full size
Okay.
right there. Mark V 15 millimeter.
Easy way to
Another
do it.
choice for somebody's first Rupes tool is our Duetto, which is a smaller compact body style, but Duetto means two. It can sand and polish. That's a good starter tool. Another good one is our Melee gear driven, which is about this size, a little bit heavier, but it doesn't have the dual action, random orbital part to it. That's a good starter tool as well. Those three is what we recommend: the 15 millimeter Mark V, or the Duetto, or the Melee gear driven.
Yeah.
One of those you'll be happy with.
And I'm just going to plug their trainings again, right? Because I love this. I actually was on a phone call with somebody yesterday having this conversation about people doing paint corrections and how many people I personally had in trainings last year. And I think it was right around 110 people that came across my trainings that had never touched a polisher before. So I'm sure you guys see that too. So I can't stress enough, if you have the opportunity to attend a Rupes training, either in the field or at the Bigfoot Academy, I cannot stress that enough, because there's nothing better than getting to play with all the tools at the same time and finding out which one fits you. It's kind of just like shoes, right? Like Nike makes a million different types of shoes, but all of us have our favorites, right? They fit us different. We're more comfortable with them. And so I think I love that if you go to one of these trainings, you get to play with a lot of different tools and see which one fits you.
And
so
then you
definitely can't
also-
stress that enough.
Also get to learn our peak performance application method. So
Yeah.
just knowing the tool or the compound or the pad, but knowing how to put them together and get the best
I was
results.
going to add that too, even with their trainings, they're great for beginners, right? But also people who have been doing this a while, because
for
they
sure.
learn ways to become more efficient,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
This
for
pad
sure.
might change something in their lineup.
And just like the ... right? Like even there's, seasoned pros, but if they don't understand how technology has changed with both the tools and the liquids, you can really make yourself much more efficient, which efficiency just equals more money, right? So.
Oh, excellent. Now, I'm going to pull up another one here from Devin. He asked this a couple different times. Is Ultrafine the least abrasive pure polish on the market? Based on how you describe things, it did sound like Ultrafine was extremely specific, kind of a niche product almost.
Yeah, we have actually tested this product against all the other products in the category. This, by the way, is a 2-year project.
Okay.
This did not come quick. But we've tested against other ultrafine polishes on the market, and you're absolutely right. This will not remove as many deeper scratches as some of the other polishes on the market, and we are okay with that because this is the solution for soft paint where a lot of people are struggling. And again, I'll go back to they're overworking the paint on this particular type of paint. So this combo, the pad and the liquid, is made to go after a very, very, very fine haze mark. And that's it. That's the depth of the mark it goes after.
Perfect.
So, and I just want to touch on this really quick, because obviously I've worked with a lot of manufacturers. I've, done development of this stuff. And I think that is kind of indicative of where we've come. So several years ago, 5 to 7 years ago, the focus was on hard paint. Everybody was like, make us something that'll cut faster on hard paint. So everything kind of trended that way. So I love this, because then we all kind of kept getting ourselves in pickles, right? Where we were like,
oh, there she goes with the pickle thing again.
I know. It would be my segment if we didn't mention the pickle. So I love that we have this now to focus on the softer paints, because I think over the years we did put a lot of emphasis on the hard paint because we had Mercedes.
And there's another trend in paint hardness that I've been measuring the last 6 years, but the gap between really hard paint and really soft is now widening on brand new cars. You get brand new cars in, and now this range of hard and soft is getting wider. So we need products and systems to address both ends of that.
For sure.
No, that definitely helps. Makes sense. So I've got Going Detailing here, I guess kind of like going fishing. Will Rupes sell the Nano 2 in a kit that contains all the extensions but without all the pads and polishes? A lot of people already have pads and polishes, but they still want those extensions.
We do have the full deluxe kit, which is what this person's referring to, that has the polish and pads and the adapters and the tool and the chargers and the batteries and everything. And then we also have a part number that is the tool only with the battery.
Two batteries, and charger.
So that would be the one that you would want, and then you can also order the extension kit on its own. So there's the answer.
Okay, excellent. Then I've got H. Gleason here saying, what is the shelf life on a new unopened bottle, almost said box, of Rupes compound? I don't think you'd want a box.
We formulate stuff. It really depends on where that bottle is, where it lives. But if it's unopened and sealed, we give it a 5-year shelf life, and that's in an environment that's room temperature. The way I like to say this is if you are comfortable in the environment that this bottle is in, then this bottle is going to be fine for at least 5 years. But as soon as you throw it into freezing or you throw it into like super hot temperatures, it should be okay if it's sealed. But once it freezes, there's some of our products, not all of them, that when you go through a freeze thaw, it will lose viscosity, and that's just because of chemistry and what happens. I can explain the science, but don't have to. Just
not today, Jason. Not today.
Don't get into this.
All right, next question.
If you're cold, they're cold.
Okay.
Bring him inside.
That's right. Bring him inside.
Oh, boy. Okay, so we've got fan favorite, the one who shall remain nameless. We always give him a name, so I'm going to ask Robin or Jason, one of you, please provide this man with a name, and then we can ask his question.
Ask the man.
So we always give him a name. Somebody on the show every day.
Just make it up.
His name is the one who shall remain nameless. So we give him a name.
Tail end, because all I can see is the tail end of his truck.
Oh, wow.
Okay, tail end. Wow.
There we go. Tail end.
You had to go there.
Well, it happened. So,
where's the pickle
Okay.
again?
That's not on anybody's bingo card.
So tail end asks, blowing out pads is better than pad washer? So we just wasted our money on pad washers?
I think there's a place for the pad washers, and that would be at the end of the day or end of the week when you've got a stack of pads, right? So I'm going to clean these pads out on the fly with my blower and vac. I'm going to do that on the fly while I'm using them. At the end of the day, I'm going to blow them out again. This is probably when I'm going to spritz them with the rags to riches that we talked about, and then put them in a bucket, either with water or without. If I'm going to wash them right away, it's going to be with some water, a little bit of vinegar if I want, dump it into my washing machine, and run it on full cycle that way. So if you don't have a washing machine and you have a pad wash bucket, that would be the time to do that. So at the end of the day, when you've got a stack of them or a week, go through and use them with the washing machine or the pad washer at that point.
All right.
I want some more tail end questions.
Well, hey, you never know when they're going to pop up, but that's his name all day today. You just gave him a permanent stamp for name.
It sticks with him the whole day.
We're going to call him that all day. So, okay, Okasampola here saying, how about satin PPF? Kind of related to our gloss, wrap question from earlier. They were asking just a follow-up regarding a satin PPF. So if you have any nuanced take on that.
The question I'm assuming is, how do you polish it?
Can you polish it?
Yes. So any material that is intended to be semi-gloss or matte, or in this case satin, when you do machine polishing, it does modify that surface. So, and it's like permanently modified. This frictional heat and all the abrasives in the compounds, it will change that surface. So the short answer is no, don't do that. This is a material that was intended to have a certain texture, a certain look to it, and by machine polishing, you modify that. I actually just got a call this morning about this. Somebody was on a boat that had matte finish clear coat on the boat. It wasn't PPF.
Wow.
But they had, dock rash and things rubbed up against us, and they're like, we tried to polish it and it made it shiny. We're like, well, yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. Yep.
So it's interesting, this whole space about matte finishes, whether it's painted on or film or whatever, there is a non-corrective side to it, because if you try to correct it, it modifies the surface.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy.
That's the best possible answer we could look for there. I think that's very fair.
They're really going to push it test spot. Test spot in inconspicuous area.
Yeah.
Which can be tough if it's on PPF, because maybe it's selectively placed in areas that are, pretty visible.
Yep.
Okay, we've got Hans here. He's going to be my last question I'm allowed to ask, because we are a little short on time. But I think this is an appropriate way to talk about trainings, etc. You guys, just go ahead and take it away from Hans.
Yeah, we all do. Yes.
Call my secretary.
Can you stop by on Sunday? Or?
Just wanted to know about that.
Got to at least check out the rupesusa.com events tab. There's always new stuff going there.
Yeah. Hans, you could always come here.
Yeah.
That's an option,
come on
too.
over, Hans. Come on.
Yeah.
Just a short little John over from the Netherlands. Nothing too complicated. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, guys. You've been fantastic. Robin, Jason, Sydney. Always appreciate having you guys in the building. And don't be strangers. Come by more often. We love having you guys here.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Dane.
We'll include Hans next time. No, don't worry. All right. So now that takes us to our next segment of this morning as we lead our way through the final day of TRCMA. And coming up next, we've got, we are the rag company after all, a real deep dive into the world of microfiber. So I hope you're ready for that. Coming up next.
Today, we are going back to the basics of the different types of microfiber towels. You're probably wondering, why are there different types of microfiber towels? And the answer is quite simple. Different purposes, because when it comes to cleaning, when it comes to wiping things, there are different types of weaves and different types of blends of microfiber that can make all the difference in the world. As we say here, different strokes for different folks, or different wipes for different types. So how this is going to work is we're going to be breaking this down into different categories of microfiber towels. So we're going to start off with the all-purpose category. Let's do it. The Rag Company all-purpose microfiber towels are significantly different than the all-purpose towels that you would pick up in a big box store. And the reason for that is that the type of yarn that we use is going to be significantly nicer than anything that you can buy in a store. We're also going to use different types of weaving when it comes to making these towels to make them more structurally sound and make them last longer. All-purpose towels, what do you use them for? Well, again, anything and everything. Now in automotive detailing, this could be exterior use, this could be interior use. You can even use these on glass if you want to. They're durable, they're easy to grab and go and clean just about anything with. So for example here, I have different types of all-purpose towels here. For example here, we have the Spectrum 420 towel, right? A really cool towel that actually has a butter soft suede edge and is dual-sided. So it's got a plusher terry weave side and then a shorter nap terry weave side. Now, when I say terry weave, do I mean like terry cotton? No, terry is just a type of weave. It's the structural composition of that type of weave when they take that yarn and weave it. So when I refer to terry, I'm not referring to cotton, I'm just referring to the type of weaving that it actually is. We also have the creature edgeless here, which is also a terry style weave, and it's also dual piled. But the difference between this one and this one is that this has an edge on it and this is edgeless. Now, when it comes to picking whether or not you want an edge towel or an edgeless towel, this is all personal preference. When you add an edge to a towel, it's actually going to increase the overall weight of the towel. It's also going to increase the flop of a towel. So when I refer to the flop, I mean the actual flop in which an edge will flop over. And so this makes the towel just kind of fold easier. It makes it feel a little bit more robust, where other people don't like any edges and want it to be lightweight and very easy to manipulate. So for that, an edgeless design is usually great for that. And then I have an all-purpose towel here that actually has an edge on it. Now, this is probably going to look most similar to what you would see in a big box store, but the difference between our style of all-purpose looking towel in the big box stores, again, is going to be the blend of microfiber. When it comes to identifying blends of microfiber, the best way to do this is to look at the back of the packaging and look at the polyester to polyamide count. Now, when you go to a big box store, your polyester is going to be probably a pretty high number. It's probably going to say like 90% or 95%. And then your polyamide is going to be a very low number, 5% or 10%. Well, fun fact, the polyamide portion of the yarn is going to be the most expensive. When you see a towel that has anything higher than, let's just say, 20% polyamide, you know that that is going to be a pretty good towel, because when it comes to the actual differences between polyester and polyamide, polyester is going to give the towel most of the body. Polyamide is going to be able to increase the absorbency of the towel and softness of the towel. So most big box stores are going to sell you a 95-5, a 98-2, a 90-10 blend, whereas our starting blend with our all-purpose towel category starts at 80-20. So meaning that you are getting a significantly softer and more absorbent towel than you would possibly ever get at a big box store. So an 80-20 blend is the Rag Company's starting point, but we actually have the highest abundance of 70-30 blend towels, pretty much I think across the board of any microfiber manufacturer and or reseller. Now, you know what's crazier than all these different microfiber towel types is the fact that you're not subscribed to the Rag Company YouTube channel. Please subscribe down below, because we put a lot of effort into this and hopefully you get something out of it, but we also we want to see you around more. We want to see you hanging out. Leave a comment down below, give us a like. But yeah, definitely subscribe for sure. Now, in the all-purpose category, I've put a couple other different types of towels in here that I want to highlight on. Pearl weaves, these are going to be kind of the preferred choice when it comes to auto detailing, specifically using the towels to level a product like a ceramic coating. For this, we need a towel that is going to be able to be streak-free, but also be able to have some good bite to it. And bite really comes down to the initial impact that the towel makes on the surface. When I say bite, I say it like it's doing the job faster and I don't have to like scrub it around. Like one pass, it's got good bite. 2 passes, probably still has good bite. 3 or 4, the bite's not so great and I feel like I'm just kind of moving product around. But pearl weaves are going to be an 80-20 blend for the most part, because it's not necessary to have a 70-30 blend, as most coatings, we're trying to leave more on the surface, less in the towel, so we don't need to really absorb that much. So some of our pearl weaves will be 80-20, but we do have a really cool example here of a 70-30 blend towel that is also a pearl weave that you get a lot of bang for the buck. Now, the next thing I want to cover here when it comes to all-purpose towels is going to be the GSM, which is going to be the grams per square meter. Now, this is going to be the overall weight and density of the towel per the size of the towel. The biggest thing about grams per square meter, or the GSM of a towel, is to really note that that number doesn't really mean a whole lot on its own. It only means something when you actually cross-reference the blend of the towel, right? Going back to 70-30, 80-20, the size of the towel, or the weave of the towel. So GSM, it means something, but only really when you're comparing it to the other comparables in the overall structure of the towel. So with that said, GSM is going to play a little bit more of an important role later down the line once we get to the drying towels. I just want to hit it right off the bat. GSM is not as important as you think it is. Before we move on to the plush category, you're probably asking, Anthony, you've just said a lot of different things. You've word vomited in microfiber. How do we even identify which all-purpose towel that we should get? If you are in automotive detailing and you are looking for a great all-around microfiber towel that's just durable, it's going to last you a long time, and it's just kind of hard to kill, I think that the Edgeless 365, right, is going to be one of the best towels to start with, because this resembles something that most of you have probably used, but you've probably never used a towel that's this absorbent, because this is a 70-30 blend. Now, if you're also into automotive detailing and you're looking for something that kind of has a multi-purpose to it, like meaning you can use it for soft surfaces like paint that's really delicate, or you can use it for interior cleaning, I think that the Creature Edgeless or the Spectrum is a great place to start there, because you get a short nap terry weave on one side and a longer on the other, so you can kind of use it for different needs. Now, when it comes to house cleaning and general use, I think that a lot of house cleaners probably have never experienced a pearl weave, and for that reason, I would highly recommend it, because I think pearl weaves, again, are extremely durable. Most of them are an 80-20 blend, but because of that, they are going to be a little bit more affordable as well. And so I tell people Pro Weaves are great for general house cleaning, and they have some good bite to it, some good scrubbing power. So if you're cleaning a house and you're trying to remove something off some countertops or whatever, Pros are gonna be great for that. Now, there's also gonna be all-purpose towels, which I recommend as well. But for anybody that's like microfiber, just not savvy, like they don't wanna have to think about it or do anything, they just want something to show up that they can use, this is what you give them. You say, hey, these are ripping rags, use them. Rip them, use them, abuse them, wash them, reuse them, and just keep it going. They will love you for forever because it can't get any easier than starting here. Bam, great towels at a great price in a convenient box. So that's gonna be it. Let's move on to the plush stuff. This is a category that I think is very fun because plush microfiber towels really change the way most people think about microfiber once they feel them. And I love seeing people's first reaction when they feel a plush microfiber because it's way different than they expect. Plush microfiber towels, what are they for? I like to think of these towels as your delicate surface towels. It doesn't just have to be automotive detailing. The way I see it is that whatever we are wiping, if it is something that scratches easily, that's something that I address with these towels in front of me here. When it comes to plush weave microfiber towels, there's a visual difference and there's obviously a feel difference. So how does that actually work? Well, the actual microfiber itself is still the same yarn that we've used for other different types of towels. It's woven in a way where the towel is more effective at sucking dirt up and in and away from the surface. Because when you have a plush towel like this and all of these fibers are spread out like this, it basically gives that dirt an area to kind of insert itself, right, in a safe way while keeping it away from the surface of the thing that you are wiping. It's like jumping into a pile of feathers, right? You jump into a pile of feathers and what happens, you sink down into the pile of feathers and everything that's around you kind of disperses up, and before you know it, you are now level with the rest of the feathers that you are sitting in. Hence why I can throw my hand into the towel and leave an imprint there. So I didn't really address this in the all-purpose towel category, but I think I'm gonna address it here because I think it's more applicable in the plush category. And that is going to be the pros and cons of plush microfiber towels. So a pro here is that they are going to be safe and delicate on virtually all surfaces. Now, blend has a lot to do with this in terms of the overall softness and the safeness of the towel along with the absorbency, but it's not everything, right? So still a 90-10 blend of an ultra plush towel, it's not necessarily that it's going to be damaging, it may not be very effective at wiping up that surface, but the weave itself is the biggest benefit, right? So that is the biggest pro, is going to be the weave type. The other pro there is that due to the weave type, it's going to be able to reduce your pressure points, meaning that when you have a plush towel like this and you are wiping, it means that your individual pressure points from your fingers are making less contact with that surface. It's dispersing that more. So when you're wiping, you're actually getting a more even wipe and something that's less likely to scratch. It's kind of not the end all be all because it really kind of depends on what you're wiping. Now the cons of the ultra plush category, lint. So lint is going to be something that happens due to the style of weave that these are. And the reason for that is that this weave, right, there's so many thousands of little fibers sticking up that there's a chance that some of those fibers can get brittle, right, due to just physical wiping and or the chemical that you're using. And if those become brittle, then there's a chance that possibly those fibers could break off and end up on the surface. Lint on the surface is not ideal, but it is not harmful. Lint is not going to scratch your vehicle. Lint is, gonna look unsightly, but I would much rather have lint on a surface than I would scratches. Some people see lint and go, oh my gosh, it's the end of the world. Like, there's lint coming from this. The lint will go away. The lint will blow away. The lint will wash away. And then the other con is that they're not good at everything. These are not an all-purpose towel, meaning that if I wanted to scrub a fabric with these towels, that's gonna be a bad time. If I'm gonna clean glass with them, they'll do an okay job, but any type of rough surface, they're just not going to be great at. So I tell people delicate surfaces, delicate paint, delicate interiors, things around the house, things like that, these are amazing at. So where should you start? Well, we have a couple different towels here with some different recommendations. Where I typically tell people to start is with the Eagle Edgeless. This right here, it's our flagship towel. It's one of the towels that first sold me when I got into plush towels. And this is going to be one of the best experiences that we sell, and it comes in multiple different colors, which is great as well. But if you're looking for something with an edge on it, you can pick up like the Wolfpack towel, which is gonna have a buttersoft suede edge on it. You can pick up something like the Minx here, which is gonna be a coral fleece plush weave, great for rinseless washing. It's great when it's wet. And then lastly, the little eaglets are really nice as well. So these are like a miniature Eagle Edgeless here, but they're very small, and you can use these for just kind of fine cleaning. That is going to wrap it up for our plush category. Now let's go ahead and jump into some glass. Jumping into the glass cleaning category, because I know that many of you love cleaning glass, right? The answer is probably no. You probably hate cleaning glass. And the biggest reason for that is that you find that your process still leaves streaks. All of us have the exact same problem when it comes to cleaning glass, and we can unify ourselves with the same problem. But what I have in front of me here will get you closer to your goal of having perfect glass. The thing is that the technique is also just as important as the products that you are using. So while I can say that these will do a really good job at cleaning glass and will do a better job than most things out there, I can't change your technique. So the technique is also another big thing. And for that, we actually have some great window cleaning technique videos to get you closer to that end goal as well. But let's talk about the different types of weave when it comes to glass cleaning, why these are important. Now, one of the first towels that we produced that had the best results on glass was the waffle weave towel. Now, this particular towel is called the Dry Me a River, and this waffle weave towel right here was unique because this was a 70-30 blend that also had a decent amount of density and a decent amount of bite to it. So when you have a towel that's going to absorb and it's going to have a good initial bite to it, it's going to do a good job at removing that first few passes of liquid. Due to the weave, we're also going to leave behind a streak-free finish. I wanted just to highlight that because a lot of people love this towel, but then people wanted something that was a little bit more specific towards glass cleaning and kind of felt like the final finishing of what newspapers used to feel like, because people don't know this, but newspaper glass cleaning was a thing for a long time, which is going to be the premium glass, a 70-30 blend towel with an overlock stitch edge on it. This is just a great towel for final streak-free finishing, and it's also great on chrome. Then over here, we decided to change things up with this style of weave and go to what's called a diamond weave. So this is essentially taking a herringbone weave and then going one way with a stitch and going another way with a stitch to create these diamonds. But in doing so, the overall density of the towel did increase by just a little bit, but we found that just the general amount of bite that the towel had was increased. Now in front of me here is what's left of what I think is the best option and probably the fastest option for most people, and that is going to be the twist loop weave in a shorter pile twist. So the FTW here was initially named for the window because this was one of the best glass cleaning experiences that we had. This towel right here completely took off once we launched it. Everybody absolutely loved it, and the twist loop weave really won a lot of people over, especially in the shorter pile twist. And then from there, people found out that they loved using it on paint and other surfaces as well, and has now become one of our most popular towels. We also have the citrus twist here, which is going to be a more affordable version of the FTW, also a twist loop weave, also 70-30 blend, but this towel right here, we kind of geared this more towards general purpose cleaning and home cleaning as well, because even a twist loop glass towel can be used on granite countertops, stainless steel, other things like that. But window towels, is there a purpose to having a window towel over other towels? And the answer is yes, 100% absolutely. If your glass game is lacking and you feel like you're doing an okay job, you will do a good job with this. And then if you watch our videos on technique, you will do a great job. So that's gonna be it for glass. Let's move on to the drying towel category. So we've made it to the drying towel category. Now this is going to be probably the most popular. Good news, because we have actually created an entire drying towel dedicated video that you can watch where I go into excruciating detail on the best types of drying towels for you. So the reason why drying towels exist is because, let's be honest, an all-purpose terry weave towel, look at this. This cannot dry your 2012 Chevy Tahoe. Not even physically possible, right? So just let's set the expectation there that a towel like that is not going to be the most absorbent, but what is going to be the most absorbent is what's in front of me here. So a drying towel is going to be not only way bigger in size, but the density is also going to be increased and the blend is hopefully going to be improved more for absorbency. Drying towels are meant to absorb, and they're meant to absorb a lot. Now, due to different types of weaves, the different weaves will yield different results. And so we have found that a twist loop weave is going to by far be the most absorbent, as it's based on kind of old mop technology, right? What is right for you and where should you start? Now, as far as what to look for in your first premium drying towel experience, or something that I would recommend, I tell people that the Liquidator is a great place to start here. If you've never used a microfiber or twist loop drying towel before, this towel is freaking awesome, and it comes in at a good price point. If you are looking for something that feels really premium right out of the package, that you're gonna go, oh wow, I just love how soft this feels, I think that the Gauntlet is going to be your answer. If you're looking for drying off a boat, a plane, a train, or a giant freaking truck, the 1500 here is going to probably be the most capable in terms of overall drying power. And then the M22 here, if you're looking for something that's a little bit smaller, but again, the bowling ball theory kind of turns into a bowling ball with enough time. Things to look for in a drying towel, again, blend is going to be the most important thing. I would go next would be probably your overall weave style, and then the size of the towel, and then the GSM and what feels appropriate to you and that feels manageable. So yeah, that's going to be for drying. So let's get to the dirty stuff. Last but not least here is going to be the dirty jobs category. What do I consider to be a dirty job? I consider cleaning up an oil spill to be a dirty job, or cleaning up, I don't know, if you have kids, right? And you have something that has spilled that has come maybe from a container, something that has come out of their own bodies, things like that. You need something that's going to be absorbent. The dirty job towels that we have here, the rag companies, Rip and Rags, these are gonna be the originals here. These are gonna be the 12 by 12 at a 70-30 blend. I use them every single day of my life. They come in an 80 count. They can also come in a 30 count here. And it's literally as easy as just taking the towel, ripping it, and then cleaning up whatever the heck you need to clean up. Now, what's also great is that these are all reusable, meaning you can wash all of them. You just literally use them, throw them back in the wash, and then people say, well, Anthony, I've already ripped it off the rag. What do I do? Well, if you buy the box, grab the towel you washed, it goes back in the box, and then you just pull it out of the box until this one becomes that bad and you just throw it away. And then, or if not, you wash it again and throw it back in the box. Waste is not something that we promote. We don't like to see people waste microfiber towels. We want to see you reuse them, recycle them, repurpose them as often as you possibly can. The biggest key things that you'll see when a towel is kind of at the end of its life is that it's fraying, it's ripping, it's brittle, it's like linting excessively, and or it's so stained and gross looking that you just don't want to touch it anymore, right? Probably throw it away or discard it or something like that. So other towels will eventually become demoted towels in your lineup that are used for dirty job stuff. So touching up on general maintenance. Let's just say you bought your first microfiber towel pack, or your first drying towel, and you just don't know what the heck to do. Open it up and throw it into the wash. You're gonna wash it on cold or warm with a dedicated microfiber detergent or a free and clear detergent. After you're done there, you are going to throw them into the dryer with no fabric softener, no dryer ball, no dryer sheet or anything like that, and you are simply going to dry them on low or no heat. After they are dry, that's when they are ready to use. So when washing your other microfiber towels, again, wash with like purposes. So like colors is one thing, but like purposes is another thing. So all your glass cleaning towels can be washed together. Your all-purpose towels can be washed together. Your drying towels can be washed together. But I promise you, if you stay up on maintenance and you wash your towels often, this is what's going to be the difference between a towel lasting you a couple weeks to a couple months to lasting you like 5 or 6 years, because microfiber does not degrade necessarily due to time. It will degrade due to usage and exposure of chemicals or abrasion or other things like that. And that's why, going back to the dirty jobs towels, I love them, because it means that the rest of my nice towels aren't doing anything dirty, and I can actually knock it out with something that's dedicated for a dirty job. So that is going to wrap it up for maintenance.
All right, so that was an extremely informative and helpful segment there with Anthony. We definitely appreciate it, learning all about microfiber towels because, hey, we're the rag company, and you probably want to know a thing or two if you're tuning in here to TRCMA. Now, of course, that's not all. No, we've got a whole lot more day ahead of us. My bad. Little flub on the last day for good luck. Anyway, we really do want to know in the comments, guys. Drop those questions. For each segment, we are wanting to get a hold of the best questions to give to our hosts so they can answer them for you. That is the fun part about doing this all live. And speaking of which, we got a really, really entertaining host coming up here for the Optimum segment. So I'm going to throw it over to those guys. Let's check it out.
Thank you, Dane. I like to think that it's me. I'm the entertaining host. Is that? I mean, I'm assuming that's what we're doing. Or, I'm here at the table here for Optimum Polymer Technologies, and I'm excited to go over some pretty cool stuff. I just feel somewhat alone, a little sad. I feel like I need a friend. I don't know who that friend could be, but maybe somebody around here. Or Glenn's going to ride this out in pure awkwardness for a long period of time, unless that is...
Whoa. I could be your friend, sir.
Jason!
Good to see you, my friend.
You are my friend. Welcome, man. Welcome to the party. Cool
well, glad to be here. Let's dive in.
Yeah. Where'd you get that jacket from? You're a cool guy.
Secrets.
How you just flick
That's
that
right.
down?
Well, it's time to get down to business. So.
Okay, we'll get back to work.
So let me start off with a little knowledge for you guys.
Okay, all right.
So there's Optimum Polymer Technologies and OptiCoat.
Of course, yes.
So Optimum Polymer Technologies is your umbrella company, makes all your consumer products. OptiCoat is your professional line at your installers and your authorized installers for our ceramic coats.
Okay.
That being said, there is one exception to that. When you've got a new car and you want the top of the line product, we do have a line of products called the maintenance line that is actually OptiCoat maintenance line.
Yes.
So when someone has a ceramic coated car and they say, what do I use to take care of it? Pretty simple. The name is in it, OptiCoat maintenance products. So
nice. Okay, very cool. So we have a couple of those on the table today, and we're actually going to be running through a bit of a process, right? Being able to show you guys how to utilize some of the maintenance products and how to utilize a couple new items here from OPT that we have here on the table. So we have the new Optimum, we'll call it it's actually just called Compound, Optimum Compound, and Optimum Polish. So if you are familiar with the Hyper Twins, also known as the Hyper Compound and Hyper Polish, this is going to be very similar in terms of a formula. I mean, almost identical in terms of the newest version of those, but now in a paste version.
correct.
So the paste version was created due to popular demand and request from many customers over the years, because we know that Optimum was, I think, one of the first sprayable polishes out there, sprayable compounds, and Dr. G really made that to where it was able to just be sprayed onto a pad, easy to use, even coverage every single time, and jump straight into your correction. But there's some people who are still very old school, right? They want to be able to do a couple pea-sized drops, right? On their pad, on their plate next to their steak, or whatever it may be, right?
And if you're using like a 1-inch or a 2-inch polisher, this is great just to have enough just to do on there, and it doesn't throw.
Totally.
So the sprayable is part of our hyper system, so it's great for efficiency and speed. But if you're looking at smaller areas and all that, the paste is definitely an easier way to go, so you can put just the right amount of product on there and not have any over usage. So
yeah, very cool. Now, normally for this segment, Dr. G is here, and we do miss him. Jason, we also love you, though. You're great. You. So, Dr. G, if you're watching this from all the way in Memphis, hello, greetings, good to see you, and hopefully you enjoy the segment along with everybody else there at OPT there in Tennessee. So we have a lot to cover today, and we do want to show some actual product usage, right? So we're going to be showing some correction and bringing you guys in with a Jimmy Cam to show what the new system does here with the polishing compound. And then what we're going to be doing as well is adding some protection. But we have a rental car behind us, and this thing is black, and it is pretty hammered, right? This is one of those like unlimited car wash rental cars where
it actually has it in the corner that the monthly car wash sticker.
Well, there, so. You know, so it's and I think they actually tell the people who get the cars, right? Hey, if you want to shine this bad boy up, you get unlimited car washes, right? And or more like unlimited scratches. So a little bit of background information behind OPT and the rag company. So OPT was actually the first chemical company that we brought on here to TRC. And that happened way back in the day with Optimum No Rinse. We had an employee here who really enjoyed using ONR, and she had recommended that we look into carrying that to pair with our towels, and we did just that. And then shortly after that, Levi Gates joined the team, and Levi was an Optimum Polymer Technologies installer with OptiCoat and all of that. And so it really was like this beautiful synergistic kind of relationship that we had early on. And so our towels paired well with OPT's chemicals, and since then there's been a lot of new products. There's been a lot of awesome media opportunities. We actually had you out last year for Brand Week.
Correct.
That was fun.
And everything's made in Memphis, so when the technology changes, it's easy to make a quick change. To that, we don't have to wait years and years to make those changes.
Yep, exactly, 100%. So yeah, I mean, Dr. G, again, he is a mad scientist, but also a very picky person, a person with a lot of attention to detail.
100%.
And he's done a great job formulating all these products, as he is still seen as kind of one of the founders of modern day clear coat, right? I mean, he has a lot of
he worked with PBG and all those guys back in the day, helping create this and showing that it does need more UV protection than
totally.
the classic.
And so, I mean, who better to make products to protect clear coat than somebody who helped co-develop that,
That's
right?
right.
So Dr. G is awesome, and we have a few different things here on the table. So first and foremost, we have the Optimum Polisher over here. So this is going to be a 27 millimeter throw on this machine, which is pretty beastly, and it'll allow us to knock out a good portion of this hood relatively quick. We will be pairing this with a couple of the different buff and shine pads that we have over here. So if you haven't seen this in use, we will be demoing this today so you can see that. And yeah, we also have the new the Hyper Shine coating over here that we could also show you a quick demo and show you what that's like, because this is arguably one of the easiest to install coatings.
It's a true SiO2 coating, and it's easy to use, and you won't mess it up.
Yeah,
that's the key. You won't mess it up. You don't have to worry and be nervous.
You can't mess it up. It's like it's almost impossible to mess it up. It's a very user-friendly coating, and so a lot of these products too on the website are being discounted right now for our sale. So you can go to theragcompany.com and stock up due to the just TRCMA sale, whether it's the OptiCoat line or the OPT line. So behind us here, we have this. It is dusty, it is dirty. So Jason, for people who have never seen O&R diluted on camera, right? We can get some into the bucket here. Can you show us what the OptiCoat no rinse experience is?
Let's set up the scenario. All right, this is a rental car, but let's pretend you just bought this. It's maybe a 2-year-old car, a year-old car. Someone else owned it, didn't take great care of it, but it's not completely trashed, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't need sanded or anything like that. So what we want to do is look for a system that's very efficient, okay? So we want it to be safe, quick, and clean.
Yep.
And a lot of the detailers who worked with me know that I'm not always the cleanest detail. I do need to stop sometimes and pick up around myself.
Totally, yeah.
So a system like this is going to make it so you literally can do this in your garage the day after you bought your car. You're not spending 3 days doing it. Yep. You get it where you want, you seal it up, and then you enjoy it. So today's kind of demo is going to show you like using the least amount of chemicals. Of course, we have a whole line of things in between there for different purposes, but for something like this is going to be a fairly quick, easy, don't have to think too much about it, and don't have to worry about causing any issues with it too. So like you said, no rinse. So to start with it, we've got Optimum No Rinse, and this is the actually OptiCoat branded. It's a little different than the standard blue. This one has a little SiO2 infused, so it gives it a little extra gloss when you're wiping it off.
Yep.
But when it comes to putting any coatings or sealants on, the SiO2 will not interfere with that. So yes, it's a clean product to strip and remove waxes, polish, and things like that, as well as kind of your instant detailer or a light instant detailer, and it gives it that nice shine too. So the mixture ratio on this is going to be 2 ounces to 4 gallons. So we've got a arguably 5-gallon bucket here. So we're going to put approximately 2 ounces. This cap is probably about a ½ ounce, so we'll do about 4 of those.
Okay.
There is no need to get a complete measuring cup out and get every spec perfect. You're looking for a dilution ratio of 256 to 1, so 4 ounces or 2 ounces to 4 gallons makes that happen. So then we're going to get that and just mix it up.
And this stuff does smell pretty wonderful. The water is cold here. I'm just like, Jason probably put his hand in there and was like, oh man, this is a bit nippy. Today here in Idaho, we literally just had snow, which is funny because we've had the last several weeks be in like the 70 degrees. That's like, it's been such weird weather. And it Yeah, it just started snowing out of nowhere. No, I mean, it didn't stick, but I mean, like, we were like, that's weird. And so today, all of us are a little chilly here in the studio right now.
Everybody who walks in the door walks in and goes, whoa.
Yeah, dipping your hand in that water there, whew, that's, yeah, it's very refreshing.
Another thing about your water is that there was a grit guard down in there. And that's important because with how no rinse works, it actually encapsulates the dirt, and I'll show that. And what it does is when we rinse that sponge out in here, that actually will drop it to the bottom. So that dirt is literally going to be sitting at the bottom, so you're not reintroducing that into your sponge every time.
100%. So this is going to be the Ultra Safe sponge here that we have at the Rag Company, again, also on sale right now. So this is a great sponge for all rinseless washing and even soap and water washing. And again, what we like about this is just extremely, extremely soft. It's safe on all surfaces. And when paired with your favorite rinseless wash, it truly is like so much bang for the buck, because this can last you, I mean, almost years and years and years.
And it picks up the dirt so well with those cuts like that. You know, we have a Ultimate one also, and it cuts up like that, so the dirt can get in there and you can bring it out, so you're not stringing it across the car.
Totally. So show us what we do here.
So we talked about encapsulating and things like that. So you'll hear people say O&R, and they'll say it really fast, and that stands for Optimum No Rinse, literally explaining how it works. And the process behind that is a vehicle like this, it has not been off-roaded, it's not been mudded and things like that. We don't need a pressure washer or a hose to get started with it.
Correct.
So we put our mixture in at 256:1, put our sponge in. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, for people who wanting to know, can you pre-spray with the OptiCoat No Rinse? Absolutely. This car right here isn't super filthy, and we're going to be polishing it, so we're just going to go in just straight with the sponge. But keep in mind, if your car is covered in dirt,
road
mud,
salt,
things like that, you probably should just rinse it. I mean, just take a minute to rinse it. You can even go down to your local, pay and spray, rinse everything off, drive home, and then follow this same process. It's just, people get really hung up with the whole, like, you can't just take a wet sponge straight. Like, for what we're doing, 100% you can. It's just, again, try to use common sense when doing that.
You probably bought a new car. The person who you bought it from probably just took it through the car wash before you came and picked it up. So you bring it back home. As you can see, there's some dirt, but there's no major salt and things like that. So
it's like one last gift that you get from the dealership when you buy something, right? Like you buy the car is perfect, right? You don't need anything done, and then they wheel it out and it's kind of dripping, and they go, "Yeah, we just ran it through the wash for you." And you're like, "No, you didn't." Please, no. And
I just bought a new car for my wife, and we specifically said, they're like, well, we have to get it detailed. I said, no, just leave it alone. Let's not touch it at all, okay?
Don't touch it. So,
I'd rather not spend time correcting someone else's mistakes.
Yeah, 100%.
We want to be fast and efficient.
I'm going to come around to this side over here, and I'm going to have you just showcase the process here. So I'd grab the sponge and go for it.
Okay, so I'm going to get the sponge in here. I'm going to remove about 50% of the no rinse in there. Shouldn't really be dripping, but I do want to have some of the product on there.
Yeah, okay.
So when I'm applying this is a newer technology, okay? This is not a sponge and bucket water system where you go in and go and scrub it. That's not how this process works. What you're actually doing is you're applying it, kind of like a Mr. Miyagi and Paint the Fence, right? So I'm putting it on there, not a lot of pressure, but I'm using it to kind of coat it, right? Almost like I'm painting the fence.
Yep, totally.
Long strips like this, and I can turn that as I'm working it. So what we're doing is we're letting that chemical sit on there. The dirt is actually starting to encapsulate into those little molecules of water. So it's pulling it off. The difference between using something that encapsulates as opposed to like a surfactant is a surfactant more or less breaks the dirt down and so that you can wring it out. The problem with that sometimes is that you'll take dirt that's in this area and you'll end up dragging it over to here as it breaks down and gets smaller and smaller. This is actually a system that's supposed to take that dirt and kind of pop it off the paint so that I can come back with a drying towel. And again, I'm not scrubbing it, I'm just lightly removing the no rinse and picking up the dirt with me.
Totally.
And as simple as that, now you've got a clean panel and you're ready to go into your next steps. So, that being said,
easy.
Let me. I'm going to hand you this, Anthony. I'll let you finish doing the.
We're going to knock out the whole hood because we're going to be playing with this whole hood today. So we're going to get this done, and then I kind of hear some laundry going on in the background, right? It sounds like somebody's playing Tetris on our washing and drying machine. And it's always fun, right?
That's right.
Oh, it was Gabriel over there. Of course he was doing it. He's trying to beat his record for the most towels washed in one day. So we're going to go ahead
and in an environment like this, it's okay. We're not drying the vehicle right away. It's not going to dry on its own. It's not sitting out in the sun. So we can work that whole section. And we do want to let it dwell. And when I say dwell, I mean literally let it sit for a little bit and let it do its thing.
Yep, totally. So that's really, I just applied no rinse, literally no pressure. And for anybody curious on how much liquid is left here in the sponge, so you know that I was actually applying liquid.
Yep, you got about the 25% that
there
we
was.
used.
There was a decent amount still left in there, and look how much is still actually on the hood. So what's great about just rinseless washing in general is that water doesn't necessarily even have to hit the floor. I mean, the whole process can be done inside your garage with maybe a couple drips here and there, and your paint will be clean, right? It will be maintained. And so many people are worried, oh, well, I gotta pull out the hose, I gotta do this. It's gonna be a big mess. And maintaining your car with a rinseless wash is something that once you get good at it, you could knock out a wash in 15 minutes, right? And you could be done.
And after we do some kind of protectant product on that, the next time you come to do a quick hand wash in your garage, it cuts the time in half.
Cuts the time in half.
The hydrophobic will be there. And when you put some kind of protectant or coating, it helps keep the dirt from attaching in the first place. So you have less dirt in general to remove.
Yep, totally. So we're going to go ahead and show what this looks like drying off. And right now, I mean, basically that car is clean, right? But the next step will actually be the decontamination step, and this is where some of this time is starting. It's actually not starting. It's going to be saved, and Jason's going to show you some efficiencies there. So, knocking this out, you can tell this is a rental car. I mean, it's been ran through a car wash so many times. There's a massive lack of clarity here. Feeling the surface here, even after cleaning it, we can feel that contamination. It feels like a little bit of tree sap is on the surface. And then we also have some bug etchings and bird droppings on here, along with a ton of hard water. So I think that this hood, once we get to some polishing, right, we'll do a nice little split if we want to show you guys, is going to turn out awesome. It's going to look really, really good. So I'll actually see if somebody can grab a scan grip for us here so we can do a little side-by-side and kind of show you the differences here. So we're going to grab one of these out of the old cabinet here on the...
While he's doing that, the next product that we're actually going to use is going to be our OptiCoat Ferrex. And Ferrex is an iron remover. It's not something that you have to use on every single wash, but it's a decon product. So for instance, this car had been through, like you said, 100 car washes, but nobody probably put any love on it. They didn't actually decon it. They just rinsed off what was there and said, look, it's shiny again.
Yeah, the brushes did whatever work they could.
It looks fine now, but you've run another 2 years.
We got the skin grip flying to me. Here we go. Awesome. Thank you very much, Jimmy. Appreciate the Jimmy cam. But here you go, Jason. You can kind of see what we're working with here. This is looking pretty rough.
That is a car wash and somebody wiping off a wet car with a dry towel, probably in the parking garage, is what I would.
Totally. But I mean, we have just a massive lack of clarity in general from the clear. And that's what I'm looking at the most. If you kind of look past these wet spots here, you can see that what's happened here is just with the contamination on here, going through heat and cold cycles, I mean, it's just basically building up and hazing more and more and more. I actually have a pretty good bird etching right here that you guys can see. If you can pick that up on camera. There we go. So there is, yeah, you guys can see that. It's pretty bad. Not great. So, and this is a pretty new car. We'll be able to really make this look a heck of a lot better here in no time. So back to decontamination. Sorry, so Ferrex.
So Ferrex is our iron remover. This is the stuff, that smells. Okay, it has that sulfur smell. When this is being produced in the shop at Opti, we can tell. You walk in the morning and it's got a very strong scent. The key to that, though, also is it works really well. So this being a black car, I'm not sure it's going to show the flashing or the changing to a color purple like a white car would show very obviously, but we can be pretty sure that this has a lot of iron on it. So we've cleaned the vehicle off and I'm simply going to mist the iron remover, and it's safe for all the paint, the plastics, the glass. Works really good on rims too. So if you've got a set of rims, a lot of brake dust, things like that, this will do great to start stripping that off. One of the keys too on a black car, and we talked a lot about at TRC, soft paints, things like that. So today we're trying to be efficient, and I want to touch the car the least amount of times as possible. So we're going to skip a few steps like wiping off because it's just unneeded. You got more dirty towels and more time involved, and it's not necessarily when you're going to do a process such as this. So we've got our Ferrex on there. I'm going to put a little bit of no rinse on my applicator here so it doesn't stick. All right, and I'm not sure if you can be able to hear this, Yes, you can.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
that's
So I'm running this across.
lean
You can
in,
hear-
yeah.
Come on in, and you should be able to hear this pretty clear. Let's see if I can put my microphone there.
Yeah. Oh, it's horrible,
That's pretty
Jason.
bad. I wouldn't have guessed that just by looking at it. So,
that is haunting. Yeah, that
and
is.
as I work this area here,
Yeah.
I'm working this area a little bit, and it's getting quieter and quieter as we go.
Yeah, it
So-
is. Definitely is.
So we can continue working this area. If you're using a Ferrex or a heavy-duty cleaner and all that, I usually do recommend a separate bucket, so you're not contaminating that bucket if you want to come back to it. But for today's purposes, we've already cleaned the whole car, so this bucket can be reused. So I'm just kind of wringing out my my clay bar here.
Yep.
You will notice as it dries a little bit, you'll see it get a little white, and that's okay. It's not going to stain the paint. If this was out in the sun and you left an area on it, you could be able to remove it. It's not going to stain it. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't leave it on there all day long in the sun, but if you find a spot, you can easily repair it. Don't worry too much about it.
Just a quick re-wetting is pretty much all you need. And then the other thing too is that depending on what you have available to you, if you do have some running water, which we do have here, we will just rinse the Ferrex off. Could you go back over it with no rinse? Absolutely, and you could just basically re-rinseless it and then dry it. But just to make sure we have good coverage here, we'll go ahead and just rinse it and then dry it.
Can you hear that?
Oh, Jason,
That's-
we can.
I mean,
we can hear it.
that's a fairly new car, and I wouldn't have expected it to be that loud.
Oh, it's bad. Yeah, this thing is pretty wasted, and so we'll knock out the hood here, and then we're also going to knock out this front fender over here because when we do one of the demos, we do want to show you a little bit of the compound action.
So what I'm doing is I'm just feeling, as we were talking and doing this, I want to make sure I hit all the areas.
Yeah.
And you can feel it. I mean, I'd be able to tell if I missed a little section up here. For instance, right there, I can tell where that's at. And
Yep.
ultimately, it should get pretty quiet.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a little agitation sound, but that scraping sound is
that scraping sound is
gone,
going
which
away.
means
Yeah.
we have removed our iron.
Yep.
And that's going to be a very important step when it comes to our final process, because if you don't remove those irons that are in here, when you go to do your polishing and all that, you're going to miss that last high gloss shot because you'll only be able to bring it up so much. This is actually removing, kind of on a white car, you can see the little gold flakes sometimes. It looks like little rust spots and all that, and that'll drain purple. This is changing to purple, but on the black car, you're just not seeing it. So.
Yep.
All right, and that's about it, and we're just going to rinse that off. Like he said, we can go ahead and use a no rinse system if we want. For today, we're just going to rinse this off so we have a nice clean panel to work with. And later on, we'll put some more water on this after we put a coating on it. But right now, decontaminated, you can see that there is no beading. There's no really hydrophobic, minus the pressure from the water. So it's all sheeted on there. That's what keeps the car looking dirty day to day. When we put a treatment on it, that's what's going to keep the vehicle to actually start shedding the water and being hydrophobic. And the difference between beading and hydrophobic, beading is going to put the molecules obviously in little beads, but we prefer to go with a hydrophobic method because that will actually sheath the water and the contaminants off instead of just leaving them there. Anytime you leave a mineral or dust on a spot of the car, it's going to make a spot. There's no way to stop that. You can easily remove it, but by doing a hydrophobic system where the water will actually sheet off there, you're removing those contaminants so you don't have to worry about them in the first place. So
Yeah, this thing is pretty flat.
yeah, it is. I mean, it's barely running that water off.
I mean,
and that's a good
it
angle
is
too, so.
really flat. So we'll go ahead and take our drying towel and we're going to go ahead and dry this off. And so, yeah, basically this stuff is pretty bad. And so what we'll do from here too is if you wanted to re-rinseless it, you absolutely can. That's not a problem at all. Just make sure that you don't have remaining Ferrex or fallout remover dripping down into certain areas that you don't want. Because I mean, again, anything that you're not going to use is going to probably gather up inside your seams, inside the kind of cracks and crevices, and you don't want to do that either. But no, this looks really good. So realistically, at this point, we are decontaminated. We have removed a majority of the sap, whatever we had here on the surface, and right now the paint feels bare, it feels squeaky clean, and we know that it is.
No wax, no
Yeah,
nothing.
there's nothing on this.
No. And it shows every grease spot that I put my hands on or dirty spots. And actually, probably could start scratching that paint just by running the hand or trying to dry it too
totally.
often.
So, which means I'm really excited because now from here, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to grab that 27 mil and we're going to go and knock out this hood. For people wondering why we're leaving the water on here, it is deionized water, and just for time's sakes, we're gonna just leave that there and we'll get back to it here at the end. But what I do want to do is just dry off this area before I jump in with my compound and show Jimmy. Just check this out, Jimmy. We have some gouges up here on the paint. I don't know if that's, if you can see. So those are actual just scratches right there in the clear. Those things are pretty rough. And then coming down here, we also have our bird etching up here as well, which is pretty gnarly. So, man, yeah, pretty bad. So I'm gonna grab that polisher from you, Jason, and we're gonna grab the compound with the wool pad here. I'll center that.
Double check I put that on center.
And can you? Oh, you nailed that. That was, you did that really good. That was like a literal. I don't know what you did, but you got
right
that
on there.
You got
must
that,
have been the jacket. It keeps me centered.
Something that was a perfect approach. All right, so I'm gonna apply some compound to this, and I would like you to kind of talk about the compound and just talk about just in general, right? The necessity of a compound for people who are looking to do some deeper correction.
So if you've got 1,500, 2,000 grit sandpaper marks, a standard polish is not going to remove that without additional work. So we want something that's a little bit more aggressive. What's important and a little different about our compound, whether it be the Hyper Spray or the paste style here from Optimum, is that there are 0 fillers, okay? There are 0 fillers, no waxes, no silicones in there, so it's not leaving anything behind. There is a cool trick that if you do a little sandpaper and you take 2 polishes side by side and you put them across there and remove it, if it's a filler, it'll actually make those scratches look better. If it's not, that polish just wiping on there will make no difference at all. So he's taking a wool pad here and actually doing a full cut. Now, the compound does have diminishing properties. So you can actually use this compound, probably not with a wool pad, but with a medium pad and compound and finish off and polish in one step. You don't have to switch pads. You don't necessarily have to remove the prior material if you're doing a 2-step. But if you're doing the 1-step, you can do the compound. You would just come back with a little less pressure after you've actually removed the scratches, and that'll actually help finish it out. On most cars, you can do that. A black car, some of the softer paints that have to be compounded, probably not going to get away with the 1-step. But most of the newer bright colored cars, reds, whites, greens, things like that, you can definitely use the compound not only to cut, but to finish off too.
Totally. I'm actually gonna I'm gonna do this Anthony's way, right? I'm gonna go to town actually, and because I really want people to see this worked in and do it justice. I know that oftentimes Optimum's always like, yeah, just run the machine over and just call it good there. I don't want to call it good. I want to show that this is competitive and that this can absolutely cut with the best of them. So
it's not just a finishing compound.
I'm going to do this side. I'm actually going to do it. So, but what I want to point out too is that what I've done here is I've basically spread some compound. I've got this pad kind of semi-seasoned was what I would call it. And what I'll typically do at this point, right, especially with the Optimum system, is I'll have a spray bottle of no rinse at 256 to 1 on me, right? That'll be my re-wetting agent for if I'm looking to get a little bit more lifespan out of my compound. But what I'm going to do here is work my compound all the way through, get those abrasives to actually, really, really get in there. And then from here, I'm actually going to leave that on the surface and jump straight into the polish. But I really want to show you the workability of the compound and show you how well and how long you can run this for while still being very easy to remove, right? So this is a really good product here in a high heat environment, high humidity. It's awesome. And I'm going to be running this at about a speed of 5 here.
And while he's doing that, to talk a little bit about efficiency, when you're using a compound or polish that does not have waxes or any kind of fillers, you don't necessarily have to remove it before going on to the next step. So I don't have to come back and compound the car, remove all the compound before I polish. I can actually start my polishing process right on top of that compound. Because the compound's got a slight diminishing agent too, by going into the polish, that compound is being broken down and kind of turned into a polish anyways. So you have a very consistent area of paint that you're correcting. The nice thing too on the softer paints, especially some of your blacker cars or darker cars, you can induce scratches with microfibers if you push too much pressure or you didn't clean it very good. So if I can eliminate me actually wiping on the car, that helps my speed, helps my efficiency, and I don't have to worry about correcting any errors that I may have done by putting a scratch in a super soft paint if you're not using the right microfiber. If you're looking for the right microfibers, obviously the Rag Company can get you guys hooked up with exactly what you need for your project.
So that's pretty much where I would stop there with my compounding. I mean, again, I can keep running it, and at that point too, if I ever have any dry areas, I would just simply re-wet it and then continue running it. But we'll go ahead and call that good there.
I will remove a little bit here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just for camera shots, so they can kind of see that
it's extremely easy to remove.
That it's corrected it. And we are doing a two-step, so we're not looking for that to be finished. What we're looking for that is the Mari marks to be gone, the consistency to be there, so we can polish that out.
Totally, yeah. So let's actually just take a look at what we're working with here. So let's grab that quick scan grip just to show you. So right now we have just from the wool itself, right, on soft clear, you can see that we have a little bit of micro marring or hazing just from the pad combo, and that's totally normal. That's what we're expecting here on soft black Honda paint. But then what we're going to do is actually finish this out. So we're going to switch to a different foam pad, jump to our polish, and then finish out the rest of this in one go. We'll take a look from there. If we need to go to a lighter pad, we can go to a lighter pad. But what's nice is that the Optimum system, literally, I mean, it's a pad dependent cut. So depending on how much cut you're looking for, you just basically change up your pad. You keep the two products the same. Don't overcomplicate it. So we'll go ahead and take our polish. This is all shaken up. And the same thing again, we'll just make a couple lines. And since we already have some abrasives and lubrication on the surface, we're simply just trying to spread it out a little bit further. So I'll start here and go again. But Optimum Hyper Polish has been one of my favorites for, oh gosh, for many,
and most people know it as the sprayable.
Many years,
version. We're using the paste version today.
Cutting right through that compound, making that part really easy. So we'll go ahead and crank up our speed.
What he's using is the 27mm DA, super long throw. Again, today was about efficiency, so we pulled this machine just because it does cover larger areas. Especially good on large trucks, RVs, boats. When you're working with large panels, this can help cut that time down quite a bit.
Polish from you, so now that I've kind of got that spread and worked in, this is pretty much where I'll usually do one more quick application and then
a quick tip
run the rest of that.
With the O&R system is if your pad gets gummy, you know, you start using it and you feel it kind of slimy, you can take a towel, put it in the O&R and actually just wipe off your pad, kind of remove some of that built up compound if you put too much on there, and then go right to it. You don't necessarily have to go into a pad washer. Jump in and take a quick peek, see how we're looking. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we're looking great.
Another thing that's real important to know about the compound and polish is it's also safe on the plastics. So black trim, if you hit that with your polisher compound, no need to worry about taping it off. You can remove that. It will not stain or rip into that plastic or rubber trim. A lot of guys have said they've been taping off everything for years. It's not really necessary with the polishing compound, as it won't stain that rubber. And in fact, the polish itself, and we'll show you on the sides, actually does a pretty good job cleaning up the black trim.
Cool.
All right.
Do that.
And we'll go ahead and remove that for you. When we're removing it, I like the tighter weave on my first removal because it tends to grab and remove a lot of material. And then as I do my second step, I'll flip this over and use the softer side.
Totally.
Oh, Anthony, that looks pretty.
Does it look better?
Oh yeah, buddy.
I think so. I can kind of start seeing. You kind of start seeing the what it was going to look like. I mean, right after the hyper polish, it really started coming together. Again, that compound, it was able to cut through a majority of it, right? But we're still cutting through a lot of just gunk on the surface, right? And so what happens is when you start cutting through a lot of gunk and you start cutting through even some just contamination in general, the pad's going to pick that up. A pad washer is great for removing that. But what we're looking for, again, is just to try to finish out this really soft black Honda paint, right?
And another way to be efficient, let's say this car, as we've shown, is pretty destroyed. There are a lot of cuts and stuff on it. But if you've got a vehicle that's newer, that doesn't have damage on the whole vehicle, it's okay to spot compound in our system. So if I've got a pretty new car, I will go around and do things around like the door handles, where someone's shut the trunk or the hood, where someone scratched it with the ring, and hit those areas with the compound, leave it, come back and polish the whole vehicle out. It's a very quick and efficient way to do it. Sometimes there's no need to compound the entire vehicle out when you've got spots that need the attention. Looks pretty good, Anthony.
Go back and forth, and I'm trying to get you guys in on some of the gnarly stuff over here. There we go. And then a lot of that clarity really just kind of transforms over on that side. So super, super awesome. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just grab that same pad. I'm going to just kind of get this other side finished out so you guys can see, again, kind of what the application of the next step looks like. I'm going to make it much quicker than I did, but I'm really happy with that. Panel doesn't feel too hot. It feels just lukewarm at this point. So I know it's good. And it's really, really simple. I mean, we're really trying to go for just refining, maintenance, and what I do like about the Optimum system is, again, it's not a big duster. It's not a trim stainer or anything like that. So both the compound and the polish do not stain trim. And I'm actually going to showcase that here in just a second. So,
and the fact that the low oils is low slinging too. So if you
correct.
On accident were to pick up your pad off your car for some reason, you're not going to have quite the sling because there's not as many oils in there to actually let it go.
Totally. So I'm going to finish out the side really quick, and so Jason's actually going to start preparing kind of the application process and talk a little bit about this. So what we can do is Jason, is there a particular thing that you want to show hyper shine on versus hyper seal, or do we want to hyper seal the whole hood?
Let's go ahead and hyper shine the whole hood, and then we can actually put the hyper seal on top of it and that is one of the ways that you can not let it sit up for hours. You can actually roll it out. So
cool. So I'm just going to grab more polish and knock out this other side of the hood really, really quick, and then I'm going to run it over the fender here, over this trim. I'm just going to polish the trim and show you that this is not going to gloss out the trim. It's not going to stain it. It's not going to hurt it.
I was talking about my wife got a new Outback, and it's got all the black trim on it. It was kind of white and oxidized.
Yeah.
I simply took polish and went right to it and cleaned it all up.
Yeah, easy, super, super easy. Go ahead and just get this kind of spread out here, pick up where I left off. Yep. Nice as that. Able to get really fast coverage here. Quick little refinement. Now the 27 millimeter, you get a little bit of vibration from it. You get some noise from it as well, but I mean the trade-off there really is going to be the amount of coverage that you're going to get. You're going to get a lot of this flat peel stuff covered really, really quickly, and then you can kind of move on.
And you've got a great pad on there for a 27 millimeter because although it covers large areas, what you just did to try to get into tighter spots with the pad combo you used, you can use that as a smaller detailing. You know, you don't have to worry about, you can still get into those areas and all that by using the sides of it a little bit.
You can kind of get back over here, knock this out, your coverage there, make one last pass here, work up to that body line. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put some fresh stuff on here, and then knock out this fender here. Which actually, you know what? Hold on.
You got an idea?
Hold on. No, I'm sorry. I can't believe we didn't. I'm going to do this to show you how fast this can be. Ready? We didn't wash this.
Oh, right.
So I'm going to go like this, go over the top, wash this real quick like, and then I'm going to grab that clay scrubber.
Yep.
I'm not even going to rinse this off. I'm just going to grab that scrubber, and I'm going to grab a little bit of that Ferrex.
Yep. You can use Optimum No Rinse also as a clay bar lube. You can make it a little bit stronger if you would need extra slickness. But for efficiency purpose, Ferrex does two things in one. Not only clay bar lubes, but also starts breaking down those irons and metallic parts that seize themselves into your vehicle and just jam themselves into that clear coat.
Correct. I know. I was mid-polish here, right? You're probably thinking, what? Anthony's crazy. He's rewashing an area mid-polish. Can you do that?
That's
the
right.
answer is yes, you can do that with this system. It's quite easy to do. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just quickly dry this area and then be done. So there's this. And right now I have been washed, I am decontaminated, I am clayed, and ready to polish this. And what was that, 30 seconds?
If that.
30 seconds, right? So grab my machine here, grab a little bit more polish. That was not a scripted thing, by the way. That was literally just me forgetting. So what's nice is that you can actually see how efficient that can be.
This is a real detailing demo, like what actually happens when you're doing it at home. You don't necessarily have everything right there, and you don't remember everything, so if you forget something, you can jump in.
Totally. So here we go, the trim, right, that everybody has to normally tape off because it's scary. And they'll spend 3 hours taping off their trim, right? You ready for this? Here we go.
Yep, so what he's talking about here is, it may be hard to hear him, is that there's no need to tape off all the trim. The polish will not stain the trim, and in fact it'll actually help clean up and take some of the oxidation off. So don't take all the time and money with all the tape. You can actually use that right there on the plastic trim. And if you look into, because there's no silicones, waxes and things, you won't get a lot of that buildup that you get with a lot of other polishes. When it catches a corner or inside a groove or a little lip like that, you'll notice that it doesn't fill up with like a white nastiness.
Just to really showcase this. I know this is gonna be crazy, right? We're gonna be like, what is Anthony doing right now, right? Okay, look how much, I have quite a bit of product here on that pad, right? I'm just going to really short cycle this. Get a little fling, and then just right on. I mean,
Okay.
I'm gonna run it, re-spread, go back over it again, and there is no issues.
And I don't need any chemical to remove that polish from the plastic. It doesn't need any kind of paint prep or anything like that. The polish will remove simply right off that plastics and give it very consistent. And I recommend with the polish hitting the plastics. It does take off that oxidation even if you can't see it.
Literally, it did not affect it in a negative way at all. That is still flat. That is still nice looking.
Yep. And you notice in here, you don't have a bunch of stuff jammed up in there or anything. There's no heavy buildup.
Well,
so again, efficiency, we're saving time. We don't have to go clean up after ourselves. I have enough time to do that after I'm done with my detailing project anyway.
It's one of those things where it's like, this has existed for so long, and I still see people playing, and I go, why are you playing? Just, why are you messing with, I don't want to say other stuff, but why are you messing with stuff and still spending so much time taping stuff? I get when you want to be, you know, maybe it's therapeutic, but if you're looking for going quick and being efficient, this is the best way to do it. And this other polish sat on here forever, right? And I just wiped that off with no issues.
And the polish can actually be done in the sun. Obviously, I wouldn't go crazy thick and heavy with it, use the correct amount, but it can be used in the sun, and if it dries up in the sun and you get to another section, take a little no rinse on your towel, wet it, flip it over, it'll dry right off. The sun will not stain it. It won't make it impossible to remove. Obviously, you don't polish on a 130-degree panel, but in the sun or in the UV, it will, because there's no waxes and silicones and things like that in there, it's not going to cause it to stain or stick really bad onto the paint.
Yep. All right, so we are ready, Jason, for what's our next step? What are we doing?
So we've got a polished vehicle. It's clean, it's smooth. So we now need to put something on there so we can maintain it easier and make it look like this over and over and over again. And when we do go to wash it, it'll be a lot faster and it'll come back like this without having to compound and polish. Yep. So we've got two options. When we go back into our OptiCoat line, again, which is our maintenance line, these are specifically designed for ceramic coated or protected vehicles. Now it works great on your standard cars, but it is formulated with less cleaning agents, things like that, to make it clean and really give it a shine. So the two products we're going to talk about for finishing today is the Hyper Seal, okay, and the Hyper Shine. So this is going to be a spray SiO2 sealant, and this would be considered an SiO2 actual ceramic coating that you can buy and do at home. And the nice thing about this is you're not going to mess anything up.
Yeah.
This is going to go on our trim. It's going to go on the paint. It can go on the plastics. It can go on the glass. If you hit some, you can just wipe it off, or go ahead and apply it to the glass. Either way.
Yeah.
So we're going to use both of those. We've had a lot of do-it-yourselfers say, "Hey, what if I want to do it myself at home? Is it safe? And what's the right product?" This Optimal Hyper Shine is definitely the way to go.
Totally. People ask me all the time, Anthony, do you like to do it yourself? And I say, absolutely. Yep. I do it to myself all the time. So that's why the importance of using the right products for that makes a lot of sense. So
we have no waxes, again, no fillers, and like that. So there's nothing that's going to contaminate or jam this stuff up when I'm using it. And in a month from now, that's not going to wear off, and nothing's going to quote unquote come back. So I know we've all probably been to the body shop years ago. The car looks great, and then a month later, you got swirl marks and things like that. That's fillers that are letting go, and it takes away some of the sealant that was stuck to those fillers also. Yeah. So having no fillers, having no silicones, no waxes is really key to getting a chemical like a ceramic coat to adhere and make it as permanent as we can make it. So
cool. Yeah.
I'll go ahead and put it on.
Go ahead and apply it.
So it comes in a syringe, and the reason that's important is because it hasn't been introduced to any air yet. So it hasn't chemically changed. What's that mean to our detailer? It means I can work way larger areas. So in the past, we were all very used to working like a 1 foot or 2 foot section, then come back and level that off. With this product, you do not have to do this. In this garage, I could probably do this whole car and not have to level it and then come back and do it. Today, we're just doing a hood, so I'll show the process, but it's pretty simple. So I'll take this. It does come with a little blue syringe also that you can use. And you're gonna people always ask me, how many drops you put on there? We say about 40 to 50. But what you're doing is just trying to evenly put some of this on the pad.
You gotta tap it in. Just tap,
just
tap
a little tap-a-roo.
Don't get greedy and try to just press it down, because what will happen is you might be wearing the coating. How do I know that? Because it's happened to me.
When I'm doing demos, I don't tend to put the tip on just because we're talking. And if I'm talking to you guys and I'm not paying attention and I push that and don't realize put the pressure, it'll have a little boy peeing. Right on the car. So.
Yeah, just the tip, just for a second. So basically take that off and you're ready to go.
So now I've got the chemical actually here on my pad.
Yep.
Like that. And so I can tell by feel. A lot of this can be done by feel. So I don't have to have a garage that has fully lights and things like that. As long as I check a section, know what I'm doing, and repeat that process, I don't have to have crazy lights to do that. So I've got the chemical on here, and I'm going to go and apply it on the vehicle. At first, it's going to have a little squeaky, like that. As I work it, it's a little quieter. So if I was to close my eyes and start working this car, I could tell that I'm in this area. And if I come over here, you hear that squeak again?
Jimmy Cam.
Jimmy Cam. You can hear it squeaking as I'm applying it to the newer areas that I haven't applied it to.
We'll actually be able to kind of showcase a little bit there of that. Kind of, there you go, the wetness, you can kind of see that.
As the chemical's on there, I start losing that squeak because it's actually traveling. So how do I apply this correctly? This is how I'm going to tell you to do it. You do want to put a little pressure on here because you want to push this chemical down. So I like, on a different way, when you do sanding, you don't want to use your fingers like that because you end up putting too much pressure, right?
Correct.
But that's okay on this because I'm actually going to push that in and work a nice area. Okay? Then I can tell that I've got some high spots. That's just natural from being a human being, that I've pushed down a little harder. So what I'll do just to finish it is come back real light like that. And just what I'm doing is trying to pick up any extra material that I didn't need, because what it does is it actually adheres to the clear coat, and anything that's left on top that still has a rainbow effect to it, that doesn't flash out, that's just extra material sitting on top. I'm simply going to remove that.
Yep, that's just the
So
excess solvent.
as you can see, when we say flashing, that's the chemical releasing. So if you can see in that camera.
Oh yeah, they can.
Okay.
Yeah, you definitely can.
And I blow on it. I'm speeding up that process so you guys can see it. When this is about 70 to 80% of this is gone, then I will level it. So it's not a 60-second or a 2-minute count or anything like that. You're actually letting it flash out, because that flashing is it's adhering to the paint.
Yep.
So I can continue working a large area and not have to worry about doing any kind of leveling. I'm not concerned about if it hardens up or if I left too much on there, because again, it's in the syringe and it hasn't had any reaction till it comes out.
Yep.
The working time is way better. You've got some that are introduced to air, and that's okay, but once you go to apply it, you need to level it very quickly.
Yeah.
Otherwise it will become the old horror stories of I had to sand out a spot.
Yeah, nobody wants to sand out anything. So we'll show Jason here. I mean, look, this is going to be applied extremely fast.
Yep. And as I'm going, how much do I put on there? Again, feel and sound is real a key indicator, because if I start getting into this area and I start getting squeaky again, really squeaky, I need a little bit more material. So I put a couple more drops on there and work it. See, I got quiet because I've got the material on there, and I can keep working that. If I keep working that same section and it starts flashing and in there, ultimately it'll get loud again because it's adhering back down there, and that's setting up the ceramic coat to give it the shine and the hydrophobic effect. So
yeah, because a lot of people, and again, certain coatings require certain panel preps for those coatings, right? But this was designed to be able to go straight over the top of hyper polish, right?
Yep.
Without the need of necessarily having to use Optimum paint prep. If you want to,
correct.
you can, but what it means is that basically there is something that's already built. There's a prep product, a solvent that's already built into this to be able to cut through the polish. So you have a lot of people that get really worried about, oh, is this going to affect the longevity? Is this going to affect the adhesion? And the answer is no, because this is how this whole process was designed.
because there's those fillers and things like that, I don't need to use the paint prep because I don't need to strip anything off. I've got a clean panel ready to go. In my standard operating procedures, yes, I will put on there paint prep the panel, but if I'm going right from washing, polishing to coating, no contaminants have landed on this vehicle. But if I left to lunch for a couple hours, the air conditioning kicked on, all that, I might just want to wipe it down before I go put my coating on, or if it was the next day, something like that. No rinse works fine for that too, but the paint prep will actually get any oils or stuff like that. I've had guys' air conditioning systems blow kind of relent and stuff that can have oils in it, and it does stick to the car. So
As you can notice, I'm just standing here. I'm actually not even wiping the coating off. So that coating over there, what's funny is that those wet spots have completely evaporated. There is literally nothing left on the surface in some of these spots that have even show a coating. So what that means is that this coating has essentially self-leveled in many aspects, right? But it is smart for me to come through and knock out and wipe away any of the excessive solvent that's still on the surface. So I'm not in a rush.
And the key to that, Anthony, is when I come back, if I'm circling it like this, but I come back real lightly like I'm doing now, and again, kind of leveling, I'm not really leveling, I'm kind of removing any extra that I put on there just from human air, and that's what really helps let that flash out on its own.
Totally. So I'm just gonna throw that towel there. Literally not a care in the world, because again, I can do the whole car. And I'm just gonna take this and
he's like, let me grab that real quick.
Dude,
when we talk about pressure, people are wiping it off. I mean, we're at 2-finger pressure. I am barely just enough to grip this and drag it so it doesn't fall down. That's the only pressure I'm using. It literally does not drag. It's not super sticky. I'm just using 2 fingers like that.
No, I mean,
and you could tell when I tossed that to you, it already started, the microfiber already slid across the car.
It's so slick right now. And yeah, I mean, it's almost like it's better to let it completely flash.
Yep.
I mean, which is completely the opposite, right? People want to wipe it while there's still some solvent, so it adds some slickness to and aid in wiping with other coatings. This is like, well, just let it, just kind of let it do its thing, and then just come back over it and wipe around it. So I mean, I can even just take some excess here that Jason had and go right over the trim. I'm gonna go over that. What have I done?
Man down.
What have I done? It's okay, because you know what's cool about this? You take this that's fallen on the ground, right? And you flip that bad boy around, right? And so now we have a new clean side. We'll take our coating and we'll knock that down, or knock that out. So a couple drops here.
And
on
the reason it's
applicator.
doing that, and it's going to be really slick to the touch, is because this is an SiO2 as opposed to a straight SiC. SiC ceramic coats, when you touch them, they tend to have a slight tack to them at first. That's the SiC compound. SiO2 is known for being easy to use and the high gloss and high slickness. So yes, this can be Dukes of Hazzard an hour after we put this on. It'll be slick and ready to roll. This car does not have to sit in your garage for a day after you do this.
No. Super easy. And so, again, they've kind of really thought of, I mean, I'd say Dr. G and the team over there have thought of a lot of different things here that solve a lot of problems that detailers face on a day-to-day basis with applications, time, efficiencies. Again, I just dropped the applicator on the ground, right? I was like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do, right? Well, that little flippy pad thing there, right, solves my issue, because now that didn't touch the ground.
Right.
I know it didn't, and I flip that over and get right back to it. But people drop applicators all the time.
All the time.
Literally, it's a daily thing.
Which is why this one, you can use a suede style applicator or basically any applicator of your choice. I like these specifically because it has a little hand grip, so it helps you not let go of it as easy. And like Anthony said, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 areas that I can use. That can be important because, yes, we all wash the car, but let's say we missed an area down here with dirt. If I was to go down and put a coating on here and realize, oh, I just picked up some dirt, not a big deal. I can clean it with the O&R, flip this over, and continue to move on my way. Not a problem at all. Because I know we've all washed cars perfectly every single time, and there's never anything left when you get on the ground.
Never.
Right.
So, all right, we have now coated this. Okay. We've washed it. We've polished it. We've clayed it. What, do we need to do anything else?
So that would be done. Now, as a second choice, let's say we weren't going to ceramic coat this, and we wanted to do something a little quicker and simpler. That would be the Hyper Seal. That you spray that on. I'm going to show you, but we'll spray that on, and it's going to flash out by itself, just like the Shine did. You can use that directly onto the car after we clean it. You don't have to polish the vehicle out. And when the vehicle's still wet, you can use this. You spray that on the wet vehicle and then dry the car off. You've protected it, you've dried the vehicle off, and it's streak-free, and it'll help soften that water if the water you're using to rinse off had any kind of chemicals in it. So we've done this with ceramic coat. Technically, I would tell you to wait about an hour, and this car is pretty much ready to go. But what I can do is actually take my Hyper Seal. Again, we're going to pretend like we waited an hour or so, and I can put that Hyper Seal directly onto the car.
Cool.
Okay.
And while Jason's doing that and knocking that down, I'm actually going to get a couple questions here up on the screen, so that way we can get some working time and get some of these questions answered. So Dane, what do we have?
Let's go ahead and get to those comments. I'm pulling them up now. Let's see. I do enjoy this. A lot of people were just commenting on all of the cars going back to the rental service at the end of this week with half-finished hoods and various things. So, yeah, some people were pretty thrown by that. I like this one from Wolfsburg, though. He's right. There's no flash anxiety when you're using this.
Not
it's
at all.
a nice way to kind of offset some of those concerns.
It's like the opposite of flash anxiety.
Like
I mean, it's like literally, it's almost instantaneous.
And if we have Jimmy Cam for a second, pulling in here too, with the Hyper, it does the same thing. You do not have to remove all this. So you see that flashing that I put on that sealant? I can leave this here. This will go away on its own. I do not have to come through here and be like, oh, I got to remove every speck of that. Okay? I did a wipe down, and that will flash out on its own.
Nice. All right, Dane, what's next? Because
all right.
I want to know, Jason, too, are we going to be able to spray some water in here? Is there going to be any major difference?
Nope.
Okay.
It'll be, we'll totally be able to show hydrophobic. Give it just a couple seconds here and let this Hyper Seal set up. And
no problem. I'll go ahead and keep pulling them up here. I got about a page, so I got plenty for us to go over.
Yeah, they're still based in Memphis, Tennessee,
yes.
correct?
To answer that, yes. And then I've got a question regarding Optimum Gloss Coat from Mexico here, wondering, we no longer sell it, but this right here we're looking at is kind of a good
we
way to
replaced
upgrade.
Gloss Coat with Hypershine, but Gloss Coat does still exist from Optimum, yes.
There you go.
The Gloss Coat was very similar. This gives you a lot more working time, so I can actually do the whole car and not have to come back and level it till it's completely done.
Yeah.
In the sunshine, you're going to do smaller panels, but in a nice garage, you can pretty much do the whole vehicle in one shot.
Yep.
Not wrong. Then I got Wolfsburg here wondering about sheeting versus beading. And Anthony, you can tackle this one, I'm sure.
This is exactly what I was wondering yesterday. Some products bead, others sheet. I think I need one that sheets because I leave my car outside. The whole sheeting beading thing is really, oh man, I don't really. There's certain times where certain, I would say the surface tension of certain products, but I guess the surface tension that is changed can result in different hydrophobic behavior. But in terms of like sheeting versus beading, most of the time that is going to be basically purely based on the water itself, the way that the water is being applied to the surface.
And of course the angle of the...
and the angle. It's like...
the roof's not going to shed water by itself.
You're not going to just have rain that falls on a protected vehicle that builds up to literally a flat panel of water that eventually just runs off. That's not how that works. Meaning it will bead eventually until there is enough weight there of the water itself, enough density to start moving that.
The science says about 30 degrees.
Yeah, and at a certain angle, right, you might start having other water pick up other water, but I think the whole beading versus sheeting thing, I think that there's some, I don't know what I would call it, validity. There's something there that people have probably witnessed, but it's very hard to replicate with every car being virtually different.
Correct. And with that being said, I want to go ahead and apply some water on here.
Okay, cool.
So we sped this process up. Obviously, normally I would wait an hour in between coatings, but for our demo, this will still show us what we're doing.
So we're doing no tip, right?
Yeah, no tip, because I was just going to show like an actual water like that, and watch how that sheets itself off. That's hydrophobic, so it's taking the dirt, dust, and things with it off the side of the vehicle.
Totally.
And there's always that trick that people can do when they do it, when they got a good hydrophobic, that if you get the pressure going and I pull it real light, like that, I can actually dry the vehicle off using
just
my hose, using that surface tension you were talking about. I got a little overspray, but that's a dry panel that I dried using the hose because of that hydrophobic and that the water doesn't want to stick to it. So.
Totally, but I mean, if you look over here, you can see beautiful beads over here, right? Just from a splash effect. But I mean, what we're talking about when it comes to sheeting is that you can essentially use the surface tension to your best benefit here and show it rinsing itself off, which is pretty cool. A very cool effect.
Yeah, you're effectively cleaning it now.
Yep. And so, the next time you go to wash your car after you've had it hyper sealed or any kind of protectant on there, the process we did would be the same thing, we just wouldn't polish it. We'd no rinse, wash it, we put the hyper seal on it while it's still wet. For instance, just like it is here, I can apply that hyper seal directly to my wet car, and it's going to help remove any kind of water spots that would be on your wet car, and then you'd walk away and ready to go.
Can we show one more trick before we end this? Because I know they're probably going to start screaming and being like, "We got to get going. We're done, right?" Where did you put that tip at? Oh, nice. Okay, let me grab this. So let me just show the Gabe method. Gabe wants people to see this. We call it the Gabe method because this is what he does on his cars all the time, right? So if you really want to just get some instant water behavior, right? What you can do is we can go ahead and actually just. This is crazy because we're doing protection on top of protection, right? But I could do this right here, and then we are going to end this segment because they're screaming in my ear that we got to cut this thing off. But I'm going to take my pressure washer here and basically just treat this as a spritz-on, pressure wash-off change of behavior, of water behavior. So another way to essentially apply some protection. So we got Jimmy all mech suited up here, so we're going to go ahead and show you what this looks like.
That water does not want to stay on that hood, does it? It likes to run away.
Look at the front bumper here. We didn't even really wash that. We actually didn't wash it, so we're just throwing in, we're just raw dogging it. Protection on top of protection. Pretty amazing. Cool. And at this point, all you really have to do is take your drying towel and dry it. Just know that you are drying some SiO2 here in the process. And so we're going to go ahead and just take that towel, go through, pick up this water. And what's crazy is we literally just coated this car, and then we put HyperSeal on top of it dry, and then we put HyperSeal on top of it wet. And what's even crazier about that there's no massive buildup. Like, I would expect this to be the streakiest mess in the entire world, and right now it just feels like I'm just drying a protected car. So that's that, people. Pretty amazing. Dane, is there any last thing we can cover before ending this, right? I feel like it's kind of been a circus, but like a fun and exciting circus.
It always is when you guys are doing this stuff, and I love it. I have no notes. I think it's fantastic. There were many more questions and comments. However, I think a lot of them kind of covered the same bases. Mostly people were really impressed with the demo. They really enjoyed seeing how quickly the surface can change, all that. So I think that was good. And I really appreciate you taking the light and actually going through showing the defects on the car before you really got into it.
Yep.
So,
well, I want to give a huge shout out to Jason for coming out
Yes.
here. Thank you, Dr. G, for sending him out. We love hanging out with him. And so, and we wish everybody well over there. And hopefully people took away some good tips from this.
And last thing I got to ask you, how long will it last? That's like the number one thing people ask.
Hypershine is rated for what?
It's a 2 or 3 year type product. Being an SiO2, it doesn't have the permanency that an SiC has, but it's something easy to do. And in a couple years, if you wanted to reapply it, you wouldn't even necessarily have to do a polish out in the car because it's protected. Just do a nice clean the vehicle with O&R, and you could go back and apply it every couple years for you.
Easy.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate the demo, and we'll keep this train rolling. So,
cool.
Thanks
Thank
again,
you, Dane.
Jason.
Thanks,
Thank
Dan.
you, Anthony.
See you guys.
All right, guys. So the show continues. Hope you're having a wonderful time. I'm enjoying my time here in the box, freezing off. I got my jacket on, but don't worry. We'll keep this train rolling. We're having a great time. Coming up, we've got Alex and Joey for the halftime show, the detailed desk, as it were. But there's some interesting things going on, actually, as far as that's concerned. So to give them a moment to just kind of get set up, get arranged, let me tell you, once again, this is the last day of TRCMA, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the TRCMA sale. So if you go to theragcompany.com and you check out our website, you can see all kinds of awesome deals, things for sale, stuff that, you're interested in. If you like cleaning cars, if you like just, things that are shiny, having a good time in your garage, or perhaps you run a business, we got you covered. And especially during this week. But the sale doesn't go on too much longer, so I want to make sure you guys get a chance to take advantage of that. And then as well, on top of that, we've got some freebies, some big giveaways happening this week. It's been happening each day of the show, but today is the last day to take advantage at trcma.com. You can scroll to the bottom of that page and see a little fill-out form. This is your last chance before the end of the show today. You got to get in pretty well before the end of the show today to be entered in to possibly win that giveaway prize. And once again, no purchase necessary. You just follow through on the form and you're able to be entered in. And of course, each one has featured several gifts, some giveaway stuff from the brands featured that day. So if you like who's on today, you're probably going to like the giveaway. Anyway, that's enough from me. Let's take it over to Alex and Joey. Guys, take it away.
Today on Halftime, Sydney makes money.
I am here to show you how to do a professional maintenance wash.
Let's hit it.
Joey fills the foam cannon.
The honeys are satisfied.
Dude, this is taking all day.
It's for the honeys, baby. It's for the honeys. Good morning and welcome to day 4, the final day of the Rag Company Media Access Show, otherwise known as TRCMA, Joey.
Alex, we've had day 1, we've had day 2, we've had day 3, and now we've had half of day 4. I am very sad that we are almost ready to go home, but halftime's just starting.
That's right, baby. Halftime, I think it's our favorite segment. Maybe a little bit partial.
We're a little biased.
There's another segment that's probably just as good.
Yeah, everyone knows that we're hobbyists, we're enthusiasts, we're professional enthusiasts, we like to call
Fair
it.
enough.
But we're a little crazy in our methods when it comes to washing or detailing a car that may differ from how a professional does it.
As the internet says, we're a little extra.
Yeah, a little extra. So we decided to maybe check out a difference between an obsession versus a profession, and how someone like us might detail a little crazy compared to how someone might detail for profit. And who better than to check out a professional detail than our best friend, Sydney Bray-Gwynn.
That's a fantastic idea, Joey.
So what do you say we send it on over to them and see what they got going on?
Absolutely. Back to Alex and Joey. Thanks, Joey and Alex. Joey, I think we look pretty darn good in that.
I think so too, but I'm excited today because we're here with Sydney Bray-Gwynn, one of our best friends in the world. We're gonna be washing some cars today, but we're gonna be doing it from a different perspective. We're gonna be doing it from the hobbyist perspective, or the obsession versus the profession.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see where our processes differ.
I'm excited.
I'm excited too, but I'm more excited to start this wash. So what do you say we have Sydney kick things off?
I can't wait to see your process.
I am here to show you how to do a professional maintenance wash. So a little bit different than Joey and Alex, I am here for efficiency and to maximize the money that I make per hour. So I brought all my own stuff authentically from my shop, and this car is coated, so this is gonna be a maintenance wash. So this is when a customer's coming in and they're paying me $50 to $70 just to wash their car, not detail it. So I brought literally just the tools that I would use to do that. And so going for efficiency, I'm gonna use a dedicated wheel and tire cleaner. I've got the right tools as far as the brushes that are gonna do the best job in the quickest amount of time. And then I'm gonna do an absolute rinseless wash. For that though, because this car is a little bit dirty, I brought my keg sprayer with me, which is going to get the surface laid with absolute much faster. And then I'm gonna use my 2 buckets. I have my wheel and tire bucket and my absolute bucket. So last thing I need to do to get set up is just to add the absolute to the bucket. So I will go ahead and do that. We've got about 3 gallons of water in there. So I'm gonna do 3 dunks of absolute in there, and then that's gonna be ready to go. All right, and I am going to start with wheels and tires. For this, because we're doing a maintenance wash, this is something that maybe I'm gonna dedicate 40 minutes to, which means 10 minutes on the tires, 30 minutes on the wash. They're not gonna get the full detail experience. So you're not gonna get 100% of your wheel wells cleaned. You know, I may not focus on the barrels of the wheels too much. So I'm gonna jump in, and because I'm giving myself 10 minutes for the wheels, I don't even have time to get cozy in a Viper chair. So I'm just going straight at this. So we've got wheel cleaner. I'm gonna get this on first so that it starts to kind of break down some of that dirt. We're gonna get that on there, get our tire cleaner on there. I'm gonna, of course, get like the insides of their, you know, fender wells and things. All right, and then I'm gonna start hitting those wheels first with my brushes. I'm gonna come in, I'm gonna get kind of the tighter areas, get those knocked out. Again, this may not end up totally perfect, right? That's what details are for. So we're gonna get that, then I'm gonna take my wheel face brush, give it a good scrub. Now, what I do like about using like good brushes is you can still get a lot of work done in a short amount of time. So I'm gonna grab my tire scrubber. I'm gonna load it up with a little bit more product so that I get the nice foaming action. This is gonna save a little bit of time where I'm not gonna have to scrub as long. All right, now let's talk real quick about the products that you choose. I do like to make sure that I'm using a product that is super efficient because I don't want to have to scrub a lot longer. So I'm going to use a product that's going to do a lot of the work for me, which just makes it a lot nicer. All right, so wheels and tires are done. Now I'm ready to start washing the car. Again, I'm probably going to spend about 30 minutes doing this. So because the car is a little bit dirty and I'm choosing to do a rinseless wash today, which is what I normally do for my maintenance washes, I am going to pre-spray the vehicle with my keg sprayer, which is full of absolute at 256 to 1. This is just going to start the dirt breaking down with the polymers and the absolute and all that kind of good stuff. I'm also going to hit the roof really good because I'm going to wash the roof, but I want to make sure that this solution does most of the work for me there. So this is really nice. This is going to be kind of like a pressure washer, if you will, but it's not going to be like a full rinse. So I'm still going to be able to get a lot of solution on the vehicle without getting a ton on the floor. So I chose to do rinseless today because this is how I normally work in my shop at home. It's quicker. I'm gonna have a lot less water to get out of like the door jambs, the crates, all of that kind of stuff. So where I'm worried about efficiency on time and being able to do a good job for the customer, this saves me a little bit of time that maybe I can go back and invest in like the finishing work to make it look really nice for the customer. So because I've been doing rinseless wash for so long, you know, my methods have kind of changed over the years. And what I have found is that doing half the car, or, you know, 1/4 of the car at a time, is the most time efficient. Some people will go panel to panel, and that's okay to do, especially if you're working outside and, you know, maybe conditions aren't ideal. If your garage is not insulated, you might need to work a little bit faster. So I just do what works best with my climate and area that I'm working in. And so for me, like we are indoors today, because we actually had a rainstorm here today, we chose to work indoors, which means I can work a little bit larger area and not have a problem with anything drying on the surface. So now that I have this side washed, I'm gonna dry it. Now we will notice through here, like I'm gonna come back and there's little spots of tar. I will come back and get those for the customer if it's not something that, you know, is huge areas. So I will kind of take a little bit of time to go through those extra steps just to make sure the car looks nice. The main goal here is obviously if the car is really dirty, you know, you may have to still pre-rinse it with your pressure washer. And that's why I love doing rinseless washes. You can totally adjust what you do based on the vehicle, and that's okay to do. So like when I say I don't use a pre-wash, it doesn't mean that every single time I don't use a pre-wash. It just means as a general rule. All right, so the rear of the SUVs are generally the dirtiest section of the car. So I'm gonna make sure that I really soak this down really nice and good. And what's nice about the sprayer that I like is like in these areas, I can still kind of hit that out and blow it out. Whereas with a normal rinseless wash, you may leave some of those cracks and crevices behind. And this makes sure that it gives me a little bit extra oomph to get those cracks cleaned out, which is nice. So super easy. And as you can see, probably each section takes me less than 5 minutes. So as I'm washing this, you guys probably can't hear it, but I can hear that there's a lot of contamination on this back. Now, if you were, you know, really trying to go the extra mile or something, you might want to be tempted to grab your clay mitt or your clay towel. And here's where I think it's important to differentiate between if you're doing a maintenance wash or a detail. So if this was my car personally, and I was being an enthusiast, I would grab the clay mitt and get this, you know, sandpaper sound and feel off the paint, which is the contamination, right? But here is where we as professionals have to draw that line and say, I'm doing the job I'm getting paid for. As much as we would love to do everything and give the customer everything, you'll learn after owning a business for a while that if you're doing it, you know, for yourself, you're not gonna make any money. So that was a hard lesson that I had to learn. And so even though I can hear this and feel it, we're just being paid to do a wash. So I'm gonna leave all that contamination there, but that gives me something to talk to the customer about what is the difference between a wash and a detail. All right, so now I'm going to actually do the windshield and the roof before I do the front. So for the windshield, I'm gonna add a couple different things. So I did go and grab my bug off because the windshield and the front definitely have a lot of bugs on them. So I'm gonna incorporate this. I'm gonna use a Jersey bug scrubber to clean the windshield, and then I'll go back over with just my regular sponge on the roof. Now let's talk about, I'm not super tall. I'm taller for a girl, but I'm not as tall as Joey. So I'm gonna need a little bit of help. I don't necessarily need to use stairs. And this is kind of one of those things where here, if a car and SUV has these side steps, they are meant to hold weight and they're meant to be stood on. So I'm gonna use those. So I'm gonna dunk my Jersey bug scrubber here into the Absolute, and I'm gonna spray bug off onto the Jersey bug scrubber. I'm not gonna spray it directly onto the windshield. Not that it's hot in here, not that this is hot, but it's just best practice to not spray it on the windshield. It could leave little spots, so it's just easier while I'm down there to get it on there. And then what's nice is up here, you can run back over, you know, the top of the roof if there's any bugs up there, but there's not in this case. So I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna take my sponge and I'm gonna walk back this step and get the roof. So if you noticed when I was spraying the sides, I did use my keg sprayer to spray some Absolute up there to get that going. Now real quick before I'm gonna put this away, I do have my wheel face brush, which you can also use the fender well brush for this. Put it in my Absolute, and I'm gonna scrub these side steps down while they're out. So this is definitely not an area that I leave on a car wash, you always want to wash these. And mainly because this is something that we have to remember, this opens up right when the customer goes to get in their car. And that's definitely going to be something that they're going to look at and realize wasn't done. We'll hit the driver's side. Okay, so now we are on the home stretch of this wash. I've got the hood and the front left. So what I'm going to do while I'm washing the hood is I'm going to pre-soak all these bugs up here with Bug Off. And then I will use the Jersey Bug Scrubber. I'll kind of knock a lot of them down, and then I'll just wash it normally with the Absolute. So I'm just going to get this kind of dwelling on these bugs. Again, it's totally okay to do this because we're indoors. It's like 70 degrees in here. We don't have any direct sun. You would obviously want to change your method if you were in an environment like that. So let's say you are outside and in the sun. What I would recommend is I would spray this, leave it for like 30 seconds to a minute, and then go ahead and scrub it with your Jersey Bug Scrubber. The Jersey Bug Scrubber is going to have enough Absolute in it that it is going to kind of dilute it enough to where it's not going to leave any stains or anything. But I would just get to the method of scrubbing the bugs a little bit sooner if you are outside. All right, so now we're going to soak down this hood. Now going through this car wash, there's a couple spots on the car that there is sap and tar, and I probably will try to get those, you know, gone for the customer just so that we're not leaving sap on the car or anything. So this is what we here call, in Idaho, we call this bee poop. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but that's what I call it, so I go with it. Usually this I just scrape off with my fingernail. The sap though, I will have to come back with a true tree sap remover. Coming back through to grab those bugs off. So the Bug Off here is just going to make it really nice and simple to get these bugs released from the surface. Now again, like the back, we're not going to worry about all of the contamination that's up here because we are just doing a basic car wash today. There is just as much contamination up here as there was in the back, but I definitely want to get all these bug guts off because that's what eats through the paint. So I am going to worry about those. I'm just not going to worry about the contamination. Okay, now what I'm going to do here for the sake of time is we do technically need to rinse this, but instead of using my sponge, because I've already scrubbed the whole thing, I'm actually going to use my keg sprayer just to quickly make sure that I get everything rinsed. All right, now we'll grab our towel, we'll finish drying, and then I'm going to hit the tire dressing, do the windows. I do always go back over the windows just to make sure that those are totally streak-free. We're gonna get that tar off, we're gonna get the sap off, and then we're gonna be done. And then we're gonna talk to this customer about doing a detail. I think that's the main thing. It's just, as a professional, you just have to know where to draw the line, you know, on your services. Like, what are you doing? What are you getting paid for? You want to make sure here that as a professional and as a business that you're leaving it up to discussion with your customer. If you provide, you know, if you over deliver on the wash, it's going to have you're going to have a hard time showing value in the detail service. So not that we're doing a bad job, it's just do the wash, not a detail, right? So I will tell my customers, you know, scratch removal, water spot removal, things like that, those happen in a detail, not in a maintenance wash. So very important. But there's going to be a couple areas that I'm always going to look at, like what can I do really quick to make it look a little bit better and have the customer be happier. So there's obviously a lot of tar. We've had a lot of construction going on. So there's big chunks of tar right here, which are very noticeable. I don't know if you guys can see them on camera, but in person, they're super noticeable. So I'm just going to quickly use my Ulex and try to get some of this off just so that it looks better for the customer. Again, here, I know that there's probably products that others would try first, but because I'm a detailer and I use this product every day, I kind of know its limitations. So I'm going to be much more comfortable grabbing out Ulex, whereas somebody just starting or somebody that doesn't know how paints react, you may want to grab something a little bit gentler. But for the sake of time, I usually grab Ulex. So we see kind of those smaller sections come off easier. This one I'm gonna have to go over a couple times just to get rid of that. I was able to remove all of that nasty tar with the Ulex. I did go back and neutralize it, which it's pretty easy. I just used regular Absolute and my sponge, re-washed it, re-dried it. Totally takes care of it. There's still like little bits here and there, but as far as aesthetics and like just kind of getting it clean for the customer, that is totally great. So now let's move on to the tree sap. So I have 3 big clusters of tree sap on this hood. Normally when I was at home, I would use a tree sap remover, but we've got Ulex out and my rag is already soaked with it, so I'm just gonna go ahead and use this. Again, always use caution though. You kind of want to work quickly and then neutralize it right away. This is coming off pretty fast, so this must not be that old. So we're just going to get that off of there. Sometimes I'll let it sit for a minute, but in this case, we're gonna get that off of there. Now, what I do notice from this is it looks like this tree sap ate through the coating. So that could be another thing to kind of bring up with the customer and talk to them about. So last couple steps, I am going to clean the windows. I'm going to use Reflect today just because this is going to give it kind of a pop, but it's also going to clean the windows. The windows are not dirty because we washed the car, but I want them to be streak free. I want to make sure I'm not leaving any towel streaks behind. I'm going to put tire dressing on the tires, and then I'm going to go over the entire thing kind of like as a double check, make sure that if any water dripped or any towel streaks, that I've got that all cleaned up, and then this wash is done, and then I'm going to have the discussion with the customer about needing a detail.
But first, let's go see what Alex and Joey have going on.
Don't worry, we'll pick this up later. Back to Alex and Joey.
Good afternoon.
Hey, how's it going? We've got some supplies in front of us here. This is a weird set. We've got Tony here.
Braveheart.
Dr. Colorchip.
Braveheart's in the house.
Good to see you.
It's got some.
Howdy. I'm ready to paint.
I'm so happy to do this with you. I don't
know what this is.
I don't know if you know what we're doing.
I really
don't know if
don't.
we know what we're doing. There's some gloves. We've got some paint palettes. We've got some acrylic paints and paint brushes and some ripping rags. But
will my pickle fit in here?
I think your hands might.
Okay.
We've got some cups here.
Maybe your foot.
Anthony's hands would be swimming in these.
Oh yeah, these are large gloves. But
everybody keeps talking about him having small hands. I don't understand. Poor guy.
Well, shake his hands and you'll notice right away.
But it's a firm handshake. It's not a. Is it sweaty?
It's a baby grip. They
Sometimes
just don't
it's clammy.
Sweaty. Oh, it's the clammy.
The clammy ones.
It's not
clammy
what you
small
think.
hands.
I'm gonna put these gloves on
yeah,
because I assume that we're dealing with these paints. You
Paint,
know?
yes, I have acrylic paint all
If
over
it's
here.
on you, it's in you.
It's in me.
Yeah, it sure
Cancer
is. It
not a
sure
thing.
is.
Just want you to know that.
Oh my goodness.
You know,
Not today, anyways.
We just met Tony, and he's
Wild.
instantly one of my favorite people.
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Oh,
but thank you.
Just take the compliment and run with it.
I'm uber grateful. Thank you so much. All I know is I got off a plane and I'm in Boise, Idaho, of all places. That's crazy.
Sometimes you just end up here and you don't know how you got here.
No, I love it, and so we're doing this paint thing here, and I don't know enough about it, but I do know. So last week I was in Milan for a PDR Expo, and so if we're dealing with paint, I did stay at the Leonardo da Vinci Hotel, so I know a little bit about paint now.
Oh,
so
you're ready for this.
Is that like the Home to Suites,
Yes.
or is it slightly better?
It's a step below, if you want to know the truth. The Home Suites. That's a nice place downtown.
It is.
It's
it is.
beautiful.
Great
I want to
breakfast.
tell you, the rag company, they treat people very, very kindly. The lunches have been amazing. I've never been here before, but I'm super, super grateful to be here. And let's see what we're going to do.
I'm glad
here.
your first time is here with us.
I know you are.
Because we're not here all the time, but this is
Here
a
for a good
special
time.
time. We're here for a good time, not a long time.
You're pushing me off the cliff. Let's go. Let's go.
I think we have a subject that we're painting. I've been told that like when someone stands in an art class and you paint.
Yeah, like
them.
this.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Why is it so dark?
Anthony Fisher. How many push-ups do you think he did to make his shoulder and his pec look like that before the shoot?
In what
That's
year?
Really strange lighting.
That is very strange lighting.
But it's very colorful. Did he? Is this a normal after-hours thing for him?
The only after hours we have is Portuguese beans and regret afterwards. So I don't know about this.
But he looks like a Portuguese.
Maybe we should do this. Make this a yearly thing.
With an explosion of color.
He wants to do it
this.
every year.
He wants to make this a yearly thing. Well, I think that is our subject. So there's some reds, there's some blues, there's some greens. I
think
see
we
there.
can help
My
with
eyes
this.
are green.
Here, let me see.
If
Oh,
that
got
makes
green.
any difference.
Okay,
So
green eyes.
Let me see.
We
just make adjustments as
Look at
needed.
these. These are the acrylic colors that I have on my face. So Let's see here.
What green?
Go a little Braveheart.
What green do you think his eyes are? We've got 3 different shades of green. I'm gonna go with this light one.
I think Colorchip has better variety, but we'll know about that later.
Oh, we got.
Yeah,
what's this green called? Is this this is bright yellow green?
This brush here, this is a full hand for Anthony.
Oh, we've got to.
That's a full hand brush.
It
gotta
is
pop
one
these open.
stroke and you have his hand.
Yeah. So let's see. Most people's hands, you're saying, and Anthony's hands.
Nah, maybe
Like this?
Maybe this is Anthony's.
This is a normal hand and Anthony's hand. Okay. So we got to put this in here. Now, what are we going to paint? We're going to paint. We got to get a little red. I'm going to work on a little red. Let me see.
Are we auctioning this off?
This should be auction. I feel like Luke Bergey's going to buy this.
Smithsonian.
I'm going to take this color. Maybe it looks a little, a little fleshy.
Just.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna have to mix some.
I'm gonna,
But we've got the pro mixer here. He knows what he's doing.
The white pearl mixer. Tricoat is our friend.
I'm gonna paint the lift, I think.
Okay.
What about the gun? What about his Star Wars little Han Solo gun there?
Okay. I have to pull this protection off the tip.
You just need to lift the corner and then you can squeeze the paint through it.
I'm double capped up.
I'm gonna follow your lead.
Why? You're the paint guy. You don't want to follow my lead.
I'm not a portrait paint guy. I'm a car paint guy.
Well, we're painting a car.
Okay, so the red.
We got red. I need some blue.
Here we go.
Had some splooge at the top there. That's
splooge of the paint. Yeah, the paint can splooge out pretty easily.
Yep. And then what do I need? I need some blue. You got some blue? Can I borrow that?
There you go, Joseph.
This is
I can't. What is this? This is okay.
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
All right.
Okay.
I think I've got it all. Maybe I need. Some
Tony's
black.
got the red towel. Okay. Excellent.
I'm doing a whole like Michelangelo thing.
I think you guys are doing good. Make sure you're getting my jawline, please.
Oh, he wants the jawline.
Make sure you're getting the.
I mean, his hands are pretty covered.
Please, yeah.
So I'll just.
He wants to make sure that we've got his jawline down.
Okay.
I'll start here.
The lift
I guess.
going here.
Oh, you already gave me a brush.
Yeah, there's that there. This is his little blanket.
I think I'm going to start with his head.
A little blanket here.
I'll do a little mixing.
We don't want
here.
too much going on Anthony's head here.
If you guys can see here, I've watched Bob Ross a lot as a child, so.
It's the happy little action.
I've never actually felt like Bob Ross as much as I do now.
Look at that. Look, I'm mixing colors here. All right, this is going to be Anthony's
the lift is
head.
complete.
We got to get the jawline right.
Okay. I'm just
I
going
don't know what I'm doing here.
There's his
like
little blanket here.
This is his nose and his jaw. There's Anthony's head right there.
Oops. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to get some darkness to get the, maybe get the legs going.
The shape of his face going, I think.
Look at that color blending.
You like
that? You know,
that?
you should try Dr. Colorchip. You're a good color blender.
So.
That would be a bright orange car.
Joey, what is that?
This is Anthony's head. What do you mean, what is it?
Why
is it not obvious?
Why is his head so, it's supposed to be over here?
Oh, I thought we were individually doing one.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I thought we were each doing a portrait.
You want 3 Anthonys in this?
No.
Oh, then this can just be some sunshine out in the.
Okay, that's our
sunshine on the shoulder. Yeah, look at that's pretty
cool. Let's now that we're all on the same page here.
So the lift is.
This is the lift down here. Yep. And here's his little blanket.
I think Anthony's got something to say.
Are you guys doing the Dr. Colorchip squeegee method, or are you just using the brushes?
I don't think
we are
the
just doing
necessary.
brushes. I don't think we're doing the Dr. Colorchip squeegee method.
I'm going to go ahead and get the black.
Yeah, you're going to do squeegee later, Anthony.
Use your finger. Spread it in.
Look at this.
Spread it.
I'm going to get his.
Spread it with our finger.
Then blend.
I'm going to get his.
Blend the chip.
Anthony is. Because of the bathroom situation inconsistencies, Anthony has to have joggers on for speed and efficiency.
Speed and agility, yeah.
So I'm just going to.
There we go.
We will get. I'll do his head up here. How about that?
Yeah, there you go. Get the head.
That's where the head goes.
Perfect.
Does he have Crocs on in this?
His nose.
I can't really
There's
tell.
his nose and his head.
I think they're Brooks.
Okay, gotcha.
You're looking at his shoes.
And I'm just gonna do a little.
Oh, there you go. Oh yeah, that's a perfect nose.
Yeah, there we go. I think.
See?
And look at that jawline I did there.
Strong jawline.
Strong jawline.
Look at that. I like it.
We'll just fill
I
it
need
in.
get a little blue going here.
Man, Pinocchio is jealous of that nose.
That does suit me.
Let me see if I'm gonna put this.
The
down
Pinocchio
over
nose
here.
suits him. Okay,
That is
good.
nice.
I'm gonna get his little blue.
He likes the big nose. All right.
Thing here. I'll put that
Something. I
on.
like something big. Do we have any silver, Joey?
You have eyes. I don't know. Here you go.
You have eyes. Okay. Well, look at.
All right.
This is a
Do
full.
you think I should accentuate his jaw
here's the
with
blue.
black?
Oh
Okay.
goodness.
So
To
the
give him
blue,
like, here, we'll do some lips
I
here.
don't. What is
Nostril, maybe? Nostril?
blue.
What color's his hair?
Joey, what am I gonna do with this? This
black.
Make some happy little clouds or something.
is okay.
Wait a
Gotcha.
minute. I'm gonna get his little X-ray gun here.
All right. I'm gonna put this up here. Oh, he's got an X-ray gun.
Our friends at Rousseau on the back.
Who's gonna work on his? I guess I can work on his pectoral muscle.
Oh.
That's a clavicle.
Well, he's got a little pectoral.
You hear that
poking
word?
out.
That's a big word.
Clavicle.
I never knew.
I like using the mouth. Okay, we only have 2 hands around here, so we
I
can
never knew I
have a
would
bit more flexibility.
use it. Oh yeah. Now you have to do his eye.
Okay.
Make it a really
Action
big eye.
here.
I like what Native Titan's saying here. Cover yourself with the best rags in town, the Rag Company.
Oh yeah, you
If
do.
That's a whole lot of rags.
And then I just.
Those are nice rags though.
yeah.
You're working on his eyeball? They're green. I have green already.
Oh.
Are your eyes
No,
green?
I'm getting some Rousseau
Anthony-
action going.
I think he said his eyes.
My eyes are green, if that makes any difference. So if you can
That's
just make
twice
adjustments
now
as
he's
needed.
reminded us. It's
Well,
like you can't
okay.
remember.
I have green here. Do you want to mix some from mine?
I need a little bit of gray.
Gray. Black will make it. Black and white make gray.
Yeah.
Black and white can make it a little gray. We don't. Oh, you have the.
I have
white.
some black.
He's got the white over here.
You know
Oh,
what?
you have black. Okay. Well, I'm
well-
just gonna. I'll work on his shoulder over here, I guess.
I don't-
His shoulder's sticking
I'm gonna
out.
have to get his little. Yeah, this
This
little
is also
green
white.
kinda, sort of here.
His shoulder.
Yes, that will look good above my mantle.
He's gonna
I
hang this
appreciate
hood.
you, boys.
This hood will be hanging on the wall here, and you know the nice thing is we get to sign it at the end, and he'll never forget us.
Yeah.
Okay. He's got.
This going above my fireplace.
Okay, you got that.
I don't think
Oh, very
Anthony
good.
has a fireplace.
He wouldn't. He would only let us go so far into his home, so I couldn't confirm that he has.
Could you imagine if Anthony's wife was on a girls' trip, came home, and
What do you think
So this-
Anthony's wife would think about us painting this portrait of her husband?
I think she'd come
Now,
find us?
do you think that during the Titanic scene, Rose also
This is a little.
felt a similar way?
Yeah, I don't.
You're doing the eye.
Have you ever
Come on,
seen
get over and
Titanic?
do the eye. Do the eye.
Okay.
Have you ever seen Titanic?
Do we
Dewar?
have a green?
I feel like I'm on the Titanic right now.
I'm painting Anthony like one of my French girls.
I am. I don't know about that.
He's got like a blue towel over his shoulder there. So
I just like
that looks like a shoulder
Oh,
towel.
that's a shoulder towel.
Anthony's not one to be in a confined space in a cargo hold on a cruise ship.
You
I
know
can
who
see
is
him.
though? Our friend Luke Berge.
Luke Berge absolutely is.
I
okay.
can see
How
Anthony.
about here? The eye right there.
That's where eyes go.
Oh, the eye is the hardest part. That's what.
Oh, that's a beautiful green.
Oh, perfect.
There we go.
Should we do an eyeball?
No, that's perfect.
No,
right
that's
there.
perfect.
Oh, you know, pretty good.
That is.
His eyes are a little beady
Is
anyway.
this
So
is this turning out how I was hoping?
Anthony, I don't know if this is how you were hoping, but it's how we were hoping.
I'm just gonna go ahead here and
This
just
is where
start.
it's going.
This
He's,
is the Rousseau array.
He's got little
Right
beady
here.
eyes, so I don't think we need to like
Oh,
add
look,
a pupil or
great
anything.
hand job there.
Thank you.
I
I'm
like
pretty
that.
good at the hand jobs. All right, I'm going to fill in this red towel, or are you doing that? I can fill in that red towel. Got all
Yeah.
kinds of brushes here.
There we go. Oh, look at this here.
These cabinets are gonna look so good.
You got really quiet after I said that. I don't know why. I don't know why.
I think he's clogged up.
Oh, there's black on that brush. That's a
he
dark
put him
red
in-
towel.
Why are you mixing so many colors?
I don't know,
put-
because that's what I do, my man.
You work Picasso's, bro.
Oh, here we go.
I gotta fill this.
A little bit more red here. I'll do.
Tony, you think when we first met all those years ago that you'd be painting me? It's fun,
paint.
right?
Paint is fun.
Tony, did you ever think you'd be painting Anthony after you met him all those years ago? You'd be here?
Well, if you notice, I actually can say I have not painted Anthony. You painted Anthony.
You're right.
I painted
you're accessorizing
the Rag
Anthony.
Company towels, yes, which is what I'm grateful to be here to be a part of. There we go.
All right, let's get that red up in there. I can.
Can't wait to.
Boom.
So
is this a similar method to how I'd be filling in some
Yeah,
chips
this
on the
is
hood?
just the same thing as Colorchip. We're
Okay.
going to talk about that later. It's very, very much the same thing.
So we did find some really unique information about you, because right now in the Treasure Valley it is snowing, and you don't own long socks.
No, I'm from Florida, so I don't even own long socks. And it was interesting because I've learned some interesting things about you as well.
Uh-oh, I'm afraid to hear this.
Do you want to admit it? Something about your chest hairs have a little issue sticking to your shirt? I can't remember what that was. Hey, Sacramento, what was that all about? Is chest hair?
We were, okay, like, if full disclosure, you know, we got new shirts this year for
Oh.
TRCMA. The last ones were a little chafy.
Little cheap.
Really?
Yeah.
I would never
That's an
think that the
understatement.
rag company would do anything chafy.
Well, the rag company doesn't make them, so I think that's a fair excuse.
There's
Okay,
there's
good.
no chafing on the TRC.com. You can spend your money on
So
this,
you-
this 25% off sale.
You know a little bit about chafing then?
A lot about chafing. My thick thighs
Don't
do
lie.
not lie.
They
All
save
kinds
lives.
of chafing.
Thick thighs save lives.
Oh, you're a runner.
I am a runner.
I see
He's a
that.
hockey player.
I am a hockey player.
Oh, he's from Edmonton,
He's
the
a
northern
ho-
tundra, way up there.
He is
Pretty
a
close.
hockey player.
Although as the crow flies, as you said, not far from
Not
the rag
far.
company.
5 hours south of Edmonton.
Just give me a sneak peek, a taste, please.
5 hours?
I need
hours
just a
south,
small
driving.
taste. I want to see what this
You're
looks
like
like.
right by the border.
Can we get a shot of what this looks like for Anthony? He's impatient. Do we need more green here?
I know. Do we want to do green there or blue? I got some
Here,
green.
let's just. I'm just gonna step out of frame here.
Oh,
and that's,
yeah.
that's kind of what we've got
there we
so
go.
far.
There we go. We've got.
think
There you
that-
go, Anthony. I think it's pretty damn close.
His chest is awfully blue.
What are these? His legs?
Those are his legs.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
He does have 2 legs.
You should give him some really feet.
I'm
like
going
really
to-
little feet to go with his hands.
You know what? I think actually.
Are his feet small?
Does he have small feet? Well, you
After-
guys said he had small hands.
They usually go.
After yesterday, I think we need to add the pickle in his pocket.
We should probably put the pickle somewhere. What color do you say Anthony's hair is? Is it brown? Is
Yellow.
It light brown?
Light brown. You've got a.
I've got a whole bunch of colors.
Look at you, Mr. Color Blender. I'm telling you, you'd be great with Colorchip.
You know, just
Okay.
because we might be great with color, how is Anthony feeling about all this?
My hand is falling asleep.
Oh, that's.
Well, we'll try to speed this up, Anthony.
I don't think that's all. It's falling
Let's go
asleep.
here. I think this color would make some brown. Nope, that's just not. That's
You know,
not-
this is actually turning out better than I thought.
Absolutely. What do you think of his little pocket pickle?
That pickle's that's a very oversized pickle,
It's
but
a-
it's
it's-
okay. It's a
it's a-
nice pickle.
It's a girthy
It
pickle.
looks like it's thick.
Did you guys know that green, orange, and black make brown? Actually, it's kind of gray, but you know, he's getting up there in age. He won't mind. A little bit of.
Oh, look at that.
That's actually a pretty good
That's
color.
a pretty darn good match.
Let's see. There, good little bit there.
He's gonna do a little line there, so because he has a little. Edge
He's got a
on it.
part,
Oh
right?
yeah, that part. That kind of looks like his part.
Okay.
Okay, now no, stop. It looks more like a toupee now. We got to get a little more.
How do we know he's not wearing a toupee?
Oh, maybe he
I've never
is.
tugged on his hair. It's a possibility, I guess. Should we give him an ear? Can you see his ear there?
Yeah. He does. The lighting.
there's some
the lighting
lighting.
accentuates.
Yeah. Do we need highlights on his?
Do you think Anthony's ever had frosted tips in his life?
Oh, absolutely.
We could do a little frosted tip on him here.
Tony,
Just
when
the
they
tips.
said that, you were a good painter, that you knew how to fill a chip.
I can't hear him.
Is this chip big enough?
Okay, let's see.
Is
Oh.
this chip big enough for you?
That is about the right size of a chip.
I'm gonna give him just the tiniest bit of like accentuated,
touch
shadows on his collarbone and
A touch of gray.
his pec here. Maybe
Touch of gray.
his clavicle, as Tony said. It's a good word.
Clavicle.
Now,
It's
does
a big
he?
word.
He doesn't have any facial hair going on in this one because I know he fluctuates.
He's up and down.
All right, I'm gonna do.
Braveheart, here we go.
That's beautiful.
That's
Is this the Viper chair here?
I'm just gonna borrow this blue.
Please, take it.
for a hot.
There you go.
For a hot Boise second here, and you're gonna see what I'm gonna do here. I'm just gonna.
Show me. Is this two-handed technique?
I got a little bit of white here.
Oh.
Because this Anthony on the cruise ship got the special burnt titanium.
Oh, that's nice.
Dude, you were going full Bob Ross.
That
you see how
is
he
nice.
put an edge on it?
He did.
You tapped it and put that
I'm
edge.
all about edging this week.
That's a whole lot of edging.
something. All right. What else do we need here? More? Do we need more of the green? No, that's.
I do like what this person said. It'd be nice if Anthony was wearing a potato sack.
Maybe next year.
We're in Idaho.
Maybe next year.
Oh, where do we got that?
All right.
Some right there. David Boyce. David Boyce has been wild this week.
We love David Boyce.
Right.
Would have been nice if Anthony was wearing a potato sack. Yep. He, I don't know. Do you think he'd wear it on the upper half or the lower half?
I don't want to know.
That's actually.
That's a whole lot of TMI.
This
if you know
is
what
a
I'm
real.
talking about.
Got a lot of strokes of genius in here.
Put some shadows here. So Tony, tell us more about yourself from a personal standpoint. You're from Florida. You don't know.
I'm 5'9".
You're 5'9".
Okay.
Never had a cavity.
Okay. You don't own long socks.
I don't own long socks, and that's pretty much about the extent of my life.
No, there's got to be more.
I'm originally from California.
Okay.
NorCal.
We did talk about this. Tacos.
Yep. NorCal. Yep. The Bay. I've been hanging out in Florida for like 32 years. I kind of call it serving a sentence, only because I grew up in Napa, which is a nice place to be from.
It's tough to beat Napa.
It was hard to leave Napa, but
it's tough to beat Napa.
So I've been in Florida for a long time and hanging out with Colorchip, traveling a lot. Never been to Boise. I loved it. I went on a walk at the river, which is a big deal in Boise, right? Isn't the river a big thing in Boise? Yeah. So anywho, did that yesterday. My cousin lives here. Had a really nice time. So it's been great.
You're having a good time.
Always.
But the snow today.
All we have is this moment. And yeah, snow's weird.
Snow threw you off.
When you have no socks on.
I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to accentuate the ear.
Yeah. Give him an ear. That's what I was thinking. His face needs a little bit more definition.
You getting a little pink going on there?
I'm gonna stick my finger right in there.
Okay, you're gonna do the finger method.
The finger
in the ear method.
All right, let's see. This is just like filling a chip.
Right, just like that. He's a little pasty, you know. He's got to go outside on the sunny day.
I'm telling you, you have a natural ability for this. Natural.
That's his ear.
It is.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Just gonna
use your finger.
Okay.
Spread it in.
Oh,
spread
okay.
it.
I'll just do that a little bit more.
Yes. Then blend. Blend the chip.
So, what do you like to do in your spare time when you're not?
In all seriousness, I play a lot of tennis.
Oh,
I did
pretty
that.
competitive tennis player.
Okay.
A little bit of tennis.
I like that.
I haven't played tennis since I think like middle school.
Snowmobiler and snow skier.
What? Snowmobiler.
Yeah, from Florida. But yeah, no, I spent a lot of time in Utah.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
Yeah, but snowmobiling, I raised boxers. My latest thing.
The dogs?
Yeah.
I used to have a boxer lab.
I've raised boxers for 30 years. And you know what my latest thing is?
Okay.
I have started raising butterflies, which is kind of weird.
Really? What kind of butterflies?
Monarchs.
I was going to say.
A rip and rag there?
Yeah, it's like super cool.
That's awesome.
The butterfly thing. I don't know if you've ever seen like a caterpillar, how it sheds its skin and then it becomes a chrysalis, and that chrysalis ends up becoming a butterfly.
Okay.
I mean, it literally sheds its skin. Look it up on YouTube. It will blow your mind. So yeah, my girlfriend and I have started raising butterflies I kind of started like a year ago, but now like I have butterflies hatching like every week. So it's like really cool.
And do you release them? Do you?
Well, you have to let them dry out, because when they come out of the cocoon, then they have to let their wings dry and the fluids go to their wings. So you let them sit in this like cage that I have. It's like a butterfly safe.
Oh, okay.
And so then I let them sit in there for a few hours. Long story short, then I let them go and they're free and they're on their journey.
Your little babies just out in the world.
it's actually super cool. And you know, so in my backyard, like I live down in Palm Beach, and I got a nice pool and everything. So there's always like 5 or 6 monarchs flying around. That it's just like peaceful and cool. You know, I'm older, so I like to do old people things.
I also like to do old people things, and I'm not older, so
You're not that old. You're very young.
Thank you. I'll take that. It's the last year of my 30s.
Relative to some things that live a long time.
So
you know, in kindergarten, we did this butterfly thing with the caterpillars.
Yeah.
We got to have them in the classroom.
Did they hatch and everything?
Yep.
It's kind of cool.
How long's the process?
Well, you know, from a caterpillar, then it's like they're a caterpillar for like say a couple weeks or so, 10 to 15 days, depending on the weather.
Okay.
And then they're and then it takes like literally less than 10 minutes to become a cocoon, and then they're a cocoon for about 10 or 12 days.
Yep.
and then they come out of the
Yep, that sounds about right. I for some reason, I can't remember what I had for dinner last night, but I can remember hatching a butterfly in kindergarten.
I got paint on the iPad.
We can figure out how to clean that.
Thank you.
I'm sure our man Tony here knows how to get rid of some paint in places it doesn't need to be.
I hope so, because I have it in a bad place right now.
You do. You took one for the team, and you.
I love that.
I'm bravehearting it for you guys.
I
I just wanted to try to do something to help out the team.
Yeah.
I'm new here. I have to earn my keep.
And
this is the first time I've ever been to the TRCMA, and I'm so grateful for the invite. So I just wanted to be a team player and go Braveheart on it.
I think you might be putting in a little more effort than anyone else, so you might be the team player.
What do you guys think if I do a little bit more gray around his
You know what we need to
towels
do?
and
This
shoulders
color
for
here,
the
we need to get a little
background?
hand action. Don't you think?
A little hand shot?
Like a little hand action.
What about a back
See,
shot?
Oh, his hand's there.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. I got the flesh colored brush
You had
over
that
here.
flesh color thing going on. You get a little
Flesh
Flesh
here.
colored hand shot. I like it.
Yeah, that would be fine.
I'm gonna work on the backsplash here real quick, and then.
Do you need to switch places with me, or?
Sure.
Let's
I would
do
love that.
What happened to this brush on the floor here, dude? It fell apart.
Don't worry about that.
That'll leave a mark.
That's what we call a happy little accident.
Yeah, we do have those happy little accidents. So
Look. That's like real stuff, man.
that's beautiful. Let's see how many hands.
We could take this thing to Home Shopping.
How many
Network.
fingers does Anthony have?
Let
Yeah,
me
he's
just
got
see a
two.
little
He's
bit
got
of
a
it.
peace
I
out
want to
thing
see
going.
what it's like right now. Show
All
me.
right, I'm going to stand aside so Anthony can get an overhead
See
shot
if we can
of,
just get the.
of what's going on so far.
I
hope he likes it. It's my finest work.
Do we get to
That does
sign
suit
the
me.
bottom of it?
But we have to.
That's the best part.
That is nice.
Oh,
And you're just gonna have to use like your last name, like one, like when you have one name. you
Maybe,
know,
but like a
my
stage
name's Tony
name.
Pando, but if I just say Pando,
Pando
Yeah,
is a cool signature for a painting.
Pando. It's a
All
it's a
right, so
Pando.
1 finger, 2 fingers, 3 fingers.
There you go.
All right.
okay.
We've got 3 fingers, 4 fingers, and the 5th finger.
Need a little bit of the red in there.
And
For
here's
his-
that.
Okay.
Hold
I
on.
like
What
that.
is this gap here? What are we going to fill in there?
Don't mind that gap.
Yeah.
I'm gonna switch spots with you
All right,
here,
let's
Joey.
go back.
I
I
gotta
think
do
this
the other-
gray. Who's using this gray?
I
What
got to
we-
do a little
There it is.
backsplash here.
You could do a little bit of the gray there. Yeah.
Maybe
Just
it's
gonna-
a little bit. I don't know.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
do
wanna
some
ruin that
edging
part.
over here.
You know, the black
get
outline
that.
for the edging really brings it all together. So maybe that's what I'll focus on here.
Oh. I mean,
You know
this
what?
is like being in the Duomo in Milan, which is like the big church there. It's it's taken them 600 years to build the church, and they're still not done.
Do you think they'd hang this in the Sistine
In
Chapel?
the in the Duomo or the Sistine Chapel.
Well, with all of Anthony's bathroom stores, it takes him about 600 years to get out of a bathroom.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So
If
the
you
paint will
can't
be
find
good and dry by
Anthony,
them.
I know this is your first time here. I know Anthony is a longtime friend. If you can't find him, check the bathrooms.
Yeah, you raise boxers. Anthony donates boxers to restaurant trash cans,
Yeah.
That poor guy.
Superstore trash
So
cans.
We've got to find a way to strengthen his stomach.
Sounds like we need a strength.
If his stomach was showing, we can show off his 6-pack here.
Maybe the Home to Suites breakfast is more suitable for his
I hear they have a really
his sensitive
good
little
waffle.
tummy.
They have a very good breakfast, Tony.
Delicious.
They have a very good breakfast, highly recommended. All right, there's his hand
I
there.
think that backsplash is looking pretty darn
Dude, that's pretty good.
pretty good. Let's do a bit more.
This is like a lot better than I thought we were.
I
gonna
was.
do.
Did we?
You were a little nervous this morning. I mean, I just
all I
met you
was
guys
told
today,
was
and you're
that-
like, "Look, I don't know you,
Oh,
but I don't know."
Well, because this
what
is
we're gonna be
kind of
doing
a
with
weird
you."
thing to do. Like, right?
Okay,
This is like a first date activity, and
But,
you know.
but we're gonna have a group hug at the end, so it's fine.
Okay.
Fan of the program, Ron Ayotte saying you have to fill in the Viper chair.
Fill in the Viper chair.
So
This part.
I got the rimming.
Okay.
What
So
color we
do
gotta
we
go?
need like the?
Oh no, we got to go black.
What do you want to go back?
Maybe
Maybe
put the little.
Oh
thing-
yeah. Okay, and then
I'm gonna go light gray between his legs.
There we go.
all right,
Just,
and
just I don't
you got
want to
some
get
white here?
too close to that.
I see, and then
He's sensitive in that area.
I can do some. I was just gonna say we got to get the wheels there.
Okay.
Here, I'll just. How about like a? Should we do all 4? And I'll put one right here.
Just-
There's a gray wheel here.
oh yeah, there you go.
Tip.
I'll put a 5th one here.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Perfect. I think
a-
there's
it's a
5
vi- it's
wheels,
a-
right? Yeah.
It's a Viper. That's not one of those 2-chaired.
Yeah. What is this gap though? I'm still worried about this gap here.
I'm
Mind
thinking-
the gap.
I'm thinking more. I'm thinking more backsplash here.
You do some black splash, and we'll get some a little more towel action.
Should we?
I don't want to go black.
Should we check in with Anthony one more time?
I think we should.
I'm not good at holding incredibly still.
Well, not a lot of us are good at holding still, Anthony, but we do what we do for views on the internet.
Yeah.
Yes, I do feel like
look at that.
It's royalty almost. Microfiber royalty, that is.
Should we give him a crown? I don't
know.
No. Where are his feet?
I think Anthony's more a tiara guy.
I mean, this is.
I think this is perfect.
No feet.
You know, Picasso is an abstract. It's abstracts.
Yeah.
We're doing a bit of an abstract here. Picasso, abstract, Sistine Chapel, much color. I mean,
his cuticles.
I want to go to Milan with you. I feel like I'm in for an experience.
We could get a whole row on an airplane.
Good wine.
Good wine.
Because he likes to have a little something up front.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
oh, actually, here.
Yeah, that's perfect.
I need. Hold on.
Oh, he forgot his glasses.
Hold on. He's not wearing glasses.
He doesn't have any glasses.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, the glare was there.
I'm overwhelmed. We're gonna go ahead. The rag
He
company.
needs his glasses. What movie is that from, Alex?
I don't go outside. I don't watch TV.
My Girl? Come on.
Actually,
My Girl?
I need to.
Yeah, he gets stung by the bees, and he's.
If I could.
So my friend, I took a picture and I posted it on Facebook the other day, and my friend, you know what his comment was?
What?
He goes, "Did you get stung by a bee?"
Wow.
Because he was. That wasn't very nice, was it?
JB,
he was calling me fat.
I have an absolute happy little accident. There's something behind Anthony's head there.
Is that
it's a play button?
It's the YouTube play button,
and we got to respect the play button, because if it wasn't for that play button,
we
with
probably
all
wouldn't be
these
here.
amazing supporters, we wouldn't be here. So we're just gonna go ahead.
Go ahead, put it
on.
on.
You gonna put a little button?
I'm gonna switch spots. I can't.
You don't.
Screw that
steady
up.
hand.
I can't. If I'm just gonna take this
steady
rank here.
Steady.
Oh,
you're falling apart here.
Steady as she goes.
You work on that, and I'll brighten up the sun over here that I was painting.
Okay,
oh, that's not bright at all. That's worse.
That's like
it's a shadow.
November sun in Northern
You know what?
There you go.
It's so bright this afternoon that Chris West is gonna have to wear sunglasses.
Yeah,
and
Chris
is.
probably. I
don't know if I've ever seen him without the sunglasses.
A bit of a tease.
He doesn't have eyes. That's the problem.
A bit of a tease. He won't
He's
be
so wonderful.
How do you think Chris West would do at filling in chips?
He's hungry.
That's
for
a question. I've known Chris a long time. He's got a great product, and we actually had his product on our website for a short period of time. We included it in some of our kits and whatnot, some of our packages.
Yeah.
Rave reviews. Chris has a great product, and more important, he's a good guy.
Yeah, I'm not trying to pit brands against each other.
Nope,
I was just, I just thought maybe we're all about harmonizing here.
I love Chris West and what he does. He supports us. We support him.
Just like we're mixing paints, we're mixing all these amazing companies this week at TRCMA 2026.
You guys have a lot of companies here this week.
Let's, Anthony, I think Anthony's got something to say.
Okay.
All right, so I'm pretty much done here. Let's just, I'm getting hungry. So can we wrap this up, please?
God, he's
we
always
can
hungry.
wrap
He
this up.
always
Here,
wants to talk
let's-
over everybody. My God.
He can't be patient, huh?
What do you think the final touch needs to be?
I got to make the outline for the.
Oh, the
play
outline for the. I think that's a good way too.
So I think we'll.
Here, let's put the paint over here.
Get a
Get
bit
this
more
cleaned up.
white.
I know
here.
that we are going to.
Here we go.
Want to get a clean shot, so I'm going to remove everything that does not
Okay, here
need
I can
to
help
be.
with that.
There.
I'm not very talented, but I'm a good
There.
cleaner
Yeah,
upper.
if you guys.
Here.
The maestro. Look at the maestro.
Should I call it
You should-
shellacking? Is that to clean up?
I think you should put this. This is for your finishing.
There you go.
Now
you look.
See that?
You look official now, dude.
How about them apples?
You look official. Here, let's little. If anyone wants to take a screenshot, we'll get a little. Here you go of Doer's face. Yeah. Perfect.
That looks good. That dude,
Do your finishing touch.
You are gonna love that.
There it is. There it is.
Here we go. Okay. Okay.
Alex, I could watch you paint for hours. You should start a painting podcast.
You see his hand? He's got a nice hand.
It's very
it's
like
a nice hand for painting.
it's intentional.
And he does texture. I mean, who does
Look at
texture on
the
their
button's like 3D. This is
Look at-
amazing,
look,
Alex.
You like that in your teeth, don't you? Look
He's
at
going to wear it the rest of the day.
So,
What do we think? Should we get like a final overhead shot of
man,
of
my
here?
you guys, what? If you wouldn't mind putting those on there on that little rack there.
I think that looks exactly like the photo.
I think somebody would steal this from the Louvre.
They need to hang this somewhere in the studio. This is.
He's got to be happy.
Because you know his wife's not going to allow
I
this
hope
at
the team
home.
is happy.
But I think we did a good job.
Freedom!
This is epic, but I still feel like we need to see who?
Who?
Foam Anthony. Yeah, we need to Foam Anthony. Do you think Foam would take this off?
No.
No? Super Foam? Touchless?
This is
What do you
acrylic.
think?
It'll dry. It's dried. This is done. This is very different than Dr. Colorchip paint. This stuff's hardcore.
You know, speaking of hardcore,
Tony, we wanted to thank you for this and for your first interaction with us.
You know,
we set the tone.
This is memorable. And
you'll never forget this.
At the end of the day, I always tell people life is like a roll of toilet paper. The closer it gets to the end, the faster it goes. And I'm getting closer to the end. And you know what? I'm creating memories, and that's what life is all about. So that's what we're doing. Thank you so much.
I'm happy to have created this memory with you.
Yes.
Thank you.
What do you say we throw it back over to the one of our videos?
Love it.
Cheers.
Hey, let's go learn something.
Thanks, Joey and Alex. And in today's video, we are going to learn how to wash a vehicle in the winter. All right, guys, and welcome to our very wintry wash, which brings me up to a good point, because I think we need to talk about the very real effects of global warming, because each year I didn't even get to the good part. All right, so minus the lack of snow on the ground. I understand this is winter and people want to see snow, but for some weird freakish reason in Idaho, we don't have any snow. But you know what we do have? Freaking snowmobiles driving by every freaking minute of this video, but it's been totally fun and it's awesome because snowmobiles sound really good, especially when you put an exhaust on them. People love that. So pretend there's snow on the ground like those guys are. All right, so our winter wash here is going to look a little bit different than our fall wash, and for good reason, because during the winter time we have different amounts of filth and things like that that tend to accumulate on our vehicle's paintwork. So for that, we've changed up our process by just a bit. So I have 2 buckets here, but I'm only actually using one of them, and it's going to be this bucket right here, which fortunately has had a bucket. I can't get done around here. How am I supposed to do my job? And the one bucket that we have has actually been heated up with a bucket warmer. So this is nice and toasty and feels great for our hands, but I also have some gloves on just to try to help a little bit with the bite. So here in our warm bucket, we are going to be adding the one and only Optimum No Rinse. But we're gonna be using the Christmas version because why the heck not? So we're gonna go ahead and crack open our bottle of O&R. Take a whiff. It smells like Christmas. Do you smell the aroma, guys? This smells incredible. Get it, waft it. Waft it to you, Jimmy. Do you get that? Now for our wash media, instead of using a chenille mitt or using a sponge, for this process, we're actually gonna go in with a ton of towels. So what I have here are Creature Edgeless 420s in ice gray. You can really use whatever color you choose to use, and you can use whatever amount of towels you want to use, because these towels are not going back in this bucket. These towels are actually gonna go in this empty bucket here where there's nothing in it, because that's going to be our discard pile, as some would say. So the benefit of using the multi-towel method is the fact that we are not reintroducing the wash media back into the bucket and contaminating it and going back onto the paint. We're actually just going to use and abuse this towel. After we're done, we're going to discard it and set it aside. It's really that simple, and trust me, it'll go quick once you get good at this process. Now I also have a IK PPF sprayer, a tint and PPF sprayer, which is going to I'm not threatening anything, but they might return to a very clean vehicle when they're done. Wouldn't that be a scare, right? It's almost worse than damage. It's like, who cleaned my vehicle, right? It's not like who keyed it or who slashed their tires. It's somebody washed my car and they did a really good job. They're gonna feel like even more like what's that called? So with our towels in the bucket, we also have an IK tint and PPF spray here, the same way we had last time. This is just going to be our pre-spray and also our kind of like rinsing solution that we're gonna have for a couple of the different processes here. Then we also have our drying towel, our discard bucket, and then we have Optimum Power Clean diluted roughly 20-1. And then we also have the new Optimum Waterless Wash and Shine, which is going to be our preferred drying aid for this process. But the difference here is that instead of pre-spraying the entire vehicle, we are actually going to go a panel at a time with our multi-towel method. And the reason for this is the second I take this and start spraying the whole vehicle down in freezing weather, what's going to happen? It's going to freeze. So I'm going to grab myself some diluted Power Clean. Now what we're going to do is we're going to spray this on the surface to penetrate most of the grit and grime. This is simply just going to help lift it and provide a little bit of lubrication on top of the rinseless that we're going to spray. Now what I don't want to do is spray Power Clean all over the side of the vehicle. Don't do that. Just work at a small section at a time, and preferably on the lowers. Don't spray your glass or anything like that. So everything down here to down here, and we're gonna let that run off here for just a second. The reason I'm switching to an APC is just to be able to penetrate more of that dirt and more of the mineral content that would be from the road, right? So let's just say if there's road salt, or let's just say there's magnesium chloride or anything like that, a waterless will be able to help with a little bit of that, but an APC will truly be able to cut through it. So now that I've sprayed that on the surface and I've let it dwell for, I don't know, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, I'm going to take my O&R here, diluted at 256-1. I'm going to do a quick little spray just to get some more lubrication on the surface. And keep in mind, a lot of that Power Clean is still on there. So from here, I will take one of my rinseless wash towels, give it a light squeeze, but I'm actually gonna be keeping a majority of the liquid in it, right? So probably about 3/4 of the way full. From here, I'm going to fold it to the plush side. We have 8 different sides we can work with here with this towel. And the reason why I'm using a creature over something like an Eagle Edgeless is because it's gonna have more bite to it. It's gonna still be able to safely cut through the dirt and lift everything. An Eagle might be just a little too soft. So from here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna start up top and we're gonna begin wiping with just a couple quick wipes. Very little to no pressure. From here, I'm gonna flip the towel over to my next clean side, go back through, kind of clean up those areas that I may have missed. We're gonna take the towel and discard it into our bucket. We are done. That is going to go into the wash at home once we are done. Now, one important thing I did not cover here in our winter wash is something that's pretty common sense. If your vehicle is covered in sand, if it is covered in rocks, and if it is covered in actual, is this just an ice cube somebody put here? Did you just crudely put a household ice cube on here to replicate the fact that it is winter? But it is winter, and it is cold still. That is cold just to hold. It's cold to hold. So, a pressure washer. Yes, not everybody's gonna have access to a pressure washer. Not everybody's gonna have a pressure washer with running water at home that they can just go and rinse things off. However, there's going to be a lot of pay and spray washes, probably where you live, that you can just drive up to and rinse some things off. So ideally what you could do is, if your vehicle was truly just covered in filth, you could take your Power Clean like this, down to your local pay and spray, do some lowers, spray this around the vehicle and all the dirty areas, pressure wash everything off as needed, or you could even take a little handheld foam cannon like an IK sprayer, and then rinse everything off, and then drive straight home, immediately home. And you could do this in your driveway or in your garage, or do this process at the pay and spray wash on location. So I should have covered that, but again, kind of a common sense thing. All right, so now that we've wiped everything down here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my IK sprayer and do one last little rinse here and make sure I get rid of a lot of that Power Clean that may have been left over. So for the next part here, we are going to grab our drying towel as well as our waterless wash as our drying aid. Now, the reason why I'm using the slim dryer over a bigger towel is because in the wintertime, I don't care how absorbent a towel can be. I don't need the M22 or a 1500, and I also don't want to be lugging a cold one of those around. The slim dryer is going to do the job perfectly, and this is really the most we need. Now, the waterless wash, the reason why I'm using this as a drying aid is because it has more potential cleaning power, meaning that if I missed anything for any reason, I'm using a waterless wash that's gonna have more cleaning agents in it, but it's also going to leave behind a little bit of protection. So this particular one from Optimum does have some UV inhibitors in it, which is great, which will also keep some protection going in the long term. But the winter months is gonna be less about adding more and more protection to the vehicle, because oftentimes we're not getting a full clean. And so adding more spray sealants and more ceramic stuff on top of a car that's not truly clean and it's just gonna get dirty again is just a waste of product, and it's not really necessary. So something like this is perfect. So for this, we're gonna go ahead,
prime the towel really quick, add a couple sprays here, and then hit our lowers. We can go heavy on our lowers if we want to do that. Take our towel, we are going to fold it up, and then begin drying as fast as we can to prevent anything from freezing. And you know what? That feels awesome. Oh yeah. And you can actually see, I mean, let's see if I can show you guys that again. Just the power clean here on the lowers, just to show you how much this cuts, even at that dilution. Watch this. So see that dirt right there? See that grime right there? So that is a huge difference because that is less grime on the paint, meaning less grime in our towels, less grime that we are agitating over the paintwork. So the tire line here is literally just the top of the tire. So I'm looking at the top of the tire and I'm drawing an imaginary line right here across the vehicle. And what that's gonna do is that's just gonna help me identify where most of the dirt is and help me to identify when I want to flip my towel. Now this towel, you can see, has picked up some leaves, probably from the fall, because we can never escape the leaves in fall. They're still haunting us months later in this beautiful winter wonderland that we're in right now, where it is freezing and the sun has been hidden for months. When will we escape this? So here's something I want to point out. So I'm drying off this section right here. It's clean. So like this is actually clean. There's no dirt or anything like that, but there's contamination on here. So I see bits that would need to be probably clayed off. You know, that could be a little bit of tar, could be a little bit of maybe asphalt, could be something stuck on the PPF. So when I mentioned earlier that as a drying aid or as like a final step product, I don't necessarily want to use something that has more ceramic in it, right? Or more SiO2, because I'm just putting that over the top of this stuff, meaning it's not going to stick very well. I'm wasting product. I'm technically sealing something in that I really don't want to be sealed in. So that's why the waterless wash will make more sense right now to get us through winter until spring, where we can do our decon, and that makes the most sense then. So I see dirt, I see things left over. It's stuff that I can't focus too much on because it's just gonna happen again the second we take it back out there into the snow. Back. Now I do have some water runoff here. I can choose more ice. I swear, it's like the leaf situation. Like all of this ice is forming like those leaves, and it's just so weird because this looks like household ice that would come out of like a refrigerator. Oh, it's on the car. Why did I do that? Wintertime is great. I mean, really, when you think about it, because we got Thanksgiving, right? We've got my birthday. Christmas is in wintertime. A lot of family comes into town. They want to spend all the time with you. I mean, you got New Year's and all of that. And I mean, yeah, when you start to really unpack that, Thanksgiving, for example, food's okay in Thanksgiving, you know, turkey and mashed potatoes and stuff, stuffing, cranberry sauce. I'm not really into that as well. So yeah, Thanksgiving's not that great. But then you have like my birthday, right? Just getting older. I'm just getting up there, right? Another year, another number on the list. One number closer to my imminent demise. But no, that's fun. I mean, and then also too with birthdays, you know, you get the whole like, this is your birthday and your Christmas gift because they're so close to each other in winter. And it's cool because you get like one present for two things. Actually kind of hate that, right? I hate that when people say this is your birthday and Christmas present, because you never forget that. And it starts as a kid and it just builds up, and haunts you. Aunt Michelle, I never forgot. So anyways, birthdays are fun though. Birthdays, and then Christmas is fun, right? Get all the family coming to town. You have to remember to get all the gifts for everybody. There's a big list because if you have a big family, you have to remember all of that because you don't want anybody feeling left out. And it's definitely like not stressful at all, right? It's always fun getting things set up, wrapping presents, decorating for people who may or may not care. And ultimately spending time with a bunch of extended family who maybe you don't talk to but once a year, and they come into town and you're like, I don't really want to spend that much time with you, but you do anyways, and they're kind of weird, and you still give gifts. You get socks, you know, and they say, I knew you love that. I knew you love those socks. And I go, I do. Why don't I get toys anymore, right? And the gifts stop. But they don't have to. Because here at the Rag Company, we make every season magical. And you can still give the gift of Christmas even the time you're watching this right now, whatever that may be. Give them what they really want. Premium microfiber towels and premium detailing products. That should be an ad.
The whole world is white, there's snow everywhere from the storm last night. Winter is here, blue jays are watching the children's play on this bright and wonderful Christmas day.
And that is how to wash a car in the winter. Now back to you, Joey and Alex.
And we're back.
Thanks, Anthony. That was quite. Speaking of Christmas, Dewar's taking a hit of it right straight from the bottle. How you feeling?
Great.
Awesome. Well, what a morning we've had so far. We started it off with a little Rupes action.
Our last morning.
Got to see what's the vacuum called that you called it?
The Suck-O-Matic 3000.
That's not what it's called, but that's I guess that's what Dewar's going with. We got to check out.
Should I dance in a random orbit pattern? That's the polishers they were
You know what?
using.
Get all of those puns in now, because this is the last time that we're going to be doing the detail desk this week. It's a little sad.
It is sad. Anthony's birthday, Christmas, Thanksgiving situation was real sad.
I don't know why they let him go so long with that, but I think that's one of my favorite things I've ever seen. So you should turn it into an ad.
I hope someone was behind the tripod and it wasn't just out there and he was just talking to the ether.
I wonder how long he was out there for.
It's too long. Too long.
We also had some OPT action, Optimum Polymer Technologies, where Anthony was using a polishing pad that looked like it was about 9 inches, but I think it was probably just a 6-inch pad. But his hands are a little
just real small. But you know, that hyper seal and the hyper shine.
Yeah.
And but the thing is that I've never worn a MotoGP type jacket, right?
Jason's a stylish guy.
Whips it off, hands through the hair. Something Anthony wishes he could do. Look, he's right there. He's right behind us.
Ready to go.
He's right behind us.
Yeah, there he is. Well, we could not have summoned him. Look at that. We could not have. Which side is he on? There he is. But anyway, we got to check out Optimum Polymer Technologies, and now should we talk about that little paint job we did? That was fun. That was fun. I hope everyone enjoyed that. I apologize for anything inappropriate that may have come out of my mouth.
Yeah.
That was not my intention.
Tony Pando is one of my favorite people with Pan on their name.
I think he's one of my favorite people ever.
I think so.
Easily.
I think we should go to his Florida home. Hey, buddy.
Shucks.
Hey, buddy.
Shucks.
Hey, buddy.
But we also have one more giveaway, right?
Yep.
There's you can go to trcma.com, scroll down, type in your information, get entered into that giveaway. I think the doors are going to close at 3 o'clock.
Yep. So what is that Pacific?
3 o'clock, 2 o'clock Pacific.
2 o'clock, 5 o'clock Eastern.
Well, I'm learning. I'm hanging out with you. But the giveaway's got a Rupes Mark V corded polisher.
I don't even have one of those.
There is a $75 Dr. Colorchip gift card. You can go ahead and.
Why don't we enter these?
Dr. Colorchip's coming up right after this, so you're going to, you're going to want to check out that segment. We've got a full solution finish kit.
Hungry for trim.
Includes over the top. Seal that finish in. You've got IK is throwing in another round of all of their sprayers, so that
you're gonna be all ready to go.
You know what else is in there?
What's that?
A whole set of Vermil's Detail Factory brushes in the teal and purple.
The Belgian waffle himself.
And then you've got a looks like an Optimum Hyper Shine to round out the box. But that's a heck of a gift right there.
Are we sure that's all there?
Yeah, look right there.
Oh.
It's right there.
And there's a couple kits as well from Dr. Colorchip.
Yep.
We're working behind the scenes. We don't call all the shots, okay?
No.
The only shots that we take are
at each other.
I was going to say something else not really appropriate. What is appropriate is thanking everybody this week that's given a super chat, particularly Lucas Berge.
Luke Berge has spent multiple paychecks this week on Super Chats, and normally when there's a Super Chat, we applaud, so I think we should applaud the Super Chats that have come in.
Can we get some applause from back?
Can we get applause, guys?
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. We also had a shout out that we wanted to give.
Okay.
There, you wrote it down.
I did. Earlier, our favorite Irishman.
Yes.
Okay. Ear First 25. Their nephew Zach. Hello, Zach.
Hi, Zach.
You know, we're in the chat saying hello, Anthony.
Yep.
Now we can say hello, Zach.
Yep. But I also wanted to take this time, since
Yeah.
it's our last time on screen, to thank everyone here
Yep.
at the Rag Company for just another amazing week.
I can't get enough of everyone behind the scenes, you know, especially Glenn.
Oh, shout out to Glenn, the MVP of the week, I think.
Glenn, that glitter jacket gives her superpower somehow.
It sure does.
Everyone behind the cameras. We got Sam miking us up. We have
Seabass in there running things, changing our batteries.
Every time I go to the bathroom, I hope Seabass is there to dry my hands.
He was, yeah, maybe next year we'll get a bathroom attendant. But
I hope so.
But
hope so.
So thank you again for an amazing week here in Boise at the Rag Company, TRCMA 2026. We hope we're invited back.
Hope so.
And we just cannot thank you guys enough for sticking through with us. And
hope you enjoyed all of our shenanigans. And Joey, it's been an absolute pleasure. But our trip is not quite done. We have a 8.5-hour road trip ahead of us. So if you hear of any road trip mishaps, you'll know where it came from.
Thank you guys again.
Back to Glenn.
Well, Alex, that was fun.
I think so. But you know what, Joey? We have a wash to get to.
Let's go. Thanks, Joey and Alex.
Joey, it's finally time.
We got a maintenance wash to perform on this big Yukon XL.
We had to do a bit of maintenance to the Viper cart to fit all of our amazing, fantastic products. Joey, what do we have?
We've got quite the spread of products. You'll notice we've also got 4 foam cannons because foam is fun, and that's what we're all about. We're cleaning every inch of this thing because that's what we do. Yeah, so, we don't care how much money we're losing on this job.
It's not about the money. It's about the honeys. Let's get it. So I'm going to start with Optimum OptiCoat Power Clean on the running boards because they are very, very filthy. And again, a controlled environment. We're not in the sun, and it's just straight up dirt. So we're going to go ahead, start soaking those down, and get ready to actually let that dwell, let it really eat at the dirt.
And while Alex is doing that, I'm going to hit the front of the car, which is loaded with some bugs right now with some W8 bug remover from G-Technic. And we're going to let that eat underneath the foam that we spray. And we're also going to take care of the mirrors here because those are pretty bad. So here I've got a foam cannon full of Decon soap from ADS. We honestly probably didn't need to hit it with the Power Clean and the bug remover because this is a pretty strong soap that would probably take care of most of that for us. But we're going to lay it down, let it start to soften up any of the dirt, bring it down while we work on the wheels. So let's hit it.
So as you can tell, I am slightly vertically challenged compared to my good friend Joey over here. So I'm going to go ahead and tackle the wheels and the tires. I am using a foam cannon filled with brake buster. Why? Because I can. Do you have to? Absolutely not. But I don't have to mix the spray bottle. I don't have to do anything. I go straight brake buster in here. It's totally fine. One thing you do want to do is just give your foam cannon a rinse afterwards with this. You know, you don't want to really keep it in here. That's why you only have it filled about 1/3 of the way. So we're going to go ahead and foam this on. If a little bit gets on the paint, not a big deal. As you saw Joey, we had the ADS Decon soap really eating away, and that Power Clean on those running boards, my goodness. So I'm going to foam these down, and then Joey and I are going to tackle the wheels together because, you know, we like to have fun, but efficiency is not too bad either. And a foam cannon's fun because that is extra thick. So I just agitated our wheel bucket. So here, we have the Detail Factory fender brush, so I'm going to give that to you, Joey.
Right on. Thank you, sir.
And then we also have the mini barrel brush, which, I mean, for these wheels, there's actually a lot of real estate. So, I mean, it's kind of nice to have that. Dig a little bit deeper behind door number 1. We also have the wheel face brush. So this is nice and safe. These are factory wheels. Chances are they're just clear coated. But again, this is going to be nice and soft for attacking the front of that. And then we also have the stiff tire brush. Now, obviously, this does come in 2 sizes. This is the smaller of the two, but that being said, these aren't overly large sidewall tires, so these are gonna work just fine. How's that working, Joey?
It's cleaning up these fender liners really good, but they are carpet, so you know they're gonna be a pain in the butt to rinse out. That's okay. Now, Dewar, do you clean the fender liners of every customer's vehicle or every of your vehicles?
It depends if I can reach them or not, Joey.
Okay. That's a good question because we are Volkswagen lovers, and there's usually not much space between those wheels.
So I'm going to go ahead and get the barrels first. Now, you can really do the wheel and tires however you want to do it. If you want to do the tires first and then the wheel, knock your socks off. If you want to do the wheel first and the tire, do that. So again, just for efficiency's sake, I like to go in a bit of a pattern. So I start right at the top, get in there, kind of go back and forth. I'm going to go ahead, and we also have the lug nut brush, the smaller detail factory brush. We can get in there, and we can always touch this up too on the drying stage. So any spots we missed, because we're human after all, it happens. So go ahead at the tires. Again, starting at the top, going around. Now luckily with these and then on the Swiss tracks here, you can see that I can get right down to the bottom without any problems. But a hot tip is that if you can't get the bottom, just roll the car forward and back a little bit and you're gonna go ahead. So brake buster usually browns up pretty good with really dirty stuff. These aren't too bad. I know this vehicle is fairly well maintained, so it's not too bad.
While Alex is working on those tires, I've taken the wheel face brush from Detail Factory, and I'm just going around in between all of these spokes. The brush has very nice flag-tipped bristles, which allow you to just kind of get in everywhere and really know that you've got a safe brush that isn't going to damage your finish of the wheels.
And Joey, I'm gonna make my way to you to take that wheel face brush, but in the meantime, I'm gonna take the fender brush and I'm gonna attack the power clean that's been sitting on here on the running board because they are plastic. You do step on it. Don't worry about scratching. So we're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna get that chocolate milk a bit of a scrub. You can kind of get the metal components too.
So now, this has been dwelling for a while. You can see most of the soap has run off. It's time to rinse.
As an enthusiast, we do like to also clean the door jambs as best we can. It's all about the angles. So if you can kind of go more of a controlled stream downwards, you can spray away a lot of the dirt. And then when you're doing the contact wash, open the door back up and then hit it with the mitt and you know, you're getting some pretty clean jams. So we're gonna go ahead and start rinsing. We're on to our third foam of the day. We're getting ready for our contact wash with Colorchip GFX. It's a hit of Christmas and spring. What's better than that? Now this method, even though we are still better than IDA certified Dane Hennon, we are slower than Sydney. But hey, we're having a good time. I'm gonna go ahead and foam this bad boy. So I've gone ahead and foamed down the entire vehicle with GFX. Now, controversial, maybe, but we are doing a one bucket method. And I mean, Joey's gonna be adding a little bit of GFX to the bucket.
What's wrong with the one bucket method?
We do have
look at everything we sprayed on beforehand. It's super safe.
Oh yeah, it's super safe. So we do have a wash pad, a wash mitt, and Joey, why are you spraying so much in there?
I'm
what
sorry.
Are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'm not a professional. Agitate that.
All right. Given our statures, I think it's probably best if you do the lowers and I do the roof, right? Or we got that mixed up?
Yeah, I think we should. I do the lowers and you do the roof.
What do you? Should we do?
No, I will do the roof and,
okay.
and the uppers. I think we're going to practice a little bit of our Monterey techniques because we were able to get around vehicles pretty quickly. We had a good system, so I say we put that into action here.
Let's get it. So I'm using a wash pad. Joey's using a mitt with the tuck cuffed in.
With the cuff tucked in.
Cuff tucked in. And we don't need to scrub the running boards again because the Power Clean actually did a phenomenal job with that. And Joey, just take a quick look at the mirrors. A little bit of a bug situation there. Boom, Bob's your uncle, that's all taken care of. And again, the thing with the one bucket method, revisit the bucket often. We have a grit guard in the bottom there. Keep it clean. and you don't need to worry about it. If you're using the high quality products, you're in good shape. And like Joey said earlier, we used the decon soap, we did a rinse, we foamed it again with the contact soap, and then we're gonna go ahead and actually touch the car. So we did a lot of work before even getting physical. Joey, I'm just gonna get that, if you could just lean back a little, thank you so much.
I think the car's all washed now. I think we just need to get some of the lowers and the door jams, and we'll be ready to rinse.
Beautiful.
We're gonna do our second to last rinse. We're gonna get all this soap off, and then we're gonna go ahead and foam it with Coach Chemie SO03 Hydro Sealant.
So now, the wonderful thing about SO03 spray sealant is that it's a very concentrated solution. Now, we have about 20 milliliters to 980 milliliters of water to total up a liter volume. Now, this car does have some protection on it, but the nice thing about it is that this is safe on wheels, it's safe on glass, it's safe on paint. It is a great, great product.
All right, let's dry. What do you say?
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, time to dry?
No, we're not. I haven't done this yet.
Dude, this is taking all day.
It's for the honeys, baby. It's for the honeys.
I guess if it's for the honeys, we should do it. I'll let you foam the sealant on.
Sounds good. Thanks, Joey. Now, one other thing I want to mention is that this is a large vehicle. Therefore, we did do a full 1 liter dilution. If you're a smaller vehicle, such as a smaller sedan, small SUV, just cut that in half. So you're looking at about 10 milliliters for 490 milliliters of water to total up 500. So even though we are professional enthusiasts, you can still save your money, especially this week for theragcompany.com. So again, in the controlled environment, we are going to rinse this off. Now, it has been sitting for about a minute or so, which is plenty of time. So the high pressure does kind of help with it. But as you can see, there's not a ton of foam on here because that's not what it's designed to do. This is a sealant that does provide fantastic water behavior for a few months' time. So again, like anything, we're going to go from top to bottom and get these results looking fantastic. So we're finally done rinsing off the SO03, and I think it's time to go ahead and dry the vehicle.
I'm ready.
There he is. Let's get it. So now we're on to the finishing steps. Probably my favorite part of this entire process.
Because we're almost done.
Okay, listen, Joey, it's fine. Joey's over there with a special edition pink towel. I'm up here with a screwball. Now this method, Joey and I learned from SBG herself, Sydney Bray-Gwynn. Now the screwball, we're gonna be pairing that with ADS Tire Plus here in the IKTR1. This combination is next level. Now the nice thing with this is that there's a bit of a lip on the wheel that I'm gonna be cleaning up with a creature, and then we're gonna get these wheels and tires looking phenomenal. So we do have SO03 on the face of the wheel itself, so I'm not too worried about having another product such as paint gloss or something like that to clean it up. So we're just gonna go ahead and get off any of the residual dirt, any water that's left over. And a creature is perfect for this, perfectly safe. Does come in some darker colors if you are into having a kind of a not so vibrant towel for cleaning your wheels, even though these are pretty darn clean already. So that's looking pretty good. So I'm actually just gonna go ahead with the screwball and saturate Tire Plus. So this is a tire conditioner that is water-based from our friends Brad and DJ over at ADS. Again, start at the top. And the screwball is stiff enough that it's not kind of folding in on itself while applying the dressing, but it's still malleable enough to get into the ridge right in the tire there. So we're gonna go ahead, go around, and this will level out pretty nicely. If you can put it in the sun, even better, but in here, again, in a controlled environment, we're just gonna let that chill for a bit and it's gonna look fantastic. So I'm gonna knock out the other three and we'll check it out after. So I've knocked out the wheels with the creature and then the tires with ADS Tire Plus, which I think it's a favorite of yours and mine.
Love it.
And Joey, I did hear you say that you're really a fan of that towel because you can use it with one hand.
Correct.
You know what I can do with one hand?
What's that?
I can head over to theragcompany.com and pick up all of this amazing stuff.
He just doesn't quit.
We're about to quit this car because we're finally done.
It was a lot less work than I thought it was going to be. I know it's a big vehicle, but there's two of us. We've cleaned cars together before. I think we're pretty efficient, but not really efficient. Look at all the stuff that we use. Look at the amount of foam cannons that we use. Look at the amount of tools that we use. We used a lot more than Sydney did.
That's okay though, because you know what, Joey? Quality comes in time, okay? Can't rush these kinds of things.
No, but I do think the result came out good because we didn't rush. We took our time because that's what we do on a weekend. How long would this take you at home?
Probably an hour or two. You know, get some nice music going on.
Yeah.
Maybe a podcast in the background.
Yeah.
I don't know. But you know what else isn't going to be rushed, Joey?
What's that?
Cleaning all this stuff up.
We have to clean this?
Yep.
You didn't tell me that.
Let's get it.
Well, that was a lot of work.
For you guys.
Listen, Sydney, Joey, when you have access to a Krenzel pressure washer and 4 foam cannons, you take full advantage. I'm ready for a shower. I think we both are.
We had some fun though.
It was
doing
fun. Ton of fun.
I think
you guys got to work in a pair, and I just want to know why we didn't have like the countdown timer, but I want to know why it took you 3 times as long for you guys as a team of 2 to wash a car the same as I did.
we were having fun. I don't know about you, but we were having a really good time. I mean, we used a ton of products.
3 times the products, in
I was
fact.
busy making money.
We were busy putting on a show for the honeys.
Right.
Anyway, with that said, I think both of the vehicles turned out absolutely fantastic.
Yep, I would agree. Was that an absolute play on words, Joey?
Maybe a little bit.
Okay.
I'm trying to learn some segues from you.
We've done the same kind of wash as she did, and either way, you're getting a clean car.
Right.
Doesn't matter what you do.
Yeah.
I think the customer's happy
Yeah.
either way.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, there were things that you decided to
Right.
leave behind because you weren't being paid for it.
Yeah.
Where we see it and
Right.
it's a problem we have to solve.
Yeah, and let's be real. When I wash my own car, I do it like you guys.
Yeah, because you want to do the fun part. I get that. I get that. Absolutely. Well, with that said, I think we should send it back to the guys.
I think so.
Well, thank you, Sydney, for being here.
Thank you.
And back to Joey and Alex.
Thanks, Joey and Alex. We are finally at the end, day 4 of TRCMA, the Rag Company Media Access Show. Joey, a little bittersweet, but hey, it's been a phenomenal week. What do you say?
It's been an absolutely incredible week, from torturing our friends Dane and Anthony, switching their products on them.
That was fun.
Doing a car wash with one of our favorite people in the world, Sydney Bray Gwynn.
Oh, absolutely love it.
Polishing a car in the junkyard.
You don't see that every day. Usually it's the whole, like, you bring the panel to you where you are.
Yeah.
We brought us to the panel. Actually, the whole car.
And then our just absolutely horrifying, unsatisfying Saturday.
At least we finish it off correctly.
We did finish it off correctly. It was satisfying at the end, so we couldn't leave the vehicle in that state.
Yeah, and you know what, Joey? If you're shopping at theragcompany.com, you don't need to leave your vehicle either, because the sale is wherever you have a connection, okay? You can get amazing products from this week. It's been 4 days of products. Many, many new products, a lot of people talking. It's been amazing, okay? I got to pick some of this stuff up too.
I've got to definitely fill up a cart myself. So I just wanted to take this time to thank the Rag Company and thank the viewers of the Rag Company, because I don't think we'd be here without them and without them telling the Rag Company that they want us to come back.
That's right.
So we appreciate each and every one of you. And while this is our goodbye from halftime for the year, it's not a goodbye.
No,
we
not at all.
can still be found at the Detail Grind podcast on YouTube and on Instagram.
Yep.
People can keep in touch with all of our activities and all of our latest guests.
We're live every Friday at 5 p.m. Mountain, 4 Pacific. Probably the best time for a podcast, if I do say so myself. And we're going to be reviewing a lot of the products also from this week, but also from every other brand partner around that they've had. You know, we've kind of developed relationships with all of them, and it's definitely a really fun time.
And while this is our goodbye, it's not goodbye for the afternoon, because there's still a lot more coming.
It's pretty hot.
So what do you say we send it on over to the afternoon crew?
Sounds like a great plan.
Let's
Thanks,
do
everyone.
it.
Well, well, well. I don't even know what to say after that halftime show, except for that it's a good thing that it is the last day of TRCMA, because I don't know how you top that. That was absolutely crazy. If you just joined us and you missed it, you've got to go back after this afternoon's programs, because that was wild. So let's see, we have still half the day left of the end of TRCMA, and it has been So fun, such a great week. I've loved every minute of it. And now we get to kick off the last day, the second half. We've got two great presenters for you. We have Tony with Dr. Colorchip, and we have Chris West with Solution Finish. So given that, let's kick it over right to Tony and Anthony at Dr. Colorchip.
All right, and welcome everybody to a TRCMA first with presenting on the Dr. Colorchip system. I am Tony, and I am also joined by Tony.
Hi, I'm Tony.
Hey, I'm Tony. Nice to meet you. I go by Anthony most of the time, but
I like Anthony.
But we have another Tony around here as well, right? We were gonna make it like the triple threat show and have 3 Tonys.
T cubed.
But it would have been, yeah, it would have been too many, right? So T squared seemed like the better thing, right? And then maybe if there was tequila involved, it would have been Tony, 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 and tequila.
I've heard of that band.
Yeah, right. I know, pretty good, right?
That's how old I am.
Yeah.
Terrible.
So here we are live on set displaying Dr. Colorchip here for the first time at TRCMA. Now, a little bit of background information because Tony is a wonderful human, and if you saw his earlier segment, I think that displays just how amazing he is. To go along with that last minute, he literally had no idea he was going to be painting me, and you did an amazing job.
Well, you were very easy to paint.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the strong features, you know.
Yeah.
Your coloring was great. The guys did amazing with the hair coloring.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and I just wanted to be a team player, so I went a little bit of Braveheart on that, and wanted to just do my small part. It's my first time in Boise, and so I'm very grateful to be with the Rag Company. Dr. Colorchip, we have been friends with you guys for a long time, and at the end of the day, I think that the bottom line is we've all known each other for a long time.
Correct,
but you've really taken it to another level. And let me let you know that this is very organic what he has done. It's not, this isn't paid for, this isn't buying product, this isn't anything of the sort. And I'll let you explain what you did, but the reason I'm here and Dr. Colorchip is here is because, quite frankly, what you have done on your own. And I like to say, he has baptized himself with Dr. Colorchip, and so that's kind of why I'm here and why we're here, and we're grateful to be here.
Perfect. Well, awesome. No, thank you. And I think I'll fill people in a little bit. So, welcome again to the official. Well, hold on. Let me try that again. Hold on. Let me see. I don't want to say that. Welcome to the official Rag Company Dr. Colorchip segment. You like that? I like that, right?
The only other thing I would maybe add is inaugural, which means there's going to be more.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that aside,
welcome
yes, it's great.
to the inaugural Dr. Colorchip segment. I kind of like that. That does have good flow to it. So, Dr. Colorchip and the Rag Company. So, how did this all come about? Well, many years ago, I found the Dr. Colorchip system. I watched some videos online, and I saw a couple different examples because I myself, being a crazy person, was on the hunt for a better rock chip repair system, a better color chip repair system than I had been using. We all know that lots of dealerships will sell kind of paint match pens and things like that, and here's something like that here where they'll sell you that and they'll say, hey, here's your solution to touch up your paint. And you look at it and you go, well, this has a massive tip on it, or this brush is not the right size, and then you go through all this work, you spend $40, $50 on this one little pen that might be dried up by the time you get it, and then you go to use it for the first time, and the color doesn't even match, right?
Okay.
And you go, crap, right? I bought it from the manufacturer. How does that actually work? So I had gone through some bad experiences trying to fix rock chips on my own and looking for different color options and things like that. So what ended up happening was I found Dr. Colorchip through the forums, through online, through recommendations of Autopia, AutoGeek, all sorts of different places had recommended this system. And this is back in 2012 is what it would have been. So it would have been now 14 years ago. Crap.
Yeah, we're aging ourselves.
Oh my gosh, 14 years ago.
We should have made your hair more gray in that painting. But anyways, go ahead.
So 14 years ago was the first time I had ordered a Dr. Colorchip kit, and I was super excited because I saw the videos, I saw how easy it was, and I really wanted to make sure it was really that easy. And truthfully, this has become my go-to rock chip repair system, and not just rock chips, but scratches, gouges, giant chunks of paint missing, things like that you can't really repair otherwise without either a respray or an airbrush gun or something of that nature. And I used it, fell in love with it, and have used it ever since. And I think since then, just as a customer, I've probably purchased countless Dr. Colorchip kits, probably upwards of 20 to 30 kits. I mean, honestly, just in my lifetime. To the point of starting to become friends with you guys. And then we end up starting to cover a lot of Dr. Colorchip content here on the Rad Company YouTube channel with showcasing how to fix rock chips in your vehicle's paintwork and how to make them to where you can't make them disappear, but it goes from being a 10-footer to a half a footer or whatever you want, however good your eyesight is, and it really minimizes that look, because again, we can't necessarily pretend that the chip didn't happen or that rock didn't fly out at you or something like that, and no matter how much you stare at that paint after the damage is done, it's not going to fix itself on its own.
No.
But that's how it works. So
it does. And so, gosh, you said a whole mouthful.
I know, I'm sorry.
No, it's wonderful
I'm a
because
talker.
and my brain is a little slower at this advanced age.
Don't say that. I saw that painting you did. It was amazing.
I know, Picasso. So anywho, but yeah, so forums. I mean, I think one of the neatest things about our company and our product that Dan McCool invented is that it is different than the paint pens and whatnot that have been out there for so many years.
Yeah.
It's very different. And so, you know, forums, my gosh, that's where we've gotten so much of our organic growth over the last 24 years.
Yep.
People talking about our product, how it is demonstrably different than what's been out there prior to. And prior to were these. And these are still out there.
Yep.
And, you know, I'm not going to say anything bad about these companies, but I will tell you this, which is a fact. A fact is, this paint in these little devices is not touch-up paint. It is paint that is made to be sprayed on cars. And these are made because they're, quite frankly, a necessary evil that the OEMs have to have because they have to have touch-up paint, right? Everybody has rocks and rock chips and so on and so forth. And so they've had these devices out for a long time. They don't have the best of reputation. And whether you're a car crazy person, whether you're just a regular do-it-yourselfer, whether you're a professional, you know, I can't tell you how many people that are professional detailers that you talk to them and they say, gosh, you know, Anthony, everybody wants me to do rock chip repair on their cars because 8 out of 10 cars have chips and scratches.
Totally.
Fact, right? And so when you're getting your car detailed, and I say this a lot in some of the groups I'm with, I'm like, you know, you're a detailer and you detail that car, it looks perfect, it's all dialed up and everything's good except the rock chips that are left over. So is your detail done if you haven't fixed the chips and scratches? Is it? It's not.
Yeah, it's not. You're right.
Your detail is not done. I mean, so at the end of the day, this product that was out for so many years has been the industry standard. The OEMs have done it as a necessary evil. This paint is not touch-up paint. It's not. It's made to be sprayed. So with that said, you know, Dan invented this Dr. Colorchip product 25 years ago. And here we are today, and whether it's the forums, whether it's go to ChatGPT or Google Gemini or whoever, and just ask, you know, is Dr. Colorchip the best paint touch-up kit out there? And we will be #1 or #2, 3, every
be mentioned. Yeah, you'll be mentioned every time.
We're always really there, and most of the time at the top. But that aside, what we have is we have a couple of sides to our business today. And Anthony, going back to what you were saying, when he became a believer, you know, he was buying these, which is a single color kit, right?
Correct.
This kit is designed for your car. I see a Rivian over there. There's a vehicle year, make, model, paint color code, color name. So we're gonna make that paint for that specific vehicle. So you've done that 20, 30 times for different vehicles. We guarantee the color match, which is very important.
It is.
And the paint color code, I mean, truth is, the paint color code is the formula how to make that color, right? So we make that specific color in our proprietary format, which is a product that is designed for paint touch-up of chips, deep scratches and whatnot, scuffs and things like that. So that's what this side of the business is. So whether you're a car crazy aficionado, whether you are a detail professional, we have these available. We're doing a special here at the show. For the show, it's TRC 15. You can go to drcolorchip.com. You can order a kit. You're going to get 15% off of any of the kits you want to buy for yourself. So whether you're a do-it-yourselfer, whether you're just a detail professional, we have that for you. But we also have another side to our business, which is the commercial system. And the commercial system, Anthony, he's baptized himself and he's a believer. And so last year, because of a lot of the good things he said about us and whatnot, we said, what, he is somebody that understands our product. So we have the commercial side of our business. That's for professionals. They can add this on to their business and they can generate recurring additional revenue. So whether you're a PDR technician, whether you're a detail professional, car dealerships, so on and so forth. There's a lot of avenues out there that you can use this, bolt it onto your business, and the commercial system, it's the same paint, the same process. The only difference is rather than ordering it by paint color code, we call it a match by eye system, right? So you look at my jacket, you say, well, what's the paint color code of this jacket? I don't know, but I can guarantee you, if you look in this box, there's going to be a proper shade. But what we've done is we've taken it a step further. And this has been very well received. We researched it for about a year and a half at least, if not longer, because a lot of people get a little nervous about color match, right? Oh my gosh, color match. What's the paint color code of that car? Well, if you're buying this, the paint color code matters. One color, one car, got to be right. But something that we've come out with, I partnered with this company, it's called DataColor. The DataColor color reader is a device, a tool that comes with the systems now. And you were like the very first, if not the first, you're one of the first people that got this with your system. But it's a great little device that you can use for color matching. So it comes with the system, and let me find my phone. Yeah, here it is. Okay.
He has his own data color. I have my own data color, and I think you pair it to your phone just via Bluetooth, and it's really, really quick.
So the way it works, if you guys can zoom in. So this basically is the color reader. Okay. So it's going to say wake up the color reader, right? So you just wake it up, turn the green light on, click on connect. Green light's on. It will be connecting via Bluetooth. It takes just a second, and it says color reader is ready. So what I'm going to do is if a car comes to me that I'm working on, I'm just going to take the color reader, I'm going to put it on the panel, and I'm going to click read, and it's going to tell me the color in my system with the Dr. Colorchip code, and that's the color you're going to use to start with. And so this one here right now says, what does that say? I can't. I can't see that. Sonny.
You're getting pretty old.
W102.
So let me take it for you. Yeah, 102. I'm kidding. You're not getting that old. You're still very young.
I know.
I saw those paintings. So 102 right here.
W102. And you know what? That is the color match for this system, or for this panel, and that's the color that I'm using. So that's how that works. But you say, well, does that really work? I mean, is this smoke and mirrors? No, it's not, because I can say, well, hey, what's the paint color code of my jacket? I can click on here. Oh, my mom's calling me.
Your mom is calling. She's very proud of you.
I know. I love it. Hi, Mom. So anywho, but so you've got these different grays, S237, or you can use S258. And so it's a great color match tool. You can put it, here's red.
That's so awesome.
You can go red, and you can say, okay, what is the color here? And it's going to give you the red color in the system. So it's a great tool to use for color matching. So it takes out a little bit of the fear of color matching. So the commercial system, at the end of the day, I'm a big believer in saying this. If you're a professional in this industry, whether you're PDR, detail, whatever, you have to remember 8 out of 10 cars have chips and scratches. That means 80% of your customers could benefit from this. And I tell people all the time, 7 out of those 8 people that have those cars, they're either afraid to do it, they don't know how to do it, or they had a bad experience with one of these.
Totally, yep.
And so now you have a bolt-on piece of your business that you can generate revenue. And a lot of the people, what they do is they put it on their sales board if they're fixed site location or their website, and they say paint chip repair starting at $199.
Yeah.
And if you have 4 or 5 chips, I think you know, and we'll do a demo here in a second, if you have 4 or 5 chips, you can fix those in less than 10 minutes. So I say, you know, Anthony, I really value you as a customer.
Yep.
Very grateful for your business. I noticed you had 5 or 6 chips here, and you want me to fix those. It's usually $199, but I'll tell you what, I'll do it for 120 bucks.
Deal. That's a great. I don't have to see the chips anymore. Done.
You don't have to see the chips anymore. You know, he's probably afraid to do it, and you know,
I'm terrified.
People spend a lot of money on their cars, and they want them to look good. So bringing it full circle, if you haven't completed the detail, you might want to complete the detail.
I like that. You've done this before, Tony. Have you done this once or twice?
No,
or
there's a script down there.
That is
I'm reading my script.
I see your eyes are good. Look at you. You're killing it. So Tony actually made some amazing points here. So when we got the full kit here at the Rag Company studio, honestly, it was like Christmas for me. Again, I've been using this system for so long, and Tony has sent me individual samples of certain colors over the years. Again, when we have a video shoot coming up, I'll say, hey, we're going to utilize this. Can I get a color sample for this car? He sent things out. Well, after SEMA last year and actually seeing the data color in action, seeing how easy this is, I'm like, oh man, it would make things so much easier to have a full kit here. So we were able to get a kit here in the studio that has every color I could ever, I mean, it's amazing. It's every color I could ever want. There isn't a car that really will come in here that we won't be able to have a solution for. And again, we're able to make that chip so much better, right? And the better that you get with the Dr. Colorchip system, which we'll show you here in just a minute, the faster you are, right? The better the results are every single time. You start learning how to layer a chip. You start learning some different application methods, and you really kind of become your own, you know, Da Vinci, you know, to some degree. And you start looking back at your work and you go, wow, I really solved that issue, not for just myself on my own cars, but now for customer cars and so on. And so I cannot praise this system enough, as it saved my mental health substantially. Imagine if I didn't have this, how crazy I'd be. You don't want that version of me. You don't want that. So with that said here, the money-making side is also a huge aspect of it. And so whether you're a detailer running a business, or whether or not you're wanting to do this on the side, just instead of detailing, maybe you just want to do rock chip repair, you would be surprised how many people will be lining up wanting to get these pesky chips fixed, because when damage happens, right, it's the same thing, right? Anybody that cares about their car, right, a seatbelt flings and hits the door, right? Something flies up and hits the car while driving. You know, the PDR guys are usually contacted within 24 hours of that ding or dent happening, and guess what? You could also be contacted within that 24 hours of that happening, because they want it gone. They don't want to have to think about it anymore because it haunts them. So this is a great way to make money as a standalone, make money as an add-on while detailing, and I promise you, it will pay for itself in like a couple installs. And in the past, when I had done customer cars, I included my cost to repair the chip along with this kit here, right? And so what I would do is I would say, hey, I'll order the kit, I'll fix it, and you know what, at the end of the day, right, and I've made my money, I just say, here you go, you can have this kit. And they go, awesome, I have this? And I go, yeah, I don't really want to store it, and if I have to do it again down the road, you'll have it on hand, right? They call me every time because they don't want to attempt to do it themselves.
They're
usually.
afraid to do it.
And so I end up doing it again, and they already have the kit. I don't have to store it, and it works out for me. So ultimately, you're making hundreds of dollars, and like Tony said, with a chip, it's like 10 minutes, right?
Yeah, I look at this on an annualized basis. And so if you look at it on an annualized basis for the professional side anyways, you know, you're charging, let's just say it's $100, okay? One of the other things I like to say is, you know, we all know what a big job is. If you're a detail professional by chance, you know, a big job, whether it's $500 or $5,000, whatever it is, you think about a big job. And I'm a big believer that if I'm doing a big job for Anthony and I notice that there's 5 or 6 chips there, I'm either going to say, hey, Anthony, you know what? I saw those chips. I'll just fix those for free. Or I don't even tell Anthony. and I fix the chips. And I take a before and after picture, and when we're done and we're saying thanks and everything's good, and oh, by the way, I fixed these chips for you. You now have a customer for life. You have a customer that's going to tell their friends. You have a customer that's super excited because they're afraid to do it. They don't know how to do it, right?
Yep.
So that's super cool. But I don't want to focus so much on the commercial. I love it, and if you're a detail professional, you can reach out to Anthony, reach out to me at drcolorchip.com. That's all fine and dandy. But at the end of the day, you know, what our company was founded upon was this.
Yeah.
Dan McCool came up with Dr. Colorchip. He started the company 24 years ago, 25 years ago or so. And these single color kits, the neat story is, you know, our company is a true Americana story. And what I mean by that is we're not Amazon, we're not Hewlett Packard,
Yep.
but we were invented in a garage
Yep.
by somebody
Yeah.
that took their product and took their company, reinvested reinvested into the company, and here we are 25 years later, and you know, you can see some of the people we do business with around the world, whether it's the Carvanas or the Odessas or, you know, Dent Wizard or SpaceX or, you know, all of those type of people.
You guys have been to space?
Our product is literally out of this world.
That's not the first time he said that.
Literally.
That's definitely
I
not
always
the
kind of
first
pretend like it's my first time because I love saying it, and it is so corny, but I'm okay with it because, let's see, what we got right here. Wow, that's a pretty hard piece of something or other.
Yeah.
But that's when we were doing some testing with one of their panels, and yeah, so the Dragon capsule has, they use our paint to touch up the inside of the SpaceX Dragon capsules, which is kind of cool.
It's amazing.
Kind of fun. But they have a sister company that that they kind of hang out with and work with.
I'm looking back here. It's like it's like an accolade. Look at all these accolades here. Tesla, Rivian.
Our friends at Tesla. This is a great one about, you talk about the forums.
Yeah.
You know, we make the paint touch-up kit for Tesla, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. The point is, Tesla came to us because of the forums. Because Tesla, when they started, I talked to them 10 years ago, whatever it was, a long time ago, they were selling these just like the other OEMs.
Yeah.
And in the forums, they were saying, these aren't any good, you know, you got to talk to Dr. Colorchip. And they were wonderful because they had an open mind. The newer car companies, the Teslas, the Rivians, people like that, they have a very open mind and they want the best.
Yeah.
And they will change. And so they don't do these.
Yeah.
This is where this comes from. So yeah, we've got a lot of friends in low places, and because I had an inkling, I didn't know I was going to do this wonderful painting today.
Yeah.
But I did have, I guess, some type of innate thing in my head. So last week, I went to Milan, Italy.
Okay. Just
and I was
casually, just going to Milan.
Yeah, I got lost in Milan.
Yeah, that happens.
And
it happens to most of
and
us.
it was really cool, and I saw a lot of paintings over there. So that gave me some inspiration.
Yeah.
So when they told me today what I was going to be doing,
Yeah.
I felt really good. And so I was at this, what's this called? It's called the DB Expo 2026.
Okay.
Just a week or so ago.
It literally was, yeah.
Literally was in Italy. So I was in Italy thinking about paint,
Uh-huh.
and here I am doing paint. It's funny how the synergies of life work.
And what is this?
The DB Expo.
I know, that's
This
cool.
is
How'd
the
you
largest.
How'd you get that though?
PDR,
That's awesome.
This is the largest PDR Expo in Europe.
Yeah.
There were 8,000 PDR techs there over a 2-day period. It was no joke.
Those Italians do not care. They're just opening their doors and flying.
It was a big learning experience.
Right into people's doors. Yeah.
It was a big learning experience for me. The one thing I found was that over there, truth. This is just the truth. The folks in Europe see themselves more as artisans than as entrepreneurs.
Okay.
And
yeah,
so,
I see that. Yeah.
So it was really unique.
They're proud of
showing
the work they
them
do.
what Dr. Colorchip was. Because
Yeah.
I'll be frank, there was, out of say 10 people, there was probably 2 that would be like, that's not good enough.
Really? Yeah.
It's got to be perfect. And I'm
Yeah.
like, well, first of all, our stuff is not body shop in a bottle. Our product is a repair product.
Yep.
But
I'm gonna
the
throw some
majority
gloves
of the
too. Yeah.
folks over there were very open-minded, and they really liked it. And so it was a really neat learning experience for us.
Totally.
But
I think people want to see the artistry here at work. So I know we've talked a lot, but I think it's super important that we actually cover most of this because, again, you have consumer options available here. You have installer options, professional options here. So don't be afraid of this, and you're going to see how you really can't screw this up. And not only can you not screw this up, but it's also a permanent fix as well. So that you don't get both of those in one product. You don't get a permanent fix as well as something that you can't screw up massively. So the fact that you can do both of those things is why I'm such a nerd about this and why we have so many videos throughout my YouTube channel of me doing it, because I am, I've drank the Kool-Aid, I've drank the Seal Act, and I'm all in.
Only drink that after all the other stuff is gone.
Yeah. Okay.
So let's do a demo real quick, and I hosted a BMW club at our shop a couple of weeks ago, and I'll tell you more about it in a second. But as you can see, there's chips here, right? We got those.
We're gonna get Jimmy in for his Jimmy Cam, and he's gonna come and take a really close look. So what we have here is we've got some bigger chips. We have some smaller chips. Chips happen, right? Chip happens. And so there's some next to my fingers going all the way up through here. Right. And of course, when you're driving, you're going to get different layers of chips, right? You're going to get some stuff that are shallow, and you're going to get some stuff that hits you with a vengeance, right? The karma points, right? They've cashed out. You have nothing left, and when that rock hit your hood, it's because you were a bad person at one point in your life, and you deserved it.
And you paid your penance with the chip.
And you did. Yeah.
But we have redemption.
Yes.
So, anyways, very simple. Now, I like to say to people, this is very technical, watch closely, but it's really pretty
Do we need to, do you have to prep the panel
Good question.
at all?
Well, this panel is just cleaned. So you just need to clean the vehicle is really what the main thing you want to do is. Some people like to use, we have a Dr. Color Prep. You have some over here with your system. It's basically a degreaser, but any type of degreaser would work. Just
IPA would work as well?
Yeah, cool. There you go. And so all we're going to do is just take that paint and we dab it next to the chip and we flick it across the chip. Okay? Dab it next to the chip, flick it across the chip. Dab it next to the chip, flick it across the chip. That's step one, okay? I think we can all do that, and you just want to make sure it's nice and full. That's really all you want to do. And then we're going to let that paint dry for a second, and I'll tell you more about that in a second. He's kind of mobile, so if I kind of walked a little bit.
He's
because that's when I was talking about that BMW club thing. So come on over here. Oh, it's Jimmy, right?
Yeah, it's Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy was a good.
In the mech suit.
One of the things I like to do is come on over here.
Okay.
You don't even know what we're doing.
I don't know what we're doing.
I know.
I'm following
I just
Jimmy
what
here.
the heck. So we have this black Honda here that they did some work on, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things I really like to do, but see, I only know you as Anthony. I didn't know you were Tony.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Tony Tuesday.
I'm going to call you Anthony, and I'm going to say I don't want to ever forget you.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take paint. And I'm just going to paint that on that panel, okay?
Tony, that's a black car.
I know, and here,
that's white paint.
You know what the best part is? We're going to let it dry. Come on, let's go back over here.
Oh, okay. That's on it. Oh man, it's going to ruin that car, isn't it?
That's great, isn't it? I know it might. I don't know.
Okay, all right.
I like living on the edge. You know, like I told you, I'm getting a little older. I don't care so much.
Okay, yeah.
I say weird things at weird times.
Same.
And you know, so that was step one.
Yeah.
We've kind of done that, and so now that the paint is on that panel, what we're going to do is we're going to let it dry for a second. And so, because we don't want our friends to stand here, sit here, and just watch paint dry, I think we'll just keep talking.
Okay.
So we invented this paint. This is real automotive paint, Dr. Colorchip, and that's what's unique about our product. Our product was invented for touch-up. It was invented to be very different than the paint pens and whatnot. Our paint dries very fast, it's very sticky, and most important, it's a permanent repair.
It is permanent.
And that's going to be
permanent. And that is permanent, yes. But I have chips going on 13 years, right? It'd be 13 years because some of the first chips I did on my own car that I've had for 13 years, right? Have been there for 13 years.
And you're just going to get mad about the next chips that you get.
Oh, totally. I mean, totally. But it's great because I don't think about those chips anymore because they're permanently fixed. I've polished over them. I've ceramic coated over them. I've done everything over the top of these chips. They have not removed. They have not popped out. They have not fallen out.
Yeah, and that's the thing about our paint is it's very sticky. It's going to stick to metal, plastic, fiberglass, graphite panels going to space. It's very sticky, so it's a sticky product. But most important, it's a permanent product, right? So it dries fast, it's very sticky, and it's permanent, right? So this paint is going to dry in about 3 minutes, not 30 minutes. Okay, sticky. It's going to stick to all the surfaces, and most important, once we're done with this repair, you could drive it in a Florida rainstorm. Once that paint fully cures and hardens, it will have the same integrity as the factory paint on your car. Just like Anthony said, it is a permanent repair. So that's one of the neat things about this. Our paint is not sprayed. It is not atomized. Therefore, it is not going to shrink, okay?
Yep.
So our paint does not shrink. So that's a little bit about our paint. I know you love this stuff. You were talking about it earlier.
A little bubble gum action, man.
It is.
What I do is I put that on. I kind of spruce up every once in a while before a night on the town. You know what I mean?
Come here. What's his name?
His name's Anthony as well.
There you go.
I kid.
So,
we actually have 4 Anthonys in this building right now, which is pretty nuts. Yeah.
So people, when they think about our step 2, because they're like, well, this must be acetone or paint thinner, right? That's what you use to take paint.
Something super aggressive,
aggressive, caustic.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen is I'm going to give this to him, and I'm going to have him smell it. Okay. And he's going to think that it smells like acetone or paint thinner. But he's like, his natural reaction in most cases is he smells it. His brain doesn't compute because it smells so good, right, Anthony? That he's going to smell it a couple of times. Here, take a smell. Oh, pretty wild. It's very nice, isn't it? It's like bubble gum.
Yeah.
So anyhow, so these 2 products are chemically designed to work together. We've talked about this product. What this product's going to do, we call it the Seal Act. The Seal Act Step 2 blending solution. This product, what you're going to do is you have a chip or a deep scratch, right? We have smeared that paint over the chip or a deep scratch. We're letting that paint dry right now.
Correct.
Once that paint is dry, we're then going to use the Step 2 blending solution, and we're going to level that down.
Yeah.
And then you will be done with a level repair, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to have a good color match, and you're going to have a nice level repair, and you're going to do 5 chips in less than 10 minutes.
Yeah. One thing I want to do really quick, Tony.
Yes.
I know. So you know how you painted me just a minute ago? I mean, not a minute ago, like a few minutes ago. I'm going to just touch your jacket here for a second. I'm going to move your microphone,
okay,
and I'm going to grab it and put it right here so people can hear your beautiful voice a little bit louder for Glenn.
Perfect.
There
Is that
you
better?
go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Glenn,
Hi, Mom.
Glenn, what do you think? You're welcome.
Thanks, Glenn.
You're welcome. Hey, you
Awesome.
know, us Tonys got to help each other out.
And we're a team.
Yeah.
So anyhow, so at the end of the day, these 2 products are chemically designed to work together.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about. So we're going to let the chemical in this level that paint down.
Okay.
Okay. So that's what it's all about. Now remember, in this single color kit for the do-it-yourselfer, for the person that's an auto detailer that doesn't have or doesn't want to spend that kind of money to buy a commercial system, you know, we have a service partner program. Because of our relationship with you, we're happy to set your friends up as service partners, which it doesn't cost you anything, get you a 20% or so discount on our products. We set you up on our B2B portal. So there's, you know, we're all about that because of our relationship with the rag company. But inside this kit is everything that I'm using here. So you've got the paint, color matched for your vehicle, the blending solution, different size brushes, even a squeegee. The squeegees are nice because, you know, when you look at a panel and you've got a lot of chips, you can literally pour a dab of paint down, use the beveled edge of that squeegee, and literally do a lot of chips very quickly.
Yeah, and actually I showed you a picture because somebody here in the company, I don't want to say exactly who, rubbed their vehicle on the side of not just their garage, but like some actual stone, and scratches actually gouged the entire rear quarter panel of the vehicle. And it is damage.
I mean, that person's a really nice person, but wow.
But really bad, right? And so down to bare metal, there was nothing left, and they had been driving around like that for quite some time. So I actually took this system here. I did a quick color match with the data color, pulled the right color, grabbed the color, which was actually one of these right here, pulled it out, and I did the squeegee method, right? So I applied it, let it run a little bit, squeegeeing it in, up it into the chip, or I should say the scratches and gouges, and I approached it from a couple different angles to make sure I had the right fill at the right angle. Once I did that, I let it set, dwell, use the Seal Act, and what's crazy is I made that damage probably 60% better. It went from being a 30-footer to now being a 7-footer, and it's amazing because at that point now it's drivable, it's livable. You don't see damage every single time.
Your eyes not drawn to it every time you walk by your car.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And
so I use the squeegee method, and that is like an instance where you're dealing with a large bit of damage. That's what you would probably do. But a customer would be thrilled. I mean, you're using $5 worth of paint, and that's worth to them
$300 of a repair. I mean, all day long.
Yeah, what he's talking about, just for a visual, is you can see this scuff right here, okay? Now, that damage was a lot bigger than that, but that's a before of a scuff, and that's an after of a scuff, right? Here, this is a before of a scratch. A lot of you always ask about scratches. So this is a before on a scratch and after.
I'm actually going to show them.
So that's a before and after, just so you can have an idea of different types of damage, scuffs,
So
scratches.
I want to show them that right there. How pretty bad. That's pretty horrible right there, right? And in about, I think it was about 5 or 6 minutes, I was able to turn it into that, right? And so side by side, it is an incredible fix, right, for the amount of time I put into it. And the owner's thrilled, I was thrilled, and I got to keep my job here.
Yeah, there you go.
So
I like it.
That's one way to look at it.
So, all right, I know we've got our great guy, Chris. Where's Chris West? He's going to be up next.
Yeah.
Solution Finish, such an awesome product. I'm going to finish up. I'm sorry, sir.
Glenn said we can run a little long, just a little bit, so we're okay.
So, I mean, that paint is dry to the light touch, okay? Just I kind of run my finger over it.
Totally.
But, so if that paint's dry, then the Anthony paint over there should be dry.
Yeah, permanent
let's see what
fix
happens.
on that black hood.
So-
Rental company's not going to take it back.
Well, I got an early flight, so I'm not really too worried.
Okay, all right, good.
All right, so anywho, long story short, the blending solution, very important that you shake this up.
Yep.
This product separates very quickly. There's a lot of different polymers, waxes, this and that, and a lot of different stuff in here. So I always, for beginners especially, I like to say, let's make this very, very moist, almost to where it's dripping, okay? And the reason is because when I'm removing the paint, I am remembering that these are chemically designed to work together. So rather than using my muscles, I know you bodybuilding.com stuff like
back
that,
in the day,
kind of
yeah,
strong.
I
So
started
you don't want to
eating
use your
cookies.
muscles. Let's
Yeah.
let the chemical do the work, not your muscles. So that's why I like to have a lot of chemical on here. Obviously, it's very safe. And it's
not going to hurt your hands.
Not going to hurt your hands or anything. But let's go over here and show you something, because I like to do this because. Come on, Jimmy. Let's go for a field trip. We're going on a field trip, Jimmy.
Back to the to the damaged hood. Oh no.
Thank you, man. So, anywho, so we got the Anthony hood. Is it dry? You can touch it.
Yeah, it's dry. Yeah,
it's dry. So what I'm going to show you right now is what we recommend not to do. It's dry, huh?
It's dry. That's on there.
All right. Hey, thanks for everything, guys. Have a good
Okay,
one.
Tony, come back. We got to return this car. Okay.
So what we don't want to do, okay, is some people get nervous when they're doing this step 2, and they're pressing too hard.
Yep.
They're not patient. They don't have enough of the blending solution on the panel. And so they're like, well, wait a minute. I don't like that Dr. Colorchip.
Yep.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. It all came off. Well, that stuff's no good. It all came off. Well, the reason it did is I didn't do it properly, kind of, sort of.
Okay.
And so when we go back over there, I'll show you how maybe we can do it a little bit differently.
Okay.
We'll let the chemical do the work, not my muscles.
Yep.
And
but
on the flip side of
pulling paint out. Yeah, pulling chips out.
But on the flip side of the coin, I do this also because I want you to know you're not going to hurt your panel. These are all base coat, clear coat cars for the last 20 years.
Yep.
And so our product's not going to stick to the clear coat. So for anybody that's skeptical, nervous, concerned, whatever, you're not going to hurt your car. If you don't like the end result, you can always go back to 0.
And you know how many times I've gone back to 0? Hundreds. Yeah. Maybe 1,000. Yeah. Where I've said, nope, I'm not happy with that. I'm going to erase that, right? Not happy with that. I erase. Again, I'm a psychopath. It's not good, right? But I can redo things, and I can get it back to my level of perfection. And then when I finally do it, I go, cool, done, permanent fix. I'll see you in maybe never, because I'll probably sell the car before I have to fix it again.
So let me go try to do it a little bit better over here. I know I was using a little too much muscle over there.
Yeah.
But over here, so I'm just going to try to shake this product up. Remember, we like this to be nice and moist. Okay. And then, we want those chemicals to work. So I just set it on there for a split second is all. And then I'm just going to just gently, you see I'm using a flat hand. My hand's barely, it's barely on there.
You're letting the chemical do the work. Okay.
Just letting the chemicals do the work.
Okay.
And some of us are old enough to remember wax on, wax off. Okay. So I've got the microfiber towel in one hand. I've got the blending solution in the other. And I'm just gently blending this excess.
And I can see it starting to lift.
And it will start blending away, but that sticky paint will stay in the chip. That's the key. And so all of our friends at, Carvana, Auto Nation, the Detail Mafia, can't forget our friends at the Detail Mafia, International Detail Association.
Nice, you got that one. You got it, yeah.
And then I'm just going to gentle here. Okay. Get
I get so freaking jacked about rock chip repair. I do. I'm like, I see the chip going away, and I'm like, yes.
Okay, so there we've got that good. Now, notice there's still a little bit, there's another chip I didn't do here. So I'm going to show you that, you can use a little bit more pressure if you want.
Okay.
When you're doing this professionally or after you've done a number of cars, you can do it quicker. I obviously do demos a lot for people. And so I like to show them kind of the basic way, the patient way, all of that type of stuff. We need to get some better microfiber towels. I don't know where we can get those.
I know a company.
Do you?
Yeah, I know a company,
Oh, thank God.
I think I work there.
Oh,
it's here.
Really?
It's the Rag Company. It's us. And right now at theradcompany.com, you can save 25% off premium microfiber products and detailing accessories. I kid you not. So pair that with your 15% off the Dr. Colorchip kit. It's like Rag Company premium microfiber. It might as well
be. We're like paying customers to come. Okay.
Yeah.
So, done. Yeah. So you can see all these chips over here, right?
We haven't gotten those. Well, nobody's paid us to do those yet.
But no, and that'll be $100, please. So, but anyhow, you can see the before, and you can kind of see the after. There. I mean, there's a lot of them that I've done there.
Can I do an Anthony speed run really quick just to show them how fast this can actually be? Okay, so. Let's go ahead and let's take my paint here, right? I just want to show you guys what I call a little speed run, right? So you see those right there, right? We know that those exist. I usually just take the whole top off of this because I say forget that thing, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go into a little bit of paint here, and after I've shaken it, I'm gonna wait for him to get it. Okay, ready? So I'm gonna go bam, bam. Oh, I'm gonna do more than that. Get that a little bit wetter.
Yep,
so
don't be shy.
I'm gonna go bam, 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 right? And at that point, I'm gonna start taking my thumb, going back and forth, spreading that into the chip, get next to a little bit more, bam, spread that, spread that, spread that. Need a little bit more paint there, go there, bam, and then bam.
And that's about 8 chips.
Yeah, that's about 8 chips, and I mean, literally in no time at all, and I can basically build it up to where I'm like, yeah, I got that. And sometimes it's good because rocks hit things at different angles. It's best just to kind of find that angle in which you can fill it, whether it's next to it in a certain angle. Sometimes you'll go back and forth just a little bit, and then once you kind of get to that, you'll be good. I was on the chip.
You've done the whole panel there. And I mean, you can do this very, very quickly once you get proficient at it.
And so, I mean, basically, the chips are already starting to disappear, right? I can see it literally happening before my eye that it's going away. And that's when I know I'm in, I call it flow state. The kids use that nowadays, and they call it like flow state. This is my flow state, right? When I'm fixing rock chips. And, Tony,
that is just a drop.
You're just dripping it, okay?
Yep, that's just a drop.
Okay.
Level, or the beveled edge of this squeegee. Boom, boom, boom.
That's another, look at that, look how fast he's going. He's removed the thumb out of the equation.
Pick it up, put it down. So we've just done really, I put a little more drop down.
You can do this. I was gonna say you can finger the thing, you can use your squeegee.
There's a lot of paint there. I can just pick it up and go and do this whole panel. I use about 3 drops of paint.
Yep.
And we've just repaired this whole panel with about 30 chips.
Yep.
And now we'll let this paint dry for a second, and then we would do the step 2 just like we did before, and away we go.
And done. And it's done.
And
that's it.
And that's it. And then it's a permanent repair.
The chips are gone.
So whether you're a do-it-yourself person, whether you're a want to get into this business type person, at the end of the day, our product is something that's demonstrably different than what's been out there for 30 years.
Yeah.
You know what? We're very grateful to be with the Rag Company today. We're grateful to be at this event. You know, we've got a lot of partners around the world. I know we've been a friend of yours for a long time, but now I feel that we can consider ourselves a partner of yours.
Yeah.
And I can't wait for the day to have our name up on this wall with all these other great names.
It's going to be your painting, and it's going to be, it's going to be the logo with the painting there with our signatures, right? Tony Pando, you're going to have Alex, you're going to have Joey. I mean, it's going to be a really beautiful thing. And so we've actually put the code up there. So TRC15 at Dr. Colorchip will take advantage of the 15% off there at drcolorchip.com. Again, it's super easy. Literally, you enter your year of your car, the make, the model. It'll pull up all the different paint code options. You open up your door, your driver's side door, and there's going to be a little tag there that shows your exterior color code. And you're going to see that and go, cool, what code matches to the website? You find that. You click the little dot, there's a little dot button you click next, it'll ask you which kit you want. You can pick any of the kit options, you check out, and it's good to go. A couple of key things. This Dr. Colorchip, these little bottles here, if they're stored in a cool, dry place, like let's just say just somewhere out of sunlight, and you can put them in a drawer somewhere, these can last years.
Years, they can. Especially, you know, the commercial folks, if you shake this paint every couple of months, this paint will last, we guarantee at least 3 years. 4 years. I know you were telling me earlier you've got your black that has lasted many, many years.
Yep.
So that's super, super cool. He's going to start doing the step 2. While he does that, I'll let you zoom in on this because I don't want to forget to talk about this. And he'll be wiping that down just for a second. But for anybody that does PPF, who does PPF or is getting their car PPF, especially if your car is not brand new. This is PPF, if you can see this on here. And notice that I did not fix those chips. If you do not fix those chips and you put PPF on your panel, that is no good. But what you don't see, okay, I can see on the camera there, what you don't see are the chips that I did fix. I don't know if you can even zoom in and see them, but there's 4 chips there. There you go, let me put in the light the right way. See that? Those chips, you never even would have seen those. And that is something that's very important. If you're doing PPF on your panel or you do PPF on other people's cars, you want to fix those chips first. So Dr. Colorchip is a great, great way to help with that as well. And here, wax on, wax off.
I know, wax on, wax off. Okay, there we go. That's coming on, that's coming off. So what's funny is I've actually pretty much knocked out a majority of these, and I'm using just barely any finger pressure on most of them. And again, depending on how much road rash you're fixing, you can kind of move around and find different areas that you need to work. But what's nice is the occasional wipe off, so then you can see where your high spots are, right? And so I have some over here still. I'm going to start working these. And then now I know that this back corner is completely chip free, so I'm really happy with that. I'm really happy with this top area. And then, oh yeah, one little spot here. You can also use.
Oh, and you know what? If on say 1 or 2 of these, say you pull out a little too much, that's okay. Come back. Takes you 5 minutes.
Yeah, just go
like that one there. I'd probably do it again.
Yeah.
But and then you just do a little buff, buff, buff.
Bam, bam,
And
bam.
I will do this. It's not my favorite thing to do because it makes people go, huh? Because it's kind of weird, but I'll do it here in a second because Jimmy's got us, and he see that this panel is all repaired, right? Well, this paint, just so you know, and we'll end here, if you want to keep going, we can.
No.
But
Yeah,
here's the thing, this is a panel that's done now, okay? And you can't even see the chips, but that paint is dry to the touch. It is not cured at all. So if anybody is questioning the before and after, right? What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take a little acetone.
Okay.
Because this paint is just barely dry, so it's very malleable. That's one of the big things with our paint. It's very, very malleable.
Okay.
But Jimmy, if you come on in here, it doesn't look like there's really any chips on that panel too much, right? But if I go like this, and I start,
Tony, all of our hard work.
All of our hard work.
Well, I mean, with you know how often people are using straight acetone on their paint, you know what I mean? This is really not good.
You're bringing up a good point, because if you do this, you have to neutralize it with the blending solution right after. See this? But look at how many chips there were that you repaired.
In literally no time.
I mean, our whole thing was.
Holy crap.
So.
Holy crap, I forgot how bad that looked. Wow.
That's just
amazing.
And if you ever do that, just take a little blending solution afterwards.
Okay.
Kind of neutralize it.
Okay, and that neutralizes the acetone.
Correct.
Cool. And then it's ready to be repaired again.
Ready to, that's CMA, baby.
Oh man, that's it. That's it. It's amazing.
That's our secret at CMA.
Yeah.
People always say, "You get more chip. How do you get the chip?"
Yeah. It's pretty easy. So, incredible. This has been such a fun segment. Dane, I have no idea if we have even time for one question. If there's anything there, Dane, what do we have?
All right, so I think a good one to get to, because Molasses here was talking about having a black car. He wanted to see a demo on a black car, and then we kind of gave him one he didn't expect. But how long will the paint remain workable if you missed removing some? I come back 15 minutes later, for example.
Oh, no, the paint is very malleable. Really for a couple days if need be. You know, generally you're going to do the repairs same day, right? Quick story, we had a friend of ours down in Orange County, California. He was at a Porsche Club event. He fixed a guy's Porsche, and they were done. The guy drives away in his Porsche, calls my friend and says, "Oh, hey, you forgot there's some paint on here. You missed a spot," because you got to work in small areas. You can't do the whole paint. So anyways, long story short, they were going to get together, you know, to finish the job. They didn't get together till the next year PCA event.
Oh, wow.
And so the paint was obviously fully cured. The paint will fully cure in about 20 days or so. But if you use some acetone and the blending solution in like a Q-tip or something like that, you can get it out, but it's difficult to do. But so you want to do the repair kind of in the same day if possible. But if you kind of mess up, you've got a day or two before it really starts curing and getting hard.
And you can apply this in temperatures that ideally between, I believe like the minimum is what, between 50 and probably 90 degrees, 60 and 90 degrees?
You can do it in any temperature. I mean, it was designed in South Florida, hot summers, really hot and humid summers, high 90s. You know, we've got people in Arizona that do this, in Salt Lake in the summer. So heat's not a problem. Cold is not a problem because our paint is not water-based. This is a solvent-based product. It's basically a K1 fast air dry single-stage solvent-based paint with the clear in it. But the only time that I ever had a question, true story, is I had a guy call me and he says, "My paint's not drying. It's taking too long. It's taking a long time to dry. I don't understand." And he was a commercial user. And I said, "Well, what happened?" And he says, "Well, I don't know. It's cold outside." And I said, "Well, where are you?" And he goes, "Well, I'm in Boise, Idaho." He did. It's McDowell's down here.
I know McDowell's. Yeah, I know those boys. Yeah.
And so they have two of our commercial systems. And this was years and years and years ago. And he says, "Well, it's 19 degrees outside, and I'm touching up a car." And I said, "Well, what are you doing outside at 19 degrees touching up a car?" So the point is it's not water-based. It will not freeze, but don't do it at 19 degrees.
Correct. Yeah. That's great advice. That makes a lot of sense.
All right, I'm told I'm able to ask one more question. I'll kind of blend it into 1.5 to see if I can fit it all in, because I did see multiples of another. But anyway, Flack Pyro here wondering, will the Seal Act remove or degrade ceramic coating?
I've never had it degrade or even affect it even slightly. I have literally gotten chips of freshly coated cars. That car literally has a coating on it that we put on there, and the Seal Act did absolutely nothing to it but remove the paint.
They just did it.
The coating
you guys just did it.
We literally just did that, and the coating is 100% fine. So as long as you're actually using more Seal Act and you're not dry rubbing with like the towel, you're totally fine. There's no issues.
All right, and then the very last one was just wondering about tri-stage paints, metallics, ones of that nature. Is there anything special you need to do for chips of that nature?
Yeah, that's a great last question, really, because at the end of the day, white pearl, they look great in the showroom. People love them. But when you get chips and scratches, it's very difficult because it's a 3-stage paint. It's a 3-layer paint, right? So the bottom line is, for our single color kits, if you ordered one of these on our website, there's a disclaimer that says this is a single stage paint. You cannot, for a little chip, you cannot put 3 layers of paint on that. And so what we do is we match the shade of your white pearl. And I'll show you a picture right when we end. But so we match the shade of white pearl. The other pearls, we match them very well. This side of the business, we actually have both liquid and powdered pearls that our commercial users purchase to make colors. So they can make different, so we have white, we have all the pearls, but the main ones are white, red, and silver. Yep. And those are the main pearls. Metallic, 70% of the paint in this commercial system is metallic because why? Because we don't tell the world what colors are out there. The world tells us what the most popular colors of cars are. Yep. So we have to design our systems in our proprietary process with the most popular colors. So these are the most popular colors in the marketplace today, as of within the last 8 months. We do it about every year or so, 12 to 16 months, we update the colors. But those are the most popular colors out there.
Totally. And the metallics blend beautifully. They mix beautifully. When you shake them up, make sure you shake them up completely. There is going to be like a little bead inside the bottle there that you want to get mixed completely. Or I don't actually know if there's a bead. I can't remember if there is or not. But if shake the metallic up completely, make sure you get a good mix, and you are good to go. Most of the cars I've done have metallic in them.
Yeah, and this is a white pearl. I don't know if you can zoom in on this or not, but you can see this is the. There we go.
There you go. Yeah.
So this is a white pearl, and you can see the chips here. Okay. And then you can see how we've done them. Now you can notice this is one that did not have the pearl added. This was a single color kit. Yep. But you can kind of still see them, but really
barely.
Really.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, from a foot away, if you didn't know those were there, you'd never see them.
Yeah, totally. So
it's still an improvement.
It's a huge improvement, and I can't emphasize it enough. So I mean, that's why I'm like 15% off. Go there to Dr. Colorchip right now. Get all of your cars. Get a chip kit for every single one. That is one less thing to think about. I can't emphasize that being a good investment for you as a car person.
Yep.
No, that is excellent. Thank you so much, Tony and Tony. We really appreciate you doing the Dr. Colorchip
Tony, thank you for coming out.
Anthony,
seriously
thank
awesome,
you so much.
man.
Thanks for everything you do for us as well.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
All right, Dane, I think it's going back to you.
Okay, so we are rounding out this afternoon, but we're not fully done yet. Oh no, we've still got quite the character ahead here for you. Let's see what Solution Finish is up to.
What's up, guys? I'm Christine.
Hey everybody, it's Chris West with Solution Finish. Apparently Sid couldn't make it today, so we've got my doppelganger here.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and I can take a joke, all right?
I gotta get rid of this thing.
There we go. Now we're going to see. She made it after all.
Oh gosh, I don't know if I can get this off.
What do we talk about?
All right, well, we are here. We are so excited to be at the last presentation of TRCMA, Save the Best for Last. Obviously, Chris West is a huge fan favorite of the show, and so we have this really cool Rivian behind us that we are going to talk about Solution Finish. So before we get started on that, tell the viewers, just in case they're new to the show, what is Solution Finish?
Solution Finish was formulated in 2010 to restore rubber, vinyl, and plastic, oxidized, dry, gray, brittle plastic, to restore it to a better than new, in my opinion, surface. Sorry.
You're good.
Yeah. So, what makes it different from any of the other products is that all the silicone-based dressings, all it is it's just that, it's the surface dressing, you know, and silicone doesn't restore the color in the part. So Solution Finish was developed with modified and penetrating oils that actually absorb the black carbon back into the part being treated. I've milled the carbon half the size of a virus, so it actually can penetrate into the pores being treated.
Yeah.
And then when you thoroughly buff off the excess, it's a dry matte finish. It doesn't have that wet look shine that you know the spray detailer dressings have that have silicone in it.
Yeah. Very cool. And this has been around for a long time. I know I personally have been using this for about 8 to 9 years probably. It's been a hot minute, so love it. But before we actually do our demo, I know you wanted to talk about kind of your latest product right here.
Yeah, the newest in the line is over the top plastic sealer. And sorry, I get it. It's friggin' 40 below outside, you know.
It's snowing sideways outside, which is so crazy, but it's a little warm in here.
Over the top plastic sealer is not a ceramic coating. It's just designed to lock in solution finish once you restored the colorant. But the thing I wanted to show on this piece here is that even though it's white in color and doesn't have the black carbon in it, it still will absorb on the surface, and it's more like sunscreen for your plastic. So what you've got on this piece right here, you apply it evenly just like you would solution finish. And if you really squint, you can see that there's a difference between this and this. And this is only with...
You don't even have to squint.
Oh, yeah, okay, you're good. So the cameras have a hard time picking it up. So what happens is the sealant...
Turn it like this.
Yeah,
there we go. There we go.
Trained professional here. See, so what happens is when you put it over the top of solution finish, it's more like sunscreen for your plastic, and it gives it a slight sheen to it.
Yeah.
So the benefit of the plastic sealer is it's extremely good on new plastic, because remember, if it hasn't oxidized, there's no pores for the solution finish to actually absorb into.
Sure.
So what I'll do is use the plastic sealer on new plastic, and then you know. So, but it's called over the top because it's designed to go over the top of solution finish, and then once it degrades and you need to put another coat on, you put solution finish over the top of that.
That's good to know.
The trend right now is to restore the color with solution finish, thoroughly buff it off, let it cure, and then use a ceramic coating over the top of it, which looks great. The problem with that is once you've applied that, and you might get 2 years worth of durability out of it. So the detailers love to do that because it really, really leaves an impression. Here's the issue. Once you use the ceramic coating, you can never apply solution finish again. When you wipe on solution finish, put it on, and then go to the third step to thoroughly buff it off, it just smears off. It's like you're putting it on glass. So be cautious of using the ceramic coatings. So now they're the trim coatings, which is ceramic coating, paint coatings with trim on the word. So nothing's different, you know. But the fact being is that if you use over-the-top plastic sealer, it also, since it locks in solution finish, it prevents the transfer onto clothing, and you know, which could definitely happen. You don't want to get it on your clothes, and I can assure you this: you never want to be screwing with solution finish with a white shirt on.
Yeah. I've told the audience a couple times this week how many pairs of Lululemon leggings I've ruined with solution finish.
It doesn't come off.
It doesn't come off.
So
very cool.
A couple little pro tips that I found. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Which one?
I have a little in the box right there. Grab that green scouring pad.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah, a little scrub.
My assistant here. Okay, thank you. So what I want to show you is that, okay, this is, let's get a bad one. Okay, this is pretty typical.
Yeah.
Of a bad trim that has been neglected, and it's scuffed up a little bit.
Yeah,
so what you want to do is take, if you're really going the full pro route, you take the scouring pad, and you're not sanding it. You're just taking the surface, and you can see.
Oh yeah.
You can see all these little gouges and little marks, scuff marks being removed, especially on step bumpers, running boards of that type.
Sure.
So this is a very good way of removing that prior to applying solution finish. Since we're here, even though we're going to do the, what's it called, the
Rivian.
A Rivian. So once we're done with the Riviera here, we'll use both products. We'll restore the color, and then we'll put the over the top on it and see how it goes. And the new thing is, I've always said on the instructions, use rubbing alcohol to really give it a good alcohol bath. And it's not really to clean it as much as it's for breaking down any previously applied silicone-based product.
Sure.
So again, you're putting on solution finish. Solution finish has 3 steps. Shake the bottle vigorously, apply a small amount on a microfiber applicator, and then use a microfiber towel to buff off the excess. And you can't believe how many people skip the last step. They go, it's been 3 days and it's still a little tacky. Well, yeah. And then I call them and talk to them, say, did you thoroughly buff off the excess? And they go, I didn't know I was supposed to.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, there's 3 steps. Shaking's one of them, you know. But you know how guys are, they don't see. So what happens is now you don't have those little marks on the surface. So it's an extremely
better job
good
prepping.
way of doing it.
Very good.
I have found that the best way to use over-the-top plastic sealer, apply solution finish, buff it off thoroughly, and then a little pro tip is if you're going to go right to applying over the top, what I do is I take just a regular
white
paper towel and I wipe it, and it just takes the last little bits of carbon off of it.
Okay.
And you see the little fingerprints. That's all that's coming off. You know, so you wipe it down, and now you're going to be able to apply the over-the-top plastic sealer.
Okay.
And it takes about depends on the weather. In Orange County, California, it takes about 20 minutes for it to set. Here, it take about 3 weeks. So it's
Especially
really has
today.
to do with.
We haven't had snow all year.
I like to say in room temperature, you can give it about 20 minutes.
Okay.
And with solution finish, you apply it, buff off the excess. You can't just go back over and layer it. It doesn't mill build like a paint does. It doesn't stack. So if you want to go do it again, wait for like 2 weeks.
Okay.
Then solution finish thoroughly bonded in. Now it gives something for the second coat to bite to.
Okay.
With over-the-top plastic sealer, I've experimented with it. I have put on 6 to 8 coats. You know, just keep on going because it does bond to itself and be able to create a harder shell. You know.
Very good.
Durability-wise, it's not meant to. Over-the-top plastic sealer is not designed to last for months and months and months like solution finish. That's because I can make it much stronger, but once you do that, it starts acting like a ceramic coating.
Oh, okay.
Which is again goes back to the original problem. You don't want to do that. So
okay.
So if you want, Sid's going to do a little.
Yeah, so we're gonna get started on this Rivian behind us, and when I'm doing that, I'm gonna tell you kind of what happened here. So if we notice on this Rivian, this is a 2023, it's a little bit newer, and if you notice, this piece looks like we already did solution finish, correct? So, but what actually happened is the car did fade fairly quickly, and actually what happened is this piece, he had gotten hit by another vehicle, and so they replaced the factory plastic, and now it looks mismatched.
Well, yeah.
Right? And so this actually happens more than we even know. So I'm gonna just wipe this down with a good panel prep. This car has been washed, but it was raining outside, so I wanna make sure we remove anything that maybe, especially like when customers come in, we don't know if he's already tried to put on a silicone-based dressing, like you said, to make it match. I could totally see that maybe somebody would have tried that. So we're gonna make sure that this is perfectly prepped, and then we're gonna walk through
how to make this new panel match, right?
And it's kind of like put up or shut up, because I say it looks like a new part or better than new part, and now I have a new part that I have to compare it to. So hopefully don't make a liar out of me.
All right, so now we're gonna have a little truth serum here.
All right, so here we go. Here, brand new part been replaced because of the damage. All of my bottles have a shaker ball in it, and it's not really because it needs it as much, it's just that when I say vigorously shake it, I want, if you hand a guy a bottle with a shaker ball in it and say, go ahead and shake this up for me, he'll keep on rattling it until I ask for it back. You know, it's kind of like that type of thing. So, a little bit on the microfiber. And don't worry if you get it on the paint. All you need to do is take like 3,000 grit sandpaper, sand it down to, and then squirt it with a little primer, sand it again, and then try to match it with Dr. Colorchip stuff.
Yep.
If it gets on the paint, you can wipe it right off. And if go around the whole vehicle, and if you go around the whole vehicle and you miss a spot and it dries, just a little bit of panel prep from Armor, or simple grain, something very light, it will dissolve it right off. The only time that that's not the case is if you have a very oxidized paint on the vehicle, because it will absorb into that. But for the most part, and another thing, solution finish will not wash off. Guys will say, yeah, I put it on my tailgate, I put it on the bed caps, and it rained and it came off and went down. Well, no, what happens is solution finish will get into cracks, and when they're buffing it off, they don't get it, but it will drain out with the water. So we want to be very careful when it comes to areas that it might be able to get into, and you're not going to be able to thoroughly wipe off. Yeah, see, this is real. This is a 2022? 23.
Yeah.
And look at the trim. It's already oxidizing.
Yeah.
It's really hard to believe.
Yeah.
How fast modern day plastic. Okay.
So just to recap, so your suggestion for if somebody has this come into their shop is to leave the new piece, use solution finish, OG on all the rest of the plastics, and then you're going to go over the whole thing with over the top, correct?
Correct. That's how that would be the proper way of doing it.
Very good.
And another thing for the body shop guys out there, around paint shops, solution finish is paint shop safe, body shop safe. There is no silicone on it. There's some products out there that say no silicone, but it's got an ingredient that's really in the silicone family, but it falls outside of that word, so they can say no silicone, even though it looks like silicone, acts like silicone, and can contaminate a shop like silicone.
Yeah.
Now, I know the cameras are really hard to see, but let me get back and see.
Yeah, no, that looks great. So then
if you squint, you could tell the difference.
No, it looks really good. And obviously when we get over the top. So now I'm going to take one of my Rip and Rags, since we are at the rag company, right? We've got these great. So when the Rip and Rags came out, this was exactly what I thought about, was jobs like this, where you need to use a towel, but you're going to want to throw it away. So
and you use the cheapest towel,
Yep.
But it's got to be microfiber. You know, a terry cloth towel, because of the I don't know, the loops or whatever.
Yeah.
It pulls off the
Right.
surface oil different than a microfiber.
Yep. So I just wiped it off the paint, just to show them that it wipes off super easy off the paint. And then you want me to do it, or
I'll wipe
buff
this
it off?
yeah.
How long do you leave the solution finish before you buff it off?
Typically what you do is shake the bottle, go around the whole vehicle for everything, put the cap
Then go
back
back
on, and then go ahead and wipe it off.
Perfect.
You know, you don't really, solution finish is like water on a paper towel. It wets it instantly, but there's no harm in letting it sit and, you know, kind of do its thing. I like to wait, like I said, a decent, I always say wait as long as you can before you put on over the top, you know, but if you're going to go straight to that, then you use my paper towel trick to get the last little bit remnants of.
Very, very cool.
Yeah. So can the camera pick that up okay? Because you got this shadow here.
Yeah, it looks great. So here's what I want to do, Chris. We, can you hear that? It's hailing like crazy.
Oh, I have no doubt.
Yeah, it's hailing. So what I think we should do is let's wrap up here. We did a great demo on Solution Finish. They saw the over at the top. So why don't we go back to the desk and we're going to do Q&A just in case we lose power. So let's head back up here.
What country am I in?
I know, Idaho.
Okay.
And
fine.
here's the funny thing. You get on this side.
All right.
So in 5 minutes, everything's going to be fine. But, you know, 2 years ago, we had this happen. The show ended with lightning and thunder, and we lost all power. So we're going to try to chase the weather. So,
Gotcha.
Dane, before we finish up this Rivian, do you have any questions for us?
Yes, I did actually have some comments and questions, and I'm terrified to think of what my Miata is going through outside right now. But,
do you have the top on?
No, it's a hard top.
Oh,
It'll
good.
live.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about,
Yeah.
chips and stuff. I might have to talk to Tony later. But anyway, moving on. We've got, all right, let's start with, boom, boom, boom. Hans here. Okay. We'll start with Binford Tools. Saying, can this be used to restore black plastic and cover up stubborn white dried compound stains? So say maybe old stains, you can't remove them very well. Would this mask that?
He will be astonished because I've tried to use alcohol and different cleaners to get the wax mark off of plastic, and it just bleeds right back out. Solution Finish completely eliminates that. It's gone. So, it's one of the nicer things that the professional detailers, really the DIY guys as well, like to do it. Even though they'll tape off the plastic periodically, they'll still bump it and get that little half moon compound or wax on it. But yes, to answer your question, you're going to be astonished with that.
Okay. No, that's great. And then I've got Road Warrior wondering, how long do you have to let it dry before you can wash your car?
We're about to find out.
Yeah.
In your experience, though, Chris, what would you say for somebody who's just, curious?
Okay.
How long before
do we
you
have
wash
a bottle
it?
of water anywhere?
So, and actually, let me split this into two questions because we really are about to face this. How long till it can get wet? And then how long till you can actually wash it with soap and water?
No, that's fine.
We've got some water coming. Yeah. It's literally...
There's plenty outside if you need it.
It is literally, like I don't even know if you guys can hear it. It's
frozen
literally
and hitting
pouring
cars,
outside.
But yeah.
Okay, so water.
Okay, as you notice, we use the scouring pad to clean this up, put a Solution Finish on it. But I want to show the audience here that Solution Finish, it beads. The water comes right off of it.
There we go. Yeah.
It does. Nice. It's not going. You're not going to wash it off. I can assure you. It's the only time that Solution Finish will bleed is if you haven't really buffed it off. Like on the side bumpers. I guess the bumper is on your doors. They'll do that. They'll wipe it off the paint, buff it off, and everything's good. But what they do is they get real close to the top edge and they kind of push it in. Well, a little bit can go to the inside of that without them noticing it. So when they buffing it off, it's still wet Solution Finish in there. It rains and it pulls it off, and then they say, well, Solution Finish washed off and got on my paint, which it's not the case. It's always, you didn't buff it off and you didn't get the wet spots. You got to be real careful if there's a space in between your molding and it comes through. So, but again, Solution Finish is not going to wash off. It beads just like if it was waxed.
Very cool. Very cool.
All right, so I'm going to ask one more question. I'm going to combine two into one just so we can save a little time here, but they both involve over the top. So I had one with over the top that was wondering about new trim that doesn't need restoration. Does it work well on that?
Yes.
It's really its claim to fame.
Yeah.
Is because what it will do is you'll spend all that time on your paint, your windows, your rims, you know, and then on the plastic, it still looks faded, even though it's new, as you can see on this Riviera. So what you do is you take over the top and you put it on with the difference that I forgot to mention, on a solution finish you use a microfiber applicator sponge. For over the top you use a foam pad, you know. So when you put it on new plastic, it gives it a little sheen, it gives it UV protection. Like I said, it's like sunscreen for your plastic. So if you kept on putting on solution finish on your plastic from day one, it will never oxidize. If you put silicone-based dressings on every day for 2 years, and it never looks oxidized, it will absolutely go back to the look of oxidation for 2 years, because all it's doing is masking the oxidation, but silicone accelerates the oxidation process by far. You know, it's just the way when it gases off, it creates a hydroperoxide gas at the surface level of the part, and that's actually what promotes oxidation. So right now, any new car that I drive or get, I always put on a couple coats of over the top. You know,
okay.
Yeah.
And just that last one, just wondering how long after applying solution finish should you wait for over the top? That was the last question.
Yeah. Weather-wise, again, if you're in room temperature, you know, something normal like normal people live in, 72 degrees, let's say, you know, give it a couple hours is best, even though dozens of times I've done solution finish, wiped it off, buffed it off thoroughly, take my paper towel around, and all you're doing is just kind of dusting it, and then applied over the top at the same time. And I haven't really saw any ill effects to doing that.
No, that's great. So thank you again, Sydney and Chris. Wonderful to see you there on the Rivian. I was interested to see a vehicle so new having faded trim like that. I'm personally a big fan of Rivians, but I'll better keep that in mind to keep some solution finish handy.
And true story, we actually chased this car down in the parking lot the other day. Yes.
Okay. Well, very cool. So thank you again for visiting, Chris. We really appreciate
you guys for having me.
Here.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, thank you guys. Okay, so now we are at that final point here in the show. We are not done yet, though. Oh no, we've actually got a very interesting, something you haven't seen yet, actually. It's a new one. It's actually an interview with my dad. And Jimmy, of all people, interviews him. Mecha Jimmy himself. Let's see what that's all about here now.
Good morning.
Morning, Jimmy.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
All right. Let's get started.
Oh, absolutely. Let the party begin.
All right, Jeff. Well, we haven't sat down before and really talked about the full rag company story. So take us back to the start of the business. How did it all start? What did it take?
There's a lot there. Lots of fun experiences, lots of ups and downs. I'll try to walk you through all the various experiences as we lived them. My wife, Carolyn, and I are the current owners. We've been the owners since 2012, October of 2012. But before that, there's a whole nother chapter. And Bev and Dale Horn were the original founders of the rag company in 1999. They did an amazing job considering they were both in their 60s when they finally sold it to us in 2012. They were 70. And Bev, to her credit, was selling towels out of her garage. She created websites. She did all of the heavy lifting. And sadly, Bev was in hospice. She had a rare illness that she had been battling for several years. And so at the time, they were looking for somebody to sell the business to, and their kids, friends, nobody else had an interest in the business at the time. At some point in our lives, we wanted to own our own business and just kind of, spread our wings, see what we could do. We were with major corporations, Fortune 500 kinds of companies. For myself, for Carolyn, she did echocardiography of the heart. And so very differing experiences that we brought to the table. But we were able to take those experiences that we had to get a business where we could really exercise the things that we believed in and create an organization and a culture that we felt could do all the things you kind of dream about and you wish. And although, in full honesty, I never in my life would have imagined we'd be able to do what we've been able to do thanks to this team. We've just got an amazing, amazing team today. And it was just one of those opportunities where when we bought the business, we actually put an offer on the table. We pulled from our retirement, which everybody tells you don't do. That's not a wise financial move. It's a huge risk, and any financial planner will tell you, no, stupid thing to do. But we were confident enough in our abilities and the opportunity, so we put the offer on the table, and then we did something you would never say to somebody, we hope you turn us down. That's what we told her. And we said, this is all we have. Bev was in hospice. She was actually bedridden, so we hadn't met her face to face, but her husband, Dale, he was kind of helping to broker the deal. And he told us when we put the offer out there, he said, well, after 50 years of marriage, I need to talk to the boss, but I think we're just going to probably sell the inventory and call it a day. Well, about 10 minutes later, we get a phone call. And he said, talk to the boss. She has one question. What's the question? And she wanted to know, are we going to take the money and run? In other words, are we going to take the inventory, dump it, make some money, move on? Or are we going to actually do something with the business? And the thought never crossed our mind to take the money and run. It's just, that's not us. That would not feel right at all, especially in light of the circumstances. And so we said, no, our son Dane is going to be quitting 2 jobs. He's going to be coming on board. He's going to be running it for us. We both had our day jobs. Basically, we had to keep the lights on, through our day jobs. Dane came in, got on, the phone and packing products and handling the website development and everything right there in the garage from day one.
I think that's an important thing to touch on too, is that you didn't just buy a business and then move into a business complex or an office or somewhere.
No.
You did it all out of the garage.
We just traded garages and storage units. That was it. It was really exciting and really scary because we knew nothing about microfiber. We knew nothing about an online business. We knew nothing about automotive detailing. Matter of fact, automotive detailing was only part of the potential equation at the time. You have kind of automotive detailing, Jansan, World Cleaning, and then you have health, beauty, spa, facial towels and the like. So there's kind of 3 segments there of the industry for microfiber that you could go down. And, it could be kind of confusing because I always teach you kind of stay in your lane. Well, okay, microfiber is a lane, but it's a really wide lane. So you need to be able to focus in. Like I say, for about that first year and a half after we bought the business, we're just trying to figure out, who are we? What was our real focus? Are we a Jansan? Are we facial spa, beauty? Are we detailing? Which one? Because you can't do it all really well. That was probably the most critical decision. Having Dane's interest in automotive, that obviously helped influence our decision as well. And then having the Junkman create our viral moment all those years ago, those things really helped lead us a certain direction. And I'm a firm believer in things happening for a reason. You can't explain, you don't know why, and if you sit there and try to focus too much on asking the why, you're going to spin your wheels. Each of those cases, I look at, they're a gift. What you do with a gift is going to help define what you do with those opportunities. In that fork in the road where we had to figure out where were we going to go, and it was detailing as our focus, that was one of them. It's so critical to, as a team, especially as you scale, it gets harder and harder. As a business, we've been very fortunate. We're the epitome of the hockey stick. And our growth and our maturity, there were moments where we were like, okay, we're growing so fast, any misstep can be very expensive. And we've had some, I hate to say, some 6-figure mistakes. I'm not proud of them. We learned from them. We did them once and we moved on. We didn't dwell on them, but we absolutely learned from it. And that's one thing we're very nimble as an organization as well when we have those kinds of things happen. I would love to say it's always been rosy and peachy keen wonderful and we're just woo off to the races. No. Anytime you own a business, there's those moments where you're just, here we go. Are we making the right decision? And that's where you have to really trust your leadership. And for my wife, Carolyn, and myself, at this point in our careers, I'm going to stay involved as long as I can. As long as I keep this engaged, that's where the creative spirit comes in. And for Carolyn, it's continuing to develop that culture. We can do that for a long time. The day-to-day ops, no, we've got some great people on our team that can handle that. We've handed those off largely, and we let the team manage those. But when you're scaling, there's an absolute level for us. It was a dollar amount where it's like, okay, we've got to figure out, we can't keep going this way. We're gonna bury ourselves, and I don't know that we can get out from being buried unless we change how we manage as an organization.
How did that feel from an owner perspective?
Terrifying.
To hand that terrifying.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
You know, because you're like I said earlier, you're letting go of the vine, and there's a massive trust factor, and if you've engaged people and that they are all part, top to bottom, in every decision and how things are made. You're not building a bureaucratic. It's the opposite. It's very focused. It's very driven, and you're just go, and you know exactly what you need to be focused on. Everything else is noise. That can just go by the wayside, but you know exactly what your goals are for the week, month, that quarter, and you're driven to achieve those, and you're held accountable. Accountability is a huge part of that. When you're in the Wild West, there's not a whole lot of accountability. It's just go, and sometimes going faster isn't better, because what if you're going faster the wrong direction? That's not better. You asked about critical points. Those are kind of the key ones, the fork in the road as to the product selection. And then as we scaled, how do we manage that scaling? Because we were going to bury ourselves if we didn't do it right. And so those are two key areas for us. For Carolyn and I, building the culture within our organization, she, along with John, who's the president of the rag company, the two of them really helped establish a positive culture that we value people. We value what they bring to the table, and let's grow together. Let's have some fun. Let's take some chances. You know, a lot of growing your business is risk-taking, but it's calculated risks. We don't have all the answers. When we bought the business, there's no manual. There was no book that said, here's what you do in this scenario. Doesn't exist. Of course, there's a lot of real world experiences that you can get, but there's also common sense and the talents of the people that you bring on board. If you're going to put people in these different positions of leadership and be able to, you know, come up with ideas and, hey, I've got a better way to do this, there's a huge trust factor. And for us, we just, you know, we've always hired people that we felt we could trust and that brought a lot to the equation. And we have grown because we took care of customers, because we took care of employees. And, you know, for us, having a very clear vision was very critical for us. It wasn't as important about hitting the numbers, doing all this stuff, the bottom line. It was building an organization. And that's that organic layer that you'll hear me talk about over and over. Not just organic growth of sales, but organic growth within your organization itself.
Well, not only that too, like I think one of the things is, you know, your foundation that you guys started with as a business was centered around the customer, right? So the rag company's whole foundation is, can we have a confident customer that is educated, that will then buy our products, right? And I think that's a lot different than a lot of businesses. A lot of businesses just want to make something that's exciting to look at, that, you know, it will get somebody to impulse buy, where you guys went in with the mindset of, let's teach people about what we make and why it's worth spending the money, right?
Absolutely. No, that you've hit the nail on the head. That's absolutely true. The other thing is, from day one, we didn't want to just take, you know, a factory would say, okay, we can make you this, so you can sell that. No, we want this. And we've designed it this way because we want it to work this way. Not just for towels, but as we continued to expand and we worked with our brand partners, and whether it was chemicals or accessories or towels, there's a purpose And we wanted to make things more efficient and make sure that we build quality and value into those products. Whether it's somebody who's been with us for many years and seen how we've grown, or somebody who just heard about us for the first time, how do we make sure that we're taking care of them and they can trust what we're doing? It's always not just in the back of our minds, it's in the forefront of our minds with everything that we try to do. And there's a lot of trust there.
So you've talked a lot about various products that the Rag Company has come up with, and quality has always been a big thing that you want associated with the brand. Why does quality mean so much to you, and why is that such a big focus when you go into each product?
It's so important to us because we buy stuff too. It's important to know that you have the trust that product is going to meet your expectations. Too many people are too disappointed. They'll buy something and you get it, you open it up and you got these high expectations and then it breaks in the first 10 seconds. Like, what? And so quality in anything that we make. Am I going to say we're 100% perfect all the time, every time? No, we're human. We've made our share of mistakes too. And we pick ourselves back up. We're going to make it better. We're either going to discontinue that product or we're going to make it better than it was, because quality is important to our customers. Quality is important to us. And so having that built in and having the trust that if you buy a product from the Rag Company, you know it's going to be one that has a lot of the features and the things you expect aesthetically, as well as the stuff behind the scenes that make it durable, that's going to last, that you're going to get the value out of it. And quality really steps into all of those, whether you're a professional detailer, an enthusiast, the weekend warrior, just learning for the first time. Quality is going to be important. Quality doesn't have to be expensive. A lot of times people think, oh, if it's high quality, it must be high cost. No. If it's well built from the ground up, there's not shortcuts, but there's things that you can do, whether it's with materials or just a lot of ingenuity to how you design things. You can make them work really well. Yeah. And there's probably been our share of products. People go, why do you make it too good? Because now it's going to last and you're only going to sell one. Well, I'd rather sell the one and make sure that person tells somebody else who tells somebody else. There's a lot of great competitors, and we're friends with all of our competitors, and they're trying to beat us, we're trying to beat them, and there's a lot of ingenuity that comes into that stuff. But at the end of the day, we want things coming our way, but it's such a big country, a big world of great products. Whether it's from us and from others, we were hoping we're the first ones that come to mind when you're looking for a specific thing that you're going to get the high quality and high value that we're going to deliver. That's always going to be our end game. That's our mantra.
Was there ever a time where you realized that social media had a presence for the Rag Company where we could actually cultivate an audience?
Absolutely, the moment with the Junkman and the power of YouTube. About a year and a half into our ownership, we had a phone call from a gentleman, the Junkman, and he gave us a call and just said, hey, I'm a YouTube influencer, love your products. I've been looking for that particular towel. He was talking about the Eagle Edgeless at the time. He said, I've been looking for that for 3 years, where I could source it. And he said, love it. I'm going to mention you guys in my next video. And we said, sounds great. Let us know however we can help. And so we went back to work for a couple weeks. Yep. About 2 weeks later, our orders started going, our views, everything started going crazy. I'm like, what in the world is going on? Yeah. What I didn't realize was just after midnight of the night before, he had just released the video. He said he was going to just mention us. Actually, it was a 15-minute infomercial. He called it basically the Rag Company, the world's best microfiber. And you can't buy that kind of promotion. So we had this big spike in sales. That was really exciting and really terrifying all at the same time. But that's why we got into this, was to get those kinds of experiences. And so we kind of started teaming up, figuring out how do we expand. One thing also in conjunction with that experience, Dane had also started to reach out on Reddit. And Reddit for detailing was just kind of getting, I think there was maybe 10,000 subscribers at that time. How can we be microfiber experts in detailing, since now that was kind of shifting our focus and going to be the crux of our focus going forward. Dane was becoming the subject matter expert for microfiber, kind of answering questions, and it was kind of a new territory there. And so it evolved, and we started giving products names and characteristics, and on top of that, what we started to do was, because nobody else was putting any of the attributes of the various products out there, the various towels. And we thought, what do we have to lose? Let's put the weight, in GSM, grams per square meter. Let's put the blend, if it's an 80-20, if it's a 70-30, somewhere in between. And what happened was other businesses started to take notice because customers are asking the question. We wanted to be the source for education.
Yeah, you wanted to educate your customer, make them confident.
Absolutely. The more knowledge they have, without overloading them, but just it's better information. You might have a company selling you a 90-10. Our mantra was couple things. We wanted to make sure that we always provided high quality, high value. And you can achieve both when you have the right team, the right focus, the right manufacturing partners. You can really help drive towards that. The other thing was, from a sales perspective, it was really important to us that we educate first. If we educate first, we build trust. If you build trust, you've built a customer. Those things just kind of work hand in hand. We built a really, really strong organic layer, which over time, it was education and through the media, because YouTube and Instagram and all these were just really starting to get a foothold. And so how do we leverage that? For right or for wrong, we were at the right place at the right time for being able to do what we've done. Last year in 2025, we merged with Detail Factory. That was the result of some conversations we had with Brian Tabor, the owner of Detail Factory at the time there, now our business partner in this endeavor. There was a lot of things that he was saying and that we were saying, and things just kind of clicked. And it brought a whole different element to us because we had very solid manufacturing facilities. We have a lot of really brilliant people around our team that are very creative, and they come up with some great ideas. But we were missing a key part of that because we could do it from our side and we could share it with the factory. And that could work with towels, that could work with certain things. But if you're going to go heavy duty with some of the accessories and really create game-changing kinds of tools, we didn't have that kind of a connection. But with Detail Factory, now we've got a team of CAD designers and manufacturers that have been in the automotive industry for decades. And so they bring a lot to the table. And the way the merger worked out, we took the best of what each brings into the table. For Brian and his team, they stayed there in Louisville, Kentucky. They're doing product designs. We've got a whole pipeline of products. I can't go into all the gory details here for right now, but super, super excited about the pipeline of products we have yet to come this year, next year, and far beyond. We want to be able to engineer from the ground up based upon customer input, looking at what our competitors are doing, what our customers are asking for, what we're capable of doing. Now when it comes to world-class plastics and rubber and metal and everything, being able to bring those designs to life, now we can do it. That's what Brian and his team really bring to us. We had fulfillment, marketing, media, all those kinds of things. We've done a really, really good job on that. But Brian brought that whole other connection to us. And so now we can take it from product idea, I call it back of the napkin, to, okay, let's test some drawings out here structurally. And this is where Brian and his team just excel. They get into the guts of things. It isn't just, well, it should look like this, and you don't think about how it's engineered. These guys are engineers. And so, the plastic has ribbing in the right area, and it's structurally very sound. And then we're looking at, okay, how can we make it lighter weight? Because we've got to think about shipping. We've got to think about construction. Can we deliver it where it's ready to go, or does it have to be assembled? we're going through all these kinds of steps.
Thinking about the unboxing experience as well. I know that we've gone through that multiple times with, H2O projects and whatnot, like there is a bunch of stuff when it comes to Detail Factory that I know that we're working on where we are thinking of the end consumer in mind and how is this going to feel, how is this going to work, how is this going to be reliable for somebody that's working on their car detailing full time.
Absolutely, ergonomics, and it's just all the different elements that make for a successful product. Now we've got really good people involved. We don't have a room full of egos. Sometimes that kind of gets in the way. We've all worked together so long and so well. When you put your idea out there, you're kind of vulnerable. It's like, okay, I'm showing you my baby here. Don't tell me my baby's ugly. And so it's a lot of fun to see those ideas come in. And now we can start to design them and develop them. And sometimes maybe a product is going to be too expensive. That's not going to be the ones we're going to be pursuing. We want stuff that can really deliver to a broader section of our audience, but we want that consistency like you talk about, where people trust us and the products that we make. And you're going to be seeing in the coming weeks, months, years, you're going to see a lot of things getting developed from the ground up. And we're not just going to take what somebody says they can do for us. This is full team, design. There's a lot of deep thought that goes into this.
So we've talked a lot about, the forward growth, the hockey stick analogy that you talked about as well, of where Rag Company's going. And we've talked about the foundation and how we believe that we can keep growing, right? And so where is your mindset at? Where are you seeing the Rag Company going? What's exciting you about that? Tell us more.
The pipeline that I mentioned earlier, being able to tap the talent that we have here. Like I say, I can't share a lot of the stuff today. I just want to tell people, stay tuned, because we have so many exciting things. And I know a lot of times people hear, oh, stay tuned, there's more to come. And in our case, it's legitimate. These are products that either don't exist today, that have come out of the creative minds of our team. They came out of necessity. Like I say, you've heard me say many, many times, the high quality, high value, but really things that fill a niche and not just, okay, that's interesting, but it doesn't really do anything for me. That there's a lot of thought that went into that. I'll give an example. This one I can talk about is our H2O series. We released it at SEMA last year, or teased it at SEMA last year with the prototypes and some of the first editions. We've been refining a little bit along the way. You're going to be seeing those officially coming out this spring and summer. Could not be more excited. These are products we've designed from the ground up. We own the molds. We created the molds. We spent tens of thousands of dollars in just mold costs alone, making sure that these outperformed what we felt was in the industry already. We wanted to either one of two things: take an existing product, make it better, and make it more cost effective. Let's say an $80 price point. We're going to do one of two things. We're either going to make that at a $60 or $70 price point that's as good as the $80 one, or we're going to have, if we're going to match price points, it's going to have far more features. You're going to get a lot more bang for your buck. We're very cognizant of what else is out there in the industry.
You said one of your favorite things about, what you do is finding opportunities, right?
Yep.
Are there any opportunities that you can talk about at the moment that you know of that you would like to share?
Oh man, I'm the mouth that roared sometimes, and so I sometimes I will be accused of oversharing. So I have to be a little careful. There are some brands of products that we are in the process of creating that will be exactly along the lines of what we've been talking about within the industry. We're trying to grow the breadth of our product lines. I want to get to the point where within the detailing space, we've got it either covered by ourselves with brands that we're developing, with our brand partners from around the world. Although I will say, and this is really, really key, you'll see a lot of other distributors and they'll carry 150 brands. Which one's your best? How can a customer trust you when, okay, you've got 30 different coatings? Which one's right for me? We spend a lot of time and effort with our brand partners to make sure everything is fully vetted and tested before we even bring it out. We will be bringing out new brands of other products that are under our umbrella. And as we bring those out, it's going to be so critical if we've done our homework and we design products that people will have that inherent trust that, like, okay, they made that? Wow, I bet that's really good quality. And look at the price. Wow, that's among the best in the industry. That's something that's very reasonable, that I can get a lot of performance out of. And that when they see those brands as we develop them, that they're going to know that's going to be best for their business. And you don't have to, we're not only building for professional detailers, but for the enthusiast, weekend warrior, whomever is using that product, it's going to be easy to use, it makes sense, and it's going to fill the need that they have.
What would you say to the customer that has been ordering from us for 10 years? They're watching right now. What would you say to them?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, because we don't exist if they don't keep coming back and telling their friends and others that we're a good place, a trusted place to go to. That's just too critical. We hopefully bring a value to them because they absolutely bring a value to us. Yeah. And we don't take for granted at all their role in our success. And I think you would probably get that from any member of our team. And today we've got about 70 employees here in the US. We talk about family, us being a family business. Now people are familiar with Carol and myself and Dane. What they might not know is we actually have, I think there's like 5 or 6 other families, like father, son, brothers, you've got mother, daughter, you've got a real mix of all these families, and it's because they loved where they were working and they would bring the other family members in. These are all long-term relationships that we've had, and we've all grown together. So when we say it's a family business, it's more than just, my wife, my son, myself. It's much more community-minded. We all recognize the importance every customer brings, no matter where they are located in the world. And that hopefully that message continues to get conveyed to all of our international partners, our domestic partners, our brand partners, everybody, that it sounds cliche, and I'm trying not to sound too cliche, but we appreciate from the bottom of my heart, we would not be the dreams that we've been able to achieve out of this business would not even be close to where they are. Carolyn and I would still be in the garage if we did not have that relationship that has percolated and grown and developed for many years. And that's just been so key to us. We do not take it for granted. And thank you.
All right. Well, that was absolutely amazing. It's very difficult for us to get Jeff in front of a camera, and we were able to capture him, sit him down. He was handcuffed there. You couldn't tell, but we had him strapped down so he would answer some amazing questions. But guess what? Those are the questions that we all wanted answers to, that many of you wanted answers to. And I think it just shows you what the future of the Rag Company holds and how much we appreciate all of you guys watching and making this possible. And so Jeff said so many amazing things, and we resonate with all those here as all the employees and brand partners of the Rag Company. So we have a table here that, Sydney, we need to address. This is the last giveaway.
We have our final giveaway, and we have some really great stuff on this table.
Yeah, we do.
Really great stuff. So we have a full kit of the battery 15-inch, or sorry, it's really 15.
It's been a day.
Tool. Jeez Louise, I don't even know HLR something.
HLR 15. Yeah, you got it.
That. So the whole kit, super awesome. We have the full solution finish kit. We have the Vermeil brushes, which, holy cow.
Yeah.
So cool.
Super cool.
We got some hot sauce because every day needed a little bit of hot sauce. We have the Dr. Colorchip. This is going to be the consumer kit of your choice. So it's not actually this one. It's going to be a $75 value. You will either get a hold of Tony at Dr. Colorchip or us here at the Rag Company, and we'll be able to get that ordered for you. And then we've got some Optimum Gloss Coat from OptiCoat, which is awesome. And then several of the IK sprayers that we featured here this week.
Yep.
awesome. The giveaways this week have been.
And you got that one.
I did
Okay.
say the full solution finish kit with even over the top.
Nice. So this is going to be a pretty awesome kit to grab.
Yeah.
Every single giveaway that we've done throughout this week has been amazing, and
cool.
most of it is just stuff that you can start using, right? So as a detailer, whether you're a pro or you're a weekend warrior, a hobbyist, these are all things that any of us would even love to win.
Yeah, totally.
So when you do get it, have at it. So Dane actually has an envelope for us. The man in the box is now the man out of the box.
They actually let me out of the box. Yes, that's right. I get to bring you a special envelope with the name in it.
Thank you.
I'm very excited.
You had to get it in one more time, didn't you?
I couldn't resist.
I know. All right. So here we go. So the final giveaway winner, I am not going to do this excruciatingly slow. I'm just going to actually get straight to the point here. So congratulations to the day 4 winner, Ricardo E. from Inglewood, California. Congratulations.
So good.
We're going to have an awesome time playing with all this stuff, and so we will be in touch and reach out to you regarding this. And so, again, the giveaways have been amazing. We want to give a huge shout out to the brand partners and everybody that contributed to these because it really makes the full thing special, right? So with that said, we're going to walk over here because there's other people that make this show special, and it's everybody here behind me right now. And so this is a full team effort every single year from all of us here at the Rag Company, and this wouldn't be possible without them, and it wouldn't be possible again without you watching as well. And so Jimmy, can we get you in here as well? We can. Okay.
Ooh.
The man behind the camera this whole time, and we have you guys up here now. So this is us saying thank you to a very successful TRCMA 2026, and we can't wait to do it again. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, everyone.
Have a good show. Thank you.